Hey, Night Owl. Still awake, I see. This is Nick, the real Nick from Chilling Lullabies, and I am here with you in the quiet hours. Maybe you are a natural night person, or maybe sleep just will not come tonight. Either way, you have found the right place. We will fill these hours with mysterious tales and calming sounds until your body finally says yes to rest. Just a couple of ads in the first 10 minutes, then hours of ad-free storytelling ahead. If this becomes your midnight companion, hit subscribe and leave a like so others can find us too. Comment below and tell me where you are watching the night pass by from. You are not alone. Now let us begin together. The man had been on the cross since just past dark, and his arms had gone to a steady numbness that started at the wrists where the hemp bit and worked up past the elbows into his shoulders like water pooling. Below him, the road came up out of the hollow in a series of switchbacks, and he could feel the updraft from it cool against his ankles where the burlap had ridden up. He had stuffed the shirt and trousers with dead grass from the ditch line and sewn the seams shut with baling wire, and the grass had settled into the shape of a body that was close enough to his own to pass at a distance, but wrong in the particulars. The belly too full, the chest caved where it should have swelled, so that what hung on the cross looked like a drowned man pulled from a river and propped up as a warning. He had made the head from a feed sack stuffed with cattail down and drawn on it with a grease pencil, a face that he thought of as his other face, the one that watched the road while he slept. And the grease pencil had run in an early rain so that the features had blurred into an expression of mild and permanent surprise. The mouth a dark smear, the eyes two uneven circles that seemed fixed on a point just past whoever looked back at them. The cross itself was old. He had found it already fixed at the edge of the orchard when he came into the valley in late summer, leaning against the sky at the place where the road curved and the apple trees started, and it had been put together with mortise and tenon joints that had swelled tight in the weather so that the whole cross had the solidity of a living tree rather than built lumber. The vertical timber was locust, the kind that resists rot for generations, and the grain of it had gone silver where the bark had peeled away. A footrest had been fixed to the upright at knee height, a length of white oak seated into a dado cut and pegged with dowels so tight the joint was invisible, and it looked as old as the cross itself, built for weight, built for standing on. He had noticed when he first examined the cross a set of narrow channels routed into the top of the crossbeam on either side of the upright, each channel containing a curved piece of hickory held in place by iron pins, and he had taken them for structural bracing, clamps to hold the tenon while the joint set, and had not examined them further because they were old and dark with weather and plainly part of the cross's bones. And a man who has survived as long as Toby Hensley has survived does not waste his attention on things that are obviously what they appear to be. The first time he stepped onto the footrest and leaned back against the crossbeam with his arms spread along the wood, he understood that this was what the cross had been waiting for, not a scarecrow made of grass and wire, but a man with warmth and weight and patience, and that he was giving it what it wanted, while it gave him what he wanted, which was a place to stand above the road and wait. He had been in Greenbrier County 7 weeks. He did not keep a close count of the days, but he knew the number because he had come into the valley on the last day of August when the apples were still green and hard and the trees held them close, and now it was the 2nd week of October, and the apples were falling. The ones that had not been picked splitting where they landed and going to a brown sweetness in the grass that drew yellow jackets in long, purposeful arcs from the tree line. He had come up from the south on foot, carrying what he owned in a canvas duffel, walking the back roads because the highways made him visible, and visibility was what he had spent most of his life avoiding. The roads in this part of the state did not go where you expected them to go. They followed the water, bending where the creeks bent, climbing where the hollows climbed, and they dead-ended against ridge lines or petered out into logging traces that hadn't been used since the timber companies left. And a man walking these roads could go weeks without being seen by anyone who would remember him, and this was the quality Toby Hensley valued above all other qualities in the physical world. He had found the shack at the orchard's western edge with its door standing open and its roof still mostly sound, and he had set his duffel on the floor and understood that the walking was done. The shack had been a picker's cabin one. The walls still held the smell of men who had slept in their clothes and the stale air of rooms that had been closed too long against weather that should have been let in. A rusted bed frame with no mattress leaned against the far wall, and the floorboards had been worn into a grain that caught dirt and held it. He swept the floor with a branch of juniper and set his things along the wall, and slept his first night on the bare boards with the door open to the orchard, and the sound of the trees moving and whatever wind came up the hollow after dark, a sound like breathing that was not breathing, the branches rubbing against each other in a way that seemed purposeful. The branches trading sounds he could not read. In the morning he walked the orchard. It was large, perhaps 40 acres, and it was dying. Not all at once, but in sections, as a body dies, the extremities first. The trees at the edges had gone to deadwood, the bark splitting and falling away to reveal the pale sapwood beneath, and the branches had the gray sharpness of bones cleaned by weather. Closer to the center, the trees were still alive, but they were old, and many of them leaned at angles, the root systems failing on one side, and the apples they produced were small and bitter and spotted with the black marks of scab that nobody had sprayed for. The orchard was tended by no one. It produced what it produced, and what fell to the ground stayed on the ground, and the yellow jackets and the deer mice and the crows took what they wanted, and the rest went back to the soil, and the soil produced more apples, and nobody picked them. He found the road on his second day, and found the cross at its bend and stood looking at it for a long time with his hands in his pockets and the weight of the idea forming in him as weather forms, not all at once but in accumulations, cloud on cloud, pressure on pressure, until the idea that had been building announced itself and could not be taken back. The road was narrow and unpaved, and it curved around the shoulder of the ridge in a way that put the cross at the exact point where a driver would be moving slowest, where the grade steepened and the gravel loosened, and the car would drop to second or first gear, and the driver would be looking at the road and not at the scarecrow standing against the sky. He found the farmhouse on his third day, a quarter-mile east along a path that had been worn through the grass by decades of feet. The house was small and plain and had been white once and was now the color of the wood beneath the paint, a grayish yellow that matched the dead grass in the fields around it. A porch ran across the front, and a cane-backed rocking chair sat on the porch beside a small pine table, and on the table was a mason jar of water that caught the light. A stone-lined spring box sat at the corner of the porch where a pipe came down from the ridge, the water running cold and steady from the hillside, the way it had probably run since before the house was built. And this was where the couple drew their household water. He could see the ladle hanging from a nail beside the box and the overflow running off through a ditch toward the lower field. Behind the house, the barn sat at a distance of perhaps 40 yards, a structure of hand-hewn timber and board and batten siding that had gone to the color of ash. And beyond the barn, at the edge of the tree line, the old well sat with its stone rim and its heavy wooden cap, an iron windlass mounted on a timber frame above the mouth with a rusted chain hanging from the drum, the kind of rig every farm in the county had once used for lifting water or feed, or whatever needed lifting from a depth. and the well had clearly been dry and disused for years because the chain was orange with neglect, and the cap had settled into its rim with the permanence of something no one had lifted in a long time. Behind the barn, the ridge climbed steeply into second-growth timber that had never been cut because the slope was too steep for the skidders. He watched the old couple for 3 days before he was certain. The old man moved through the yard and the barn lot with the careful deliberateness of someone navigating by memory rather than sight. His steps measured and his hands always finding the fence post or the door frame at the exact moment they were needed. And the old woman sat on the porch in the cane-backed chair and did not turn her head when the jays screamed in the oak above her, or when the barn door banged in the wind, or when Toby himself walked up the path on the 4th day and stood at the edge of the yard and spoke to them. He said good morning. He said he was staying in the picker's cabin. He said he was looking for work. Neither one of them looked at him or moved or gave any sign that they had heard him speak, and the old woman's eyes stayed fixed on something in the middle distance that was not Toby, and not the yard, and not anything he could see. And the old man went on sharpening a hoe blade with a file, the file moving across the steel in a rhythm that did not change when Toby spoke and did not change when he stopped speaking, and Toby walked back to the shack with a satisfaction so complete it felt physical, a warmth in his gut, like the first drink of the day. Deaf and mute, both of them, or close enough to it that the difference did not matter. He had found the kind of neighbors a man in his line of work prayed for. He helped himself to the spring box freely, filling the mason jar on the porch each morning, because the couple was nothing to him, and nothing they possessed was anything to him. And a man who owns a valley does not ask permission to drink from its springs. This was the flaw in Toby Hensley that had kept him alive for 20 years, and that would, as all things that keep a man alive long enough eventually do, be the thing that killed him. And he did not regard the people around him as people. They were furniture. They were weather. The old couple in their farmhouse were no more capable of threatening him than the apple trees in their orchard. And a man does not inspect an apple for poison before he eats it. And a man does not test the water that furniture leaves on a porch. He drank it standing in the orchard, looking up at the road and the cross silhouetted against whatever sky the day had brought. And the water went down cold and clean, and he thought about how the world arranged itself for a man if he was patient enough to let it, never once considering that the patience might not be his. The killing was simple. He had been doing it long enough that the mechanics of it had become rote. A man who has dug 1,000 post holes no longer thinks about the angle of the bar or the purchase of his boots in the dirt. He would climb the cross at dusk and stand on the footrest with his arms along the crossbeam and let his chin drop to his chest and go still. The burlap shirt was loose enough that if a man was driving past at speed, he would see only a scarecrow, the kind that stood at the edge of every orchard in the county, and the face drawn on the feed sack would stare back at him with its blurred surprise, and the man would drive on. But not everyone drove on. The road through the hollow was not a main road, and the people who used it were generally people who had taken a wrong turn somewhere below, or who were looking for the county road over the ridge and had followed this one too far into the mountains to turn back easily. They would slow at the bend and sometimes stop entirely and get out to consult a map, or relieve themselves, or simply stand in the road and look at the mountains the way people from the flatlands look at mountains, with a bewilderment that is close to reverence. And it was then that Toby would step down from the footrest and cross the gravel in silence. He used his hands. He had always used his hands. A weapon could be lost or found or traced, but hands were permanent and anonymous, and they left marks that looked like what they were, which was nothing more than one man's grip on another man's throat. And that was a thing that happened in the world often enough that nobody went looking for the hands that did it when it did. He was strong in the way that men who have done physical labor since childhood are strong. Not in the chest and arms where gymnasium strength collects, but in the hands and forearms and the deep muscles of the back that connect the spine to the pelvis. And when he closed his hands on a man's throat, he could feel the exact moment when resistance became reflex rather than voluntary. The muscles still working, but the will behind them already gone. And he held on past that moment because he had learned that the body could restart itself if you release too soon. The way an engine will sometimes catch again if you have not let it fully cool. He killed his first man in the valley on the 5th of September, a traveler in a green coupe who had pulled off the road to let the engine cool on the grade, a heavy man with a soft throat and strong hands that found Toby's forearms and gripped them hard enough to leave bruises and then released. He took the man's wallet and his wristwatch and a silver cigarette case that was engraved with initials that were not the man's name, which meant the case had been stolen once already and was making its way through the world the way stolen things do, passing from hand to hand, each set of hands believing it owned something it was only holding temporarily. He pushed the coupe off the road and into the drainage ditch where the kudzu and the Virginia creeper would begin their work. And within a month, the car would be a shape beneath green, recognizable only to someone who knew what they were looking for, and nobody was looking. The body went into the well, not the spring box, not the couple's household water, the dry well at the edge of the tree line behind the barn, the one with the rusted windlass and the heavy cap, and the chain that no one had used in years. He carried the body across the orchard in full dark, slung over his shoulder, and he lifted the wooden cap from the well and let the body drop. The sound it made at the bottom was hard and definitive. The sound of a body hitting dry stone because the well had gone dry long ago, the water table dropping below the shaft's depth at some point in the past, and nobody had bothered to dig deeper or fill it in. It was a good well for his purposes. Deep enough that nothing would be visible from above, dry enough that there would be no smell for months, the mountain air circulating down through the shaft and drying what it touched. He replaced the cap and stood in the dark, and the night was quiet, and the orchard was quiet, and the farmhouse below was dark, and the barn was dark, and the valley held him the way a hand holds a thing it has no intention of releasing. He killed his second man 9 days later, a younger man, a hiker with a pack and boots too new for the terrain, who had come up the road on foot looking for the Appalachian Trail access that his guidebook claimed was somewhere in these mountains and was not. Toby stepped down from the cross, and the hiker saw him, and the hiker's face registered something that might have been surprise and might have been recognition. Not of Toby specifically, but of the situation, the understanding that comes too late to do any good. And then Toby's hands were on him, and the hiker was lighter than the first man and went down faster. And the only difficulty was the pack, which had to be removed before the body could be carried, and Toby buried the pack in the soft earth beneath an apple tree, and carried the body to the well and dropped it. And the sound it made this time was different, softer, a body landing on a body rather than on stone. He settled into a rhythm, a kill every 10 days or so, sometimes less, depending on the traffic. The road was not busy, but it was not abandoned, and the mix of travelers was varied enough that no pattern would suggest itself to anyone assembling the absences. A salesman, a hiker, a woman in a sedan with Virginia plates who had been crying when she got out of the car and who Toby killed not because she had seen him, but because she had stopped, and because stopping was enough. He did not select. He did not prefer. He took what the road gave him, the way a fisherman takes what the river gives, without judgment or ceremony, and the well received what he brought it, and the orchard kept its silence, and the couple in the farmhouse sat on their porch, or moved through their yard and gave no indication that the world around them contained anything they could perceive. He took what the dead carried. Wallets, watches, rings if the rings would come off. He kept the cash and buried everything else beneath the apple trees. A constellation of small graves across the orchard floor that only he could read. He did not spend the money because there was nowhere to spend it, and he did not need much, and what he needed he could take. Apples from the trees, water from the spring box, the old couple's water, which he drank without a thought, the way he walked through their yard without a thought, because they were his, the couple, and the orchard, and the well, and the valley. They belonged to him because he was the strongest thing in them, and strength was ownership, and ownership was safety, and he had been so strong for so long that the idea of being weak had become as foreign to him as the idea of being caught, a thing that happened to other men, lesser men. Men who did not understand that the world was a simple machine that ran on force, and that the man who supplied the most force controlled the machine. The water from the spring box changed in the third week of September, not in any way Toby could have named. The water was still cold, still clean. It still carried the faint mineral taste of the limestone ridge it filtered through. But there was a new element in it now. A second taste so close to the water's own that it occupied the same space, the way a voice, singing in unison, with another voice disappears into the harmony and cannot be heard separately. He noticed the change by not noticing it. The recognition came after the fact. The way hearing a creak means you've already stopped listening for it. The water went down the same way. It sat in his stomach the same way. The only difference was that the jar on the porch was now full when he arrived each morning. The water beaded on the glass in the way water beads when it has just been poured, and the couple was filling it for him now rather than leaving it to fill from the overflow, and this attention struck Toby as the behavior of people who had accepted his presence the way they accepted the weather, and he drank it as his due. The first body had been in the well for 2 weeks when the water changed. He did not connect these things because there was nothing to connect. The spring box and the well were 100 yards apart and drew from different sources, and the couple could not have known about the well because the couple could not hear or see anything that happened beyond the radius of their porch. He drank, and the water was water, and the valley was his, and the mornings were cold now, and the apples were falling. He had been in the valley 5 weeks when he noticed the first thing that did not fit. It was a smell. He had been crossing the orchard at dawn after a night on the cross, moving through the trees with the light coming gray and cold through the branches, and the smell came from the direction of the barn, and it stopped him. The way an unexpected sound stops a man in a dark room. He knew this smell the way a butcher knows blood, not from any single encounter, but from a long accumulation that had built in him a recognition so deep it lived below thought. It was the smell of a body that had moved past the first stage of its dissolution and into the longer, slower phase where the flesh dries and the smell changes from something wet and commanding to something dry and particular, almost sweet, the way fruit leather smells when it has been left too long in a window. It was coming from inside the barn. He told himself it was a deer. A deer had gotten in and died and was drying in the October air, and the couple hadn't found it because they could not hear or smell, and the thing to do was to go in and drag it out himself. He believed this in the way you believe the first explanation that offers itself for something you do not want to examine. And he went to the shack and slept. 3 days later, the smell had deepened. The dry sweetness, joined by a chemical sharpness he could not identify, a sharpness that stung his nostrils and made his eyes water when the wind brought it directly. And he thought of tanning solution, and then of lye, and then stopped thinking about it, and went up to the cross at dusk and killed a man in a pickup truck who had stopped to check his tires, and the man died with his hands on the rear fender, and Toby carried him to the well and dropped him in, and the sound was the layered sound of body on bodies. And he replaced the cap and stood there, and the smell from the barn was in the air, and he could not tell if it was stronger near the well than near the barn, or if the two smells were the same smell coming from two directions. He had not been inside the barn since his first week. He had gone in looking for tools and found it mostly empty. A rusted plow blade, cedar fence posts, the leather traces of a harness on a nail, and at the far end, a door that was padlocked. He had thought nothing of the padlock because people in the country locked doors, and a man learned early not to take an interest in the locked doors on property that was not his. But the padlock and the smell were connected now in his mind. He began watching the barn. He watched it from the orchard, sitting in the grass with his back against an apple tree, and he watched for 3 days and saw nothing. The old man went in once a day in the morning and came out 10 minutes later. The old woman did not go to the barn at all, but the smell persisted, and the acrid edge of it grew sharper. Then, on the 4th day, he saw the old woman's hands. She was in the yard between the house and the barn, planted very still with her face turned toward the barn, and her hands were moving. Not the way hands move when a person is doing something useful, but the way hands move when a person is directing something out of sight. The fingers spread and the wrists turning in small, deliberate arcs, rhythmic and repeated and with the quality of rehearsal. Someone practicing a gesture they intended to perform later with more purpose. Then she stopped and lowered her hands and went inside, and Toby sat against his tree, and the satisfaction that had been living in his gut since the first week went cold and strange. He told himself she was losing her mind the way old women in the mountains did, slowly and without drama. He believed it until the next night when he saw the light. The light was inside the barn. He saw it at 2 a.m, a faint yellow glow visible through the gaps in the siding, the kind of light a kerosene lamp makes when the wick is trimmed low, and the light moved from one end of the barn to the other, someone walking the length of the building with the lamp and then walking back, a slow procession that took several minutes in each direction. The pattern was too regular to be someone searching and too slow to be someone working, and the only word his mind produced was ceremony. The light moved with the cadence of a rite performed in the same order each time, each pause and resumption falling on a beat established long ago. The light was there again the next night and the night after that. Each time it started after midnight and lasted until 3 or 4, and each time it moved in the same pattern, the same pauses in the same places, and by the 3rd night he had stopped telling himself stories about what it meant and was simply watching, the way you watch something that has passed beyond the range of explanation. His hands had begun to stiffen. He noticed it first on a morning in the first week of October, nearly 2 weeks after the water had changed, a tightness in the fingers that he worked loose against his thighs until the joints loosened and the fingers could curl and straighten without resistance. The stiffness went away by midday and he forgot about it. The next morning it was back, slightly worse, and again he worked it loose and again he forgot. By the end of the week the forgetting was no longer possible. The stiffness was persisting into the afternoon, a rigidity in the middle knuckles that made his hands feel thick and clumsy, and the exercises that had worked in the first days now only reduced it rather than eliminating it, so that by evening his hands were functional but not fluid, and the difference between functional and fluid was the difference between a man who could close his hands fast enough to kill and a man who could not. He thought it was age. He was 43 and had spent most of those years outdoors. His father's hands had locked into claws by 50. The fingers curved inward like a fist that could not complete itself, and Toby had always assumed this would come for him, too, because what came for your father came for you. But it was not only his hands. His knees caught, a hitch in the joint when he stood, that felt less like stiffness and more like something mechanical, a bolt seating and unseating. His neck would not turn fully to the left. His shoulders restricted the range of his arms. His hips resisted lateral movement. His jaw ached in the morning. And the water went down cold and mineral from the mason jar each morning, and Toby drank it as his due. The rightful portion of a man who had taken possession of the land, and the thought that the water might be anything other than water did not enter his mind, because the mind that conceives of poison is a mind that conceives of itself as vulnerable. And Toby Hensley had not conceived of himself as vulnerable since he was 12 years old, and had put his hands around the neck of the dog that bit him, and discovered that the distance between alive and dead was shorter than anyone had told him. He kept climbing the cross. He kept standing on the footrest and waiting, but the stepping down was harder now, and the drop jarring something in his ankles, and the walk across the gravel had acquired a stiff economy that frightened him because economy was visible. On a Thursday night in the second week of October, a car came up the hollow with one headlight out and pulled off at the bend, and a man got out and walked to the front and knelt to look at the dead lamp. Toby stepped down from the cross, and the stepping down sent a jolt through both knees that he absorbed, and he crossed the gravel in the way he had always crossed it, each boot placed in the silence between the man's movements, and he reached the man, and the man was still kneeling, and Toby's hands went to the man's throat and closed. They did not close. His fingers reached the skin, and the command to close went out from wherever commands originate and traveled down his arms and arrived at his hands, and his hands did not close. The fingers curled inward, but they curled slowly, the knuckles bending against a resistance that had not been there 2 weeks ago, and the man felt the touch and flinched and pulled sideways, and Toby's hands were still closing, still working toward the grip that had always been instantaneous. And the man scrambled backward on the gravel, and Toby forced the fingers shut and felt them arrive at a position that was not a grip, but an approximation of one. The way a drawing of a hand is an approximation, close enough to recognize but missing. The thing that makes it real, and the man was up and running and reached his car, and the door slammed and the engine caught, and the one working headlight swept across the orchard as the car reversed and went back down the hollow, and Toby stood in the road with his hands half closed at his sides, and the engine sound fading into the sound of the creek and the wind, and the silence of the valley rearranging itself around a new fact. His hands would not open fully. He stood in the road and tried to straighten his fingers, and they straightened partway and stopped, the tendons holding at a tension that felt less like muscle and more like the memory of muscle, an echo of the contraction still living in the fibers after the contraction itself had ended. He worked them one at a time, peeling each finger back from the partial curl, and they moved, but they moved, bending against their preference the way unseasoned timber bends, yielding but wanting to return. And when he had them as straight as they would go, he looked at them in the dim starlight, and they did not look like his hands. They looked like hands belonging to someone else, hung at an angle that was not his angle, thicker and wronger than what he remembered. He went back to the cross and climbed it, and stood on the footrest and did not sleep. The man was gone and had not seen his face and would not come back. But the fact of the escape was not what kept Toby awake. What kept him awake was the interval, the half-second between the command and the response. The gap where obedience had always lived, instantaneous and total, was now occupied by something else, a delay that felt like translation, as though the signal from his brain was being converted into a language his hands no longer spoke fluently. And the delay was the length of a man's life, because a man who cannot close his hands in the time it takes another man to flinch is a man who cannot kill. And a man who cannot kill is a man who has lost the only skill that separates him from the world's ordinary vulnerability. And the vulnerability was there now, enormous and new, pressing against him from every direction. In the morning, the stiffness was less. It was always less in the morning, sleep undoing whatever the day accumulated. And he drank the water from the jar on the porch and did not think about the water because thinking about it would have required him to admit that something in this valley was acting on him. And admitting that would have required him to admit that he was a thing that could be acted upon. And this admission was so foreign to the architecture of his self-regard that it could not be processed, only refused. And so he drank and refused and drank again, and the water did what it did. But the failed kill lived in him now the way Splinter lives in the meat of a thumb, present at every movement, felt with every flex. He did not go to the cross the next night, or the night after that. He sat in the shack in the dark. His lamp was dry, and he could not refill it. And he worked his hands open and closed, measuring the resistance. And each night, the resistance was slightly greater, and each morning it was slightly less. But the floor it returned to was rising, the baseline climbing upward. And he could track the climb in the difference between what his hands could do at dawn and what they could do by dark. He noticed other things. He noticed the old man carrying bundles into the barn, small things wrapped in cloth, cradled against his chest with both arms, brought from the farmhouse with the care a man gives glass or a newborn. The old man did this 3 times in one afternoon, and each time he came back empty-handed, and each time his face wore no expression, the features arranged into a stillness Toby recognized because he had cultivated the same stillness in himself. The face you wore when what you were doing required that nobody see you doing it. And there was something else about the old man that Toby noticed for the first time, now that he was watching more closely. The man's hands were steady, not the trembling, uncertain hands of a man navigating by memory, but hands that close on what they reach for without correction. The fingers finding the object on the first try, and the measured economy of his movement through the yard was not the economy of impairment, but something else. The economy of a man who has learned not to waste motion, because wasted motion is visible, and visibility is something to be avoided. And this was a principle Toby knew well because it was his own principle, and seeing it practiced by someone he had classified as furniture, produced in him a sensation he had not felt in years, which was the sensation of having miscounted something important. He noticed the well cap had been moved, not moved far, an inch at most, the edge no longer flush with the stone rim, the cap lifted and replaced by someone who had not matched the original position. He walked to the well and stood over it, and the cap was heavy, and a frail old man could not have lifted it alone. But there was the windlass, the iron drum, and the rusted chain, and the chain was no longer hanging slack from the drum, the way it had been when he first examined the well in August. The chain had been used. He could see it in the wear on the links nearest the drum, the rust abraded where metal had bitten against metal under tension, and the cap could have been lifted by threading the chain through the ring bolt and cranking the windlass, and the windlass would have provided the leverage that 2 elderly bodies could not. And the purpose of lifting the cap would have been to lower something into the well or to raise something out of it. And the bodies were 7 or 8 feet down in the dark, and anyone who cranked the windlass and lowered a hook would find them. The grass was worn to bare dirt in a line wider than one man's path, and there were marks in the dirt that were not his boot prints, marks flat and wide, the kind of marks heavyweight leaves when it is dragged, and the drag marks when in both directions, toward the well and away from it, and the ones going away were deeper. He noticed one morning, crossing the orchard to the porch, that the mason jar was already full. The water beaded fresh on the glass, and the old woman was standing inside the screen door watching him approach. And he saw her watching, and she saw him see her. And neither of them changed expression, and Toby picked up the jar and drank from it, standing 3 feet from her face, because he was Toby Hensley and she was furniture, and furniture does not poison the man who owns it. The water was cold and clean, and it carried in it the compound that was not the water, and the thing did its work. And Toby set the jar down and walked back to the shack, and his hands were stiff, and the stiffness lasted until noon. He needed kerosene. His lamp had gone dry, and the nights were long, and the dark in the shack was total. And without the lamp, the dark and the stiffness advancing together, the lamp's absence and the joint's refusal arriving on the same schedule. The couple had kerosene. He had seen the 5-gallon can on the shelf inside the barn door. He would go at night when the couple was asleep and fill a jar and be back before anyone knew. The couple would not notice because people who kept 5-gallon cans did not measure to the pint. He waited for a night when the barn was dark. Came on a Thursday. He checked the barn 3 times between midnight and 2, and the gaps in the siding showed only darkness, and the farmhouse was dark, and the valley was silent. He crossed the orchard on the path, and the walk that had taken 8 minutes in September took 14 now, each step a negotiation between his will and whatever was happening in his joints. He came to the barn and lifted the latch, and the door swung open on hinges that made no sound, and the silence of the hinges was the first thing that did not fit, because hinges on a barn this old should have screamed, and these did not. And the absence of sound meant they had been maintained, oiled, kept, and maintenance implied use, and use implied frequency. The barn was dark, and the smell hit him like a hand across the face. Not the diluted version the wind carried, but the source, concentrated, the dry sweetness, and the chemical sharpness, and beneath them, the smell he knew better than any other because it was the smell of his work. He breathed through his mouth and let his eyes adjust. The barn assembled itself. The plow blade, the fence posts, the harness on its nail, the floor open and empty. And at the far end, the padlocked door, which was not padlocked. It was open, and there was light beyond it. Not kerosene light, but something cooler, steadier, and the light fell through the open door onto the barn floor in a narrow stripe. And Toby found the kerosene can on its shelf, and it was dry, empty, another thing that did not fit. And his heart was hitching the way his knees hitched, and he set the can down and walked toward the light. He walked the length of the barn. The stiffness gave his movement a formality, each step placed with the deliberateness of a man in a procession. And the light grew, and the smell grew with it. He reached the door and looked through it. The room ran the full width of the barn. From the rafters shapes hung, and the lantern light caught the lines that held them, and the lines gleamed like wet spider silk, and the shapes turned slowly in whatever draft came through the walls. His mind said laundry, and held the word for the time it took his eyes to find the faces. And the faces had been pulled tight against the bone by drying, and the lips were drawn back, and the sockets had collapsed, and they were not laundry. They were bodies. They had been bodies, and they had been dressed in burlap, sewn with small, even stitching in heavy thread, the same rough fabric as his own scarecrow suit. And the cords ran from the wrists and elbows and jaws and crowns of the heads up through iron pulleys on the rafters and down to a wooden frame at the far end where the old man and the old woman sat in rocking chairs working the levers. And Toby saw all of it at once because the mind that has spent 20 years looking at dead men does not need to be taught what dead men look like. It sees them whole and what it cannot absorb. Whole is not the dead, but the motion. The arms rising and the heads tilting and the jaws opening in unison, and the body swaying forward from the waist in what was a bow, a slow, synchronized bow of reverence, and the levers reversing, and the bodies straightening and bowing again, and the old woman whispering to them in a voice below the threshold of words, the tone of a woman speaking to people she loved, people who had finally come home, 7 of them. He saw the salesman among them, the narrow shoulders, the long arms, the way the head sat tilted on the neck. And the salesman had been in the well 5 days ago, and now he was here, cleaned and dried and rigged and bowing with the rest. And the well was not a repository. The well was a collection point, the near end of a transaction he had never agreed to. The windlass, the abraded chain, the drag marks on the path. The couple had been cranking the bodies up from the dry shaft and carrying or dragging them to the barn and turning them into congregants, into a church of the dead that assembles itself from Toby's work, the way a nest assembles itself from what the bird brings. And the bird does not understand that it is building something. It only understands the carrying, and Toby had understood only the carrying. The spring box, the water, the cold, clean water he had been drinking every morning because he was Toby Hensley, and the valley was his, and the couple was nothing, and their water was his, and a man does not question what belongs to him. The jar had been there before the first body went into the well, but the water had changed after it. The couple filling the jar fresh each morning with something dissolved into the spring water that hid inside its mineral taste, the way a copperhead hides in dead leaves. And the dosing had begun when the first body appeared, because the first body was what told the couple that the valley's new resident was useful, and that useful things should be maintained and maintained. Things should be prepared, and the preparation was the water, and the water was preparing him the way you prepare a field, slowly, thoroughly, working the resistance out of the soil until the soil will accept whatever you plant in it. He stepped back from the door, 3 steps before the old woman stopped whispering. The silence was worse than the whisper. The levers stopped. The bodies stopped mid-bow. The old woman's head turned, and she was looking at the open door, not at Toby, but at the door, and her expression was the expression of someone who has heard something they expected to hear, and the waiting is over. He did not wait. He turned and walked fast through the barn and out the door and into the orchard. The night air hit him, and he was moving through the apple trees with his legs doing what they could still do, which was less than an hour ago, less than that morning. The stiffness no longer a condition, but a direction, a vector moving inward from every surface of his body, and the center was failing. His knees locked and released and locked again in cycles that shortened with each step, and his hips resisted the lateral shift of walking, and his spine refusing the curve that speed required. And the apple trees stood around him in the dark, like witnesses to something they had seen before. He stumbled. An apple turned beneath his boot, and his ankle caught, and his knee locked, and he went down on one hand, and the hand did not have the flexibility to absorb the impact, and the wrist folded, and he lay in the wet grass among the fallen apples. And the getting up took a very long time because his body had crossed some threshold while he was in the barn, the dosage reaching some critical accumulation in his tissues. And the muscles that had been resisting his commands were now refusing them outright, and then relenting, and then refusing again, a stutter in the chain of obedience that made every movement provisional. He was on his feet. The farmhouse was dark behind him. The barn was dark. But the darkness did not mean the couple was inside it. The darkness meant only that the lanterns were out, and the old woman had heard him, and the old man would be with her, and they would be moving through the orchard on the same path because it was the only path, and they knew it better than he did. The cross. The cross was where he had always gone when the world became dangerous, the place where Toby Hensley disappeared and the Scarecrow took his place, where no one could find him because there was no one to find. If he could reach the cross and get onto the footrest and go still, then whatever was happening would happen to a scarecrow, and scarecrows do not need to move. He came out of the trees onto the road, and the cross was there against the sky. He crossed the gravel with his legs stiff but functional, locked but mobile, and he reached the cross and put his hands on the wood and pulled himself up. Every joint resisted and then yielded a half-beat late, and his fingers found the crossbeam and curled around it and held, and he got his boots on the footrest and leaned back and spread his arms along the wood and let his chin drop. He felt the mechanism engage. A bar beneath the footrest shifted. A bar or a rod seated by his weight into a position it had never found before, and it had never found it before because it had not been set to find it. And the reason it was set now was that someone had come to the cross while Toby was in the barn and had done whatever was needed to arm the trigger, pulling the pins that held the hickory collars in their channels, setting the rod that connected the footrest to the release. And the someone who had done this was the same someone who had built the levers and the pulleys and dressed the dead and filled the mason jar each morning with the spring water, and the thing that was not spring water. And their patience was not the patience of a predator, but the patience of a farmer who has watched the sky all season and knows the day has come to bring the harvest in. The wooden collars closed on his wrists. They came up out of the crossbeam, the curved hickory pieces he had noticed on his first day, and dismissed as structural bracing, and they swung on the iron pins and met their other halves, fixed to the top of the beam, and the fit was seamless, and the sound they made was a click, small and precise, and the wood was snug against the bones of his wrists, and the bones would not compress. A third collar rose behind the junction of beam and upright, two curved pieces of oak that met at his throat and at the back of his neck, and joined with the same pins and the same click, and his head was held against the wood and could not turn. He understood what the cross was, not a scarecrow's frame and not a hunter's blind, but the barn's front gate, the intake, the place where the newest member of the congregation waited while the preparations were made. The channels in the crossbeam were original. The iron pins were original. The footrest was original. The cross had been designed as a single mechanism, every part integrated, and everything Toby had believed about his position in this valley, that he was the predator, the one who chose, had been as wrong as the grease-pencil face on the feed sack, a crude approximation bearing no resemblance to the thing it was meant to represent. The orchard was quiet. The road was empty. He tried to speak and his jaw moved, but the sound was compressed and airless, forced through muscles the water had been working on for weeks, and the sound carried nothing. Two figures came out of the orchard. They moved slowly along the path, the old man with a coil of rope over one shoulder, and the old woman carrying something folded in her arms. They walked toward the road and toward the cross with the unhurried pace of people who have done this before and will do it again, and their faces were calm and utterly occupied, the faces of people performing the work they were born to perform. The old man moved with the same deliberateness Toby had seen in the yard, the measured steps, not the caution of impairment, but the economy of a man who has carried ropes to this cross enough times that the walk has become as automatic as breathing. And the old woman beside him moved with the same economy, her back straight and her stride sure, and her arms holding the folded burlap with the competence of a woman who has dressed many bodies and will dress many more. The old woman reached the cross first. She stood below him and looked up, and her eyes were clear and dark and unhurried, and she studied him the way a seamstress studies cloth, and then she reached up and touched the backs of his fingers where they lay inside the collar. Her touch was warm and dry and almost gentle, And the gentleness was worse than cruelty, because cruelty at least acknowledges the thing it hurts, and this gentleness did not. It was directed at what he would become and not at what he was. And the difference between those two things was the distance between a man and a shape in a barn. And the distance was closing, and there was nothing in him that could hold it open. She unfolded the burlap. It had been cut into a garment. The seams were started, the stitching small and even, done with the same heavy thread as the garments on the bodies in the barn. It had been cut to his measurements, and it had been waiting the way the collars had been waiting, and the water had been waiting, and the whole of his time in the valley had been a season, a growing season, and he was the crop, and the season was over, and the harvest was here. The old man worked with the rope. His hands moved with the ease of a man who has tied these knots hundreds of times, looping and cinching. And the couple worked in the silence of people who have nothing left to say because the work has always spoken for itself. They stepped back. They stood at the edge of the road, and the old woman put her hand on the old man's arm, and he covered it with his own, and they stood for a moment, two people looking at what they had made, and then they turned and walked back into the orchard, and the sound of their footsteps faded into the sound of the creek and the wind, and the last apples falling in the dark. Toby hung on the cross. The collars held his wrists and his neck, and the footrest held his boots, and whatever the water had become inside him held the rest. He could feel it finishing. The leading edge of it moved through the last soft places, the muscles of his face going taut against the bone, the skin drawing tight, the tendons standing out in his neck. His eyes were open because the muscles that closed them no longer answered to him, and his eyes looked down at the road, and the road was empty, and the sky was changing in the east, the black going to gray. 2 points of light appeared on the road below. Headlights coming up out of the hollow in the slow way headlights move on a mountain road, the beams swinging across the trees at each switchback. The car was coming toward the bend where the cross stood, and the driver would see a scarecrow on the cross and would stop or not stop, and it did not matter which, because the orchard would provide what the barn required the way it always had. And in the trees behind the cross, something moved toward the road with the patience of a thing that has never once had to hurry, and Toby watched it come. She was telling a story about a painter when the bus passed the last lit window between Tonopah and the playa. And after that, the dark came down like a lid on a box and stayed there. Harlan kept his hands at 10 and 2. The headlights cut a wedge of road ahead. 2 lanes, no shoulder. The center line feeding toward him in yellow dashes, as regular as a pulse. And beyond the wedge, nothing. No moon. No stars that he could find through the windshield. The Mojave at night was not merely dark. It was a dark that had weight, that pressed against the glass like water against the hull of a ship. And sometimes, when the route was long enough and the passengers were quiet enough, Harlan could almost hear the desert leaning on the bus with a kind of patience that had nothing to do with time. The perfume reached him in slow waves, coming and going with the air from the heating vent. Desert rose, heavy sweet. The kind that came in a glass bottle shaped like a woman's hip. The kind that department stores kept behind the counter and sold to men who loved women, who wore sequined dresses and sang in lounges where the carpet was the color of dried blood and the spotlight turned everything to gold. Harlan could not remember when the smell had first appeared. It seemed to him that it had always been there, part of the bus, the way the diesel vibration was part of the bus, the way the green glow of the instrument panel was part of it, a fact of the machine, steady and permanent. Something you stopped noticing until a night came when you noticed it again. Dolly sat 4 rows back, aisle seat, left side. He could see her in the overhead mirror, a stripe of sequined silver catching the green, shifting when she gestured, her hands moving through the air with the slow, shaping gestures of a lounge singer, shaping the empty space into the story she was telling. Her face was difficult in the mirror. The light hit the sequins, and the sequins threw it back in tiny fragments, so that she seemed to be sitting behind a screen of slow-motion sparks. What he could see of her was this: dark hair pinned up with a clip that caught the green, a jawline that had once been sharp and was now soft in the way that expensive things go soft with handling, and lips that moved continuously, shaping words he could hear, but only just, the way you hear a radio in another room. The melody clear, the words half gone. She was telling the story to the boy. The boy had boarded at the stop before the playa. Though boarded was generous, because the stop had been nothing but a concrete pad and a metal pole, with a sign so faded you could not read the route number, and the boy had been standing there in the dark as though he had been planted, arms at his sides, a duffel bag between his feet. He was young in the way that meant he had not yet learned that his body would eventually become a problem. Tall, thin, wearing a canvas jacket over a white t-shirt, hair too long, jaw working on something. Gum, or his own thoughts. He had climbed the steps without looking at Harlan, had walked past the first 3 rows as if they did not meet some private standard, and had sat in the 5th row across the aisle from Dolly, and had not spoken. Dolly had spoken for him. She had simply turned to him, the sequins catching the light, and said a few words Harlan could not quite catch, and whatever it was had pulled the boy's head around the way a hand on a dog's collar pulls a dog's head around. Not violently, but with an authority that did not require explanation. Now she was 4 paragraphs into the painter. Harlan drove. The road unspooled. He should have been watching the mirrors for headlights, checking the fuel gauge, noting the milepost markers so he could radio dispatch if the engine seized. But the road had been empty for what felt like an hour. The gauge had not moved since Tonopah, and the mileposts, if they were out there, were swallowed by the dark before his headlights could find them. So he listened instead. 11 years on this route, and most passengers were the same passenger. The tired gambler heading home lighter than when they boarded, the couple who had run out of things to say to each other somewhere around Goldfield, the man in the back row who slept with his mouth open and woke startled at every stop, already embarrassed. Harlan had learned to sort them by what they did with their hands. The winners held them still. The losers couldn't stop moving them, and the ones who were neither sat on their hands like the decision was still being made somewhere they couldn't reach. He had never mentioned this to anyone. Some things shrink when you share them. Dolly's voice was low and clear, the kind of voice that carried not because it was loud, but because it was aimed, a lounge voice, a voice built for rooms where people were drinking and talking and not necessarily listening. A voice that had to reach across noise and smoke and the clink of ice and glasses to find the one person in the back booth who was paying attention. It carried through diesel vibration the same way it must have carried through the bar noise. It went through the obstacle rather than over it, and came out the other side cleaned of everything but the story. The bus rolled on. The dark pressed. The perfume came and went. And somewhere behind Harlan, in the green glow of the overhead mirror, the boy leaned forward in his seat. And Dolly's hands shaped the scene out of the air, and the painter began to climb his ladder in the Nevada sun. The heating vent pushed warm air past Harlan's ankles. The green glow was steady, the road was a line, and the line went on. Something was wrong with the road. Not wrong in any way he could have named or pointed to. The pavement was smooth. The center dashes were regular. The headlights found the surface, and the surface was there, unremarkable. but the road was too straight. Harlan had driven Route 95 for 11 years. He knew it the way a man knows the shape of his wife's hip in the dark. Without looking, without thinking, the knowledge in his hands and his back and the shifting of his weight on the seat. Route 95 curved. It bent around dry lake beds and wandered toward mountain passes. And sometimes it climbed, and sometimes it dropped, and none of that was happening. The road ahead was a ruled line, and it had been a ruled line since Tonopah. And when Harlan tried to remember the last curve he had taken, his memory gave him nothing but the line, running forward into the dark, and the dashes coming at him, and Dolly's voice, and the perfume, and the road, and the dashes, and the line. He adjusted his grip on the wheel. The vinyl was warm under his palms. The bus hummed. Dolly was 4 rows back, telling the boy about a painter and a billboard in the Nevada Sun. Dolly told it like this. There was a man, not young, not old, just that middle distance where the body still does what you ask it, but the asking takes longer. Who painted billboards for the highway companies up and down the 93 between Ely and Pioche? This was the early 50s, she said, when the billboards still belonged to the desert the way the Joshua trees belonged to it. A thing the land permitted but did not want, something the wind would eventually take back. The painter traveled with his colors in a wooden box and his brushes in a canvas roll, and his ladders strapped to the roof of a Ford truck that had been green once and was now the color of everything else out there, which was no color at all but only sun and dust and the pale yellow of a thing that had given up. He was hired that spring to paint a woman. Not a real woman. A cigarette advertisement. A figure of a woman in a red dress holding a cigarette between 2 fingers. Her lips parted, her eyes aimed at the highway as if the highway were a man she had been waiting for. The billboard stood alone at mile marker 41, a wood and steel frame bolted to a concrete footer on a gravel rise overlooking 4 miles of straight desert road in both directions. The nearest building was a filling station 9 miles south. The nearest town was Caliente, 22 miles north. The billboard had been blank for a year and a half, and the blankness had a presence of its own out there. A great white rectangle against the brown and the blue, the color of old cream, catching light all day, visible from the highway as a shimmer that you first mistook for a building, and then for a lake, and then for what it was, which was nothing pretending to be something, which is what the desert did best. The painter set up his camp at the base of the billboard. He laid out the company's reference illustration on the tailgate of the Ford, a glossy photograph of a woman whose beauty was of the type that existed only in photographs and on billboards, the kind of face assembled from the best features of 7 different women, and given a smile that none of them had ever actually worn. He studied it for an afternoon. Then he climbed his ladder and began. He painted her in sections, the way a printer lays down color. The background first, then the broad shapes, then the details that made the shapes into a woman. Her dress came first, a red that looked like it had been poured rather than painted, so smooth the surface seemed wet even from the ground. Then the arm, the hand, the cigarette between the fingers, the thin curl of smoke rising into the painted sky behind her, then the face, the lips, the cheekbone, the fall of dark hair across one eye. And last, always last, because he was superstitious in the way that painters are superstitious, believing in the small rituals that keep the work honest, the eyes. He painted the eyes on the 9th day. Dolly paused here. Harlan could feel the pause the way you feel a held breath in a theater, the air thickening, the bus quieter, even the diesel seeming to wait. In the overhead mirror, the boy was motionless. The painter told people later, the filling station owner, the postman, a waitress in Caliente, that he knew something was wrong before the paint dried. The eyes were good. They were better than the reference illustration. They had what the photograph lacked, a kind of attention, as if the billboard woman were not merely facing the highway, but watching it. Watching with the fixed, patient gaze of a woman in a window above a street, counting the cars, learning the patterns, noting which ones slowed and which ones passed and which ones, late at night, pulled to the shoulder and sat there with their headlights on, looking up. He drove back to the filling station that evening. He drank a beer on the concrete apron and watched the sun go down behind the mountains and did not think about the eyes, or told himself he was not thinking about them, which is the same as thinking about them with the lights off. He went back the next morning to finish the lettering across the bottom of the billboard, the brand name, the slogan, the Surgeon General's warning in letters so small you would have to stand on the roof of your car to read them. And when he pulled up to the site and looked up at the board, the woman's head had moved. Not much. A quarter inch, maybe less. Enough that her gaze, which the day before had been aimed at the highway, at a point roughly 100 yards south, was now aimed at a point roughly 80 yards south. The movement was the kind of thing you could explain away if you wanted to. Paint dries, wood flexes in the heat. A man's memory of where he painted something is never as precise as the painting itself. And the painter wanted to explain it away, so he did. And he finished the lettering, and he drove back to the filling station, and he drank his beer, and he did not think about it. But the next morning, the head had moved again, another fraction of an inch. And the arm holding the cigarette, had bent at the elbow, the way an arm bends when a woman shifts her weight from one hip to the other. The cigarette smoke, which he had painted as a vertical curl, now drifted left, toward the mountain pass, as though a wind had come through the painting that had not come through the desert. He measured it. He brought a level and measuring tape, and he stood on his ladder and put the level against the painted woman's shoulder line, and the line was not where he had put it. It was lower on the left side by 1/8 of an inch. The head was turned another degree south. The eyes, and this was the part that made him come down the ladder faster than he should have, so that he missed the third rung and landed hard on the gravel, and sat there for a while, looking at the sky. The eyes had changed their focus. They were no longer watching the middle distance. They were watching the ground directly below the billboard, watching him. The bus swayed gently, a seam in the road, or something that felt like a seam. Harlan's hands adjusted on the wheel without his telling them to, and the green glow held steady, and Dolly's voice continued. And the boy sat in his seat like a man watching something through glass that he could not touch. Harlan noticed, and the noticing came with a small, cold weight he could not explain, that the billboard in Dolly's story was the color of old cream, that the road the painter drove was straight for 4 miles in both directions, that the filling station 9 miles south was the same distance as the real filling station south of Tonopah, the one Harlan passed every night at the start of his route, the one with the concrete apron where a man could sit and watch the sun go down. He let the noticing pass, the way you let a strange noise pass when you are driving at night, and the alternative to letting it pass is pulling over and looking under the bus in the dark. Dolly told the boy that the painter did not come back for 3 days. He stayed at the filling station and drank more beer than was good for a man in the desert, and told the station owner that the job was finished and he was waiting for the check, which was true in the way that a locked door is true. It keeps things out, but it also keeps things in, and what was locked inside the painter was the knowledge that the painting was not finished, that the painting was doing something he had not asked it to do, and that every day he stayed away was a day the painting had to itself. He went back on the 4th day. He went back because the filling station owner had driven past the billboard the night before and had come into the station at dawn with a face like a man who has seen a car fire. Not afraid exactly, but aware suddenly and permanently that the ordinary world contained things that burned. The painter asked what he had seen. The station owner said the woman on the billboard had turned around. Not her head this time, her whole body. She was facing the other direction now, looking north, her back to the highway, the cigarette transferred to her other hand. The red dress shifted on her frame as if she had been standing there a long time and wanted to sit down. And the expression, the station owner had driven past at 40 miles an hour and had only seen the face for a few seconds, but the expression was not the expression of a woman on a cigarette advertisement. It was the expression of a woman looking for someone she had not seen in a long time and was beginning to believe she might not see again. The painter drove to the billboard at dusk. Dolly's voice dropped, not in volume but in register, lowering as this story found its bridge, and Harlan could feel the green air in the bus grow heavier with it, the diesel and the perfume and the warmth from the vent, all gathering into a single density that pressed against his eardrums like altitude. The painter found the billboard blank, not vandalized, not painted over, blank the way it had been blank before he started, the great white rectangle catching the last of the dusk. The wood grain showing through where the primer had thinned, the corners dark with the shadows of bolts and brackets. Every stroke of color was gone. The red dress, the dark hair, the cigarette, the smoke, the eyes. All of it lifted from the surface as cleanly as a sticker peeled from glass, leaving behind only the white, and in the white, barely visible, a silhouette, not painted, unpainted. A woman-shaped absence where the primer was slightly thinner than the primer around it, as if the painting had not been removed but had stepped out, leaving its outline the way a body leaves an outline in new snow. And the outline, Dolly said this the way you say something that is true and terrible and that you have known for a long time. The outline was not the shape of a woman standing. It was the shape of a woman sitting in a chair, knees together, hands in her lap, head tilted slightly to the left, as if she were listening to someone she could not see. Harlan's hands tightened on the wheel. He did not know why. The image was just an image, a shape on a billboard. But the shape was familiar in the way that a dream is familiar. Not because you have seen it before, but because your body has, in some room, it remembers, and you do not. The painter stood at the base of the billboard for a long time. The sun went down. The desert went dark the way this desert went dark, like a lid on a box, and the white rectangle above him glowed faintly with the last of the light, and the silhouette glowed inside the glow. And then that too was gone, and there was only the dark and the gravel, and the smell of sage and creosote, and the dry electric smell that comes before rain in a place where it never rains. He heard footsteps in the sagebrush, not animal footsteps, not the scurry of a jackrabbit or the careful placement of a coyote. These were the footsteps of a woman in shoes that did not belong in the desert. Something with a heel, something that clicked against the hardpan with the sound of a finger tapping glass. The sound came from the north, from the direction the billboard woman had been facing, and it was getting closer, and the painter did not move, and the footsteps grew louder, and the sagebrush parted. He heard it part, heard the dry branches scrape against fabric. And the woman stepped out of the brush 10 feet from where he stood and faced the highway and raised her hand. Not waving, flagging. The way you flag a car on a dark road when your own car is broken down and you need someone to stop. She wore a red dress. She held a cigarette between 2 fingers of her raised hand. She did not look at the painter. She looked at the road and the smell that came off her. The painter told people this later, told the filling station owner, who did not believe him but did not forget it either. The smell was not paint and not perfume and not the desert. It was desert rose, heavy, sweet, the kind that came in a glass bottle shaped like a woman's hip. Harlan's foot eased off the gas. He did not decide to do it. The foot moved the way it had moved at the second passenger's stop, on its own, answering a signal his mind had not sent. The bus slowed by 2 miles an hour, maybe 3, and the deceleration was so slight it was almost nothing, but it was not nothing, because the foot knew something, and the foot was afraid of what it knew. And Harlan pulled it back to the gas, and the bus resumed its speed, and in the overhead mirror the boy was looking at him, not at Dolly, at him, with an expression that Harlan could not read and did not want to. Dolly finished the story. The painter never saw the woman again. The billboard stayed blank. The filling station owner sold the business and moved to Reno. The painter took a job in Carson City, painting signs for grocery stores, small signs, signs that stayed where you put them, and he did not drive past mile marker 41 again, and the billboard rotted in the sun, and the wind took it back the way the wind takes everything back. And the last piece of it fell in a winter storm in 1959, and nobody was there to see it fall except the desert, and the desert did not care. Dolly stopped. The bus rolled, the green glow held. The boy sat in his seat and did not speak. Harlan waited for the rest of the story. Dolly did not give it. After a while, the boy said something. Harlan could see his lips move in the mirror. And Dolly answered, brief and warm and shaped like the end of a conversation. And the boy sat back and turned his face to the window and looked out at the dark, and the dark looked back. Harlan drove. The road ran straight. The dashes came at him. He realized he had not seen a milepost since Tonopah, and the realization sat in his stomach like a swallowed stone. And then the heating vent pushed another wave of desert rose perfume past his ankles, and the stone dissolved, and he drove, and the road went on. The second stop came out of the dark the way the first one had. Not gradually, not approached, but suddenly there. The distance between here and there simply gone. No one was there. He was certain of it, and then he was not certain of it, because the door opened. Had he opened it? His hand was on the lever, but he could not remember pulling, and footsteps came up the metal stairs, heavy, deliberate. The footsteps of a man carrying something he did not want to drop, and then the footsteps went past him toward the back of the bus, and he saw, briefly, in the green glow, a coat too heavy for the season, and a metal lockbox clutch against a chest. And then the figure was past him and sitting, and the door closed, and the bus was rolling again, and Harlan could not have said how any of it had happened. He looked in the overhead mirror. The man was in the second-to-last row, exactly where Harlan had known he would be, though he could not have said how he knew this either. The lockbox was on the man's knees. His hands were on the lockbox. His eyes were on the back of the seat in front of him, and they did not move. Dolly had already turned. She turned the way she did everything, smoothly, as if the motion had been rehearsed 1,000 times, and the rehearsal had worn away everything unnecessary, leaving only the essential gesture. The rotation of the shoulders, the tilt of the head, the sequence catching the green and throwing it back in a scatter of light that made her seem, for an instant, like something seen through shallow water. She was facing the man with the lockbox now, and her hands were in her lap. And she was wearing the smile women keep for frightened men, not to reassure him, but to let him know that she has seen the fear and considers it reasonable. She told him a story. Harlan heard it the way he had heard the first one, through the diesel and the vent hum and the distance of 4 rows, the words arriving clear enough to follow, but soft enough that he had to listen, which meant he had to stop thinking about the road, which meant the road ran itself for a while, the way roads do when you have driven them long enough, that the driving is something your hands and your feet do without consulting the rest of you. There was a prospector, Dolly said. This was older, Depression years, maybe earlier, the kind of years that had edges and the edges cut. The prospector had a claim in the mountains east of Goldfield, up in the Pinyon and the Hard Rock, and the claim had given him enough gold to fill 3 coffee cans, and not enough to fill a 4th. And the 3 coffee cans were buried in the cellar of the shack he lived in at the foot of the claim, and the cellar was locked with a padlock, and the padlock key was on a cord around his neck, and the cord had worn a groove in the skin above his collarbone that looked like a second mouth, always open, always dry. He was the kind of man the desert makes when it has enough time and enough emptiness to work with. His face was the color and texture of a boot that had been left outside for a year. His hands were the size of catcher's mitts and twice as hard. He talked to himself, not in the way of madness, but in the way of a man who has been alone so long that the sound of his own voice has become a kind of furniture, something to put in the empty rooms so they don't echo. One autumn, he drove to the abandoned diner. Dolly described the diner the way a woman describes a dress she once owned and wishes she had kept, with precision and a kind of tender inventory. Aluminum siding gone the color of old cream, a counter with 12 stools, all of them bolted to the floor, all of them listing slightly left, as if the building had settled that way and the stools had settled with it. A plate glass window with a crack running from the upper right corner to the lower left, like a line on a map showing the shortest distance between 2 points that nobody wanted to go to, a floor the color of institution, gray-green linoleum, the kind they put in hospitals and bus stations and any place where people sit and wait for something that is never going to arrive. Harlan's hands shifted on the wheel. The linoleum. He knew linoleum like that. He could not say where or when, but the knowledge was in his palms and his feet and the base of his spine. Linoleum under shoes that had not moved from one spot in a long time. Linoleum with the particular cold of a floor in a room with no sun. He let this pass too. The road went on. And in the corner of the diner, between the cigarette machine and the wall, a jukebox. Not a modern jukebox. An old one, the kind with the curved glass top and the chromium trim, and the carousel of 45s visible through the glass, turning slowly under a light that was not on because the jukebox was not plugged in. Its cord lay on the linoleum like a dead snake, flat, black, the prongs of the plug dull with dust. There was no outlet within 6 feet of where the machine stood. The diner had been closed for 3 years. The electricity had been shut off 18 months before that. The jukebox was playing. Not loudly. Far from the full-throated blast of a song chosen and paid for. It was the sound a jukebox makes between selections. The mechanical hum of the carousel turning, the click of a record being lifted from its slot, the whisper of the needle finding the groove, and then a song, soft, distant, as if it were being played in another room and the sound was leaking through the walls. The prospector stood in the doorway and listened. The song was one he did not recognize. It was slow and sad, and it had a woman's voice in it, and the voice sang about a road that went on and never arrived, and the prospector thought it was the most beautiful thing he had heard in 3 years, which was the last time he had heard any music at all. He went back the next day. The jukebox was playing a different song. He went back the day after that. A different song again. He began going every afternoon, the way a man goes to church, not because he believes exactly, but because the ritual fills a space in the day that would otherwise fill with something worse. He brought a camp chair and sat in front of the jukebox and listened. And the jukebox played for him, and the songs were always sad and always beautiful, and he never recognized any of them. And this not recognizing was part of the beauty, because a song you have never heard is a song that has not yet been used up by the world. Dolly paused. The bus swayed. In the overhead mirror, the man with the lockbox had not moved, but his eyes had shifted from the seat back to Dolly's face, and the fear in them had been joined by something else, a kind of hunger that Harlan recognized from his own mirror on mornings when the route ahead was long and the night behind was longer, the hunger of a man who needs a story the way a drowning man needs a log. On the fourth week, Dolly continued, the jukebox played a song the prospector recognized. Not from the radio, not from a bar or a dance hall, or any of the places where songs live in the ordinary world. He recognized it because the song was about him, not about a man like him, about him specifically by name, which is a thing that songs do not do, and a thing that a reasonable man would refuse to believe, except that the jukebox sang his name in the woman's voice, and the name was correct, and the song described his shack and his cellar and his 3 coffee cans and the groove in his collarbone where the key cord wore, and the prospector sat in his camp chair with his hands on his knees and listened to a machine that was not plugged in sing the details of his life to a room where no one could hear it. The next song was worse. It was about a man driving to the filling station in Goldfield. The man was driving fast because something was behind him, and the song did not say what was behind him. But the speed of the music said it was close, and the key the song was in said it was gaining, and the final verse described the man's truck leaving the road on a curve 2 miles south of the station and rolling 3 times in the creosote and coming to rest on its roof in a dry wash with the headlights still on and the radio still playing. And the prospector thought this was an ugly song and did not like it. And 3 days later, the filling station owner in Goldfield mentioned that a man had died on the highway 2 miles south of town, and his truck had rolled 3 times, and the headlights had still been on when they found him. The prospector went back to the diner. The jukebox played a song about a woman in Tonopah who would fall asleep at her kitchen table on a Tuesday evening and not wake up. The prospector drove to Tonopah. He did not know what he intended to do, warn her perhaps, or simply confirm that she existed, that the jukebox was not manufacturing people to kill. And he found her house, and her kitchen light was on, and he sat in his truck outside and watched the light and did not knock on her door, because what would he have said and what would she have believed? And how do you tell a woman that a machine you found in a dead diner has scheduled her death and you came to watch? On Tuesday, the light was on at 7 and off at 8, and on Wednesday, the obituary was in the Tonopah paper, and the cause was cardiac arrest, and the time was 9:15 on a Tuesday, and the prospector sat in his truck with the paper on his knee and the key cord pressing against the groove in his collarbone, and thought about the jukebox the way a man thinks about a loaded gun he has found in a drawer. With a fascination that is only the polite name for terror, he went back. Of course he went back. He went back because the songs were the only true thing in the desert. Truer than the gold in his cans, truer than the shack, truer than the face he saw in the mirror above his basin. And truth is a kind of gravity, and you fall toward it whether you want to or not. The jukebox had changed. The carousel was turning faster. The records were dropping into place with a sharpness that sounded like fingers snapping. The woman's voice was louder now, and the songs were closer to home. Not about men on highways and women in Tonopah, but about people the prospector had known, people who had sat at this very counter in the years before the diner closed, people whose names he spoke to himself in the evenings, because speaking their names kept them alive in the only room that mattered, which was the room inside his head. One by one, the jukebox sang them away. A herder outside Battle Mountain, a teacher in Austin, a bartender in Eureka whose hands shook, and who poured a drink like a man diffusing a bomb. carefully, with great attention, as if the distance between the bottle and the glass were the distance between life and its opposite. The jukebox sang their going with the same sad beauty it had brought to the first songs, and the prospector listened, and the people died, and the prospector could not stop coming back, because the songs were beautiful, and the beautiful is always the most dangerous thing in any room. Then the carousel stopped, not gradually, not the slow winding down of a mechanism running out of power. It stopped the way a heart stops, mid-beat, absolute. The prospector sat in his camp chair and stared at the curved glass and the chromium trim and the still carousel, and he waited, and the diner was quiet, and the crack in the plate glass window let in a thin whistle of wind that sounded like a woman breathing between verses. A record dropped. It fell from the carousel into the play position with a sound like a door closing, and the needle swung across the vinyl with a sound like a fingernail on silk. And the song that came out was not sung. It was played solo piano, slow, in a key that lived at the bottom of the keyboard, where the notes were felt in the chest rather than heard in the ear, and the prospector recognized it on the first bar because the song was his, not about him, his favorite song, the song he had played on the upright piano in his mother's parlor when he was 12 years old and the world was a place where songs could still be learned and pianos could still be played and a boy's hands on the keys were the most natural thing in the world. The song he had not heard in 40 years. The song he had believed he had forgotten. The jukebox played it perfectly. Every note, every pause, every place where the tempo shifted, because the boy's hands had been too small to reach the chord and had to stretch. And the stretching slowed the music by a half-breath that was not in the sheet music, but was in the playing. Because music is not what is written, but what is played, and what is played carries the body of the player inside it, like a fossil carries the shape of the bone. The prospector stood up. He crossed the diner floor. And here Dolly said something that made Harlan's hands go still on the wheel, so still that the bus drifted right by a foot before his arms corrected. She said the prospector's shoes made a sound on the linoleum that was the sound of shoes that have not moved from a spot in a very long time. A small tearing, a peel, the adhesion of sole to surface breaking like a seal. She said the sound surprised the prospector because he had not known he had been sitting that long. Harlan drove. The road went on. His palms were damp. The prospector put his hands on the curved glass of the jukebox and looked inside, through the glass, past the carousel and the chromium and the records, into the dark interior of the machine, and the dark looked back at him. And from somewhere inside the dark, not from the speakers, not from the needle, but from the walls of the machine itself, from the wood and the wire and the glass, he heard breathing. Not the jukebox's breathing. There was no such thing as a jukebox's breathing. This was a man's breathing. Fast, shallow, the breathing of a man who is afraid and cannot control the fear, the way you cannot control a cough or a shiver or the beating of your own heart. The breathing matched his breathing, breath for breath, inhale for inhale, as if the machine had learned him the way it had learned the piano. Not the song, but the playing of it. Not the breaths, but the breathing of it. The body inside the sound. He tried to smash the machine. He picked up the camp chair and swung it at the curved glass, and the glass did not break. He swung again, and the metal legs of the chair bounced off the chromium trim, and the jukebox did not move, and the breathing inside it did not stop, and the piano kept playing his song, his childhood song, the notes going on and on in the slow, sad key at the bottom of the keyboard, and the prospector dropped the chair and backed away, and the breathing followed him. Not from the jukebox anymore, but from the walls of the diner, from the aluminum siding the color of old cream, from the cracked plate glass window, from the linoleum floor and the counter and the 12 listing stools bolted to the floor, as if the building itself had learned to breathe, and the breath it had learned was his. He ran. He ran to his truck and drove to his shack, and went into his cellar and sat on the dirt floor beside his 3 coffee cans and held the key cord in his fist and listened to the silence, and the silence was not silent. Inside it, behind it, so faint he could have told himself he was imagining it, but he knew the sound too well to pretend, because the sound was him, was the breathing, his breathing, coming from inside the walls of his own home. And he understood, sitting there in the dark with his gold, that the songs had never been inside the jukebox. They had been inside the walls of every room he had ever sat in, every room where he had been still and alone long enough for the walls to learn him, and the jukebox had merely been the first room honest enough to play them back. Dolly stopped. The bus was quieter than it had been. Harlan noticed this, the way you notice a change in temperature. Not sharply, but completely, the whole body registering it at once. The diesel was still running. The vent was still pushing warm air. The green glow was still there. But the quiet had changed. It had become the quiet of a room with people in it who are not breathing, or a room with no people in it at all. And Harlan did not look in the overhead mirror because he was not sure which of these he would find. His hands were on the wheel. He could feel the vinyl under his palms, the ridges of the grip, the slight give where the material had softened with years of use. But the feeling was wrong, not the wrongness of a broken thing, the wrongness of a familiar thing that has become, without changing, unfamiliar. The wheel was the right size and the right shape and the right temperature, and his hands were in the right position, and all of this was wrong the way a word is wrong when you say it too many times and it loses its meaning and becomes a sound, just a sound, and you cannot remember what it was supposed to be for. The road ahead was straight. The dashes came at him. The dark pressed against the glass, and the stories Dolly had told. The painter who had made a woman so real she stepped down from the billboard. The prospector who had sat so long in one room that the walls had learned his breath were sitting inside Harlan's chest like 2 stones. And the stones were heavy, and the heaviness had a shape. And the shape was the shape of a question he did not want to ask and could not stop forming. How long had he been driving this road? Not tonight. Not this shift. But how long? How many nights? How many times had the road run straight from Tonopah to the playa without a curve, without a milepost, without a single pair of headlights coming the other direction? And had he ever, even once, arrived? He pulled his eyes from the road and looked in the overhead mirror. The boy was gone. Not gone in the way of a man who has moved to a different seat. Gone in the way of a glass that has been washed and put away. The space where he had been was empty and clean, the seat cushion undented, showing no impression at all. The boy had been a thought, and the thought had been finished, and the thinker had moved on. Harlan looked at the back rows. The man with the lockbox was gone too. His seat was the same as the boy's, undisturbed, uninhabited, no impression in the upholstery, no warmth in the air where a body had been. The lockbox was gone. The heavy coat was gone. The worried face and the white knuckles and the hunger in the eyes, all gone. And the bus was empty behind Dolly, and in front of her, and around her, and the rows of seats stretched back into the green glow like the pews of a church where the congregation has left and is not coming back. Dolly sat in her seat, aisle side left. The sequins caught the green. The perfume came in waves. Harlan stopped the bus. He did not decide to stop it. His foot moved to the brake the way it had moved at the second passenger stop. Without consulting him, the body making a decision the mind had not approved. And the bus slowed, and the diesel dropped in pitch, and the tires found gravel, and the bus stopped, and the silence that came after the stopping was the loudest thing Harlan had ever heard, because it was not the silence of a bus that had stopped running. It was the silence of a bus that had never been running. The engine noise was gone, not winding down, not fading. Gone, the way the boy was gone, the way the lockbox was gone, completely and without transition, as if the sound had been a recording and someone had lifted the needle. Harlan sat in the driver's seat with his hands on the wheel. The wheel was wrong. He knew it before he looked. The vinyl was real. He could feel the grain of it, the ridges where years of driving had softened the surface into the shape of his palms. The wheel was a real wheel. But beneath the vinyl, where the column met the dashboard, there was nothing, deeper than a broken connection. This was a connection that had never existed. The column went into the panel and stopped. He could feel it in the absence of resistance. The wheel turned freely without the weight of gears and tie rods and tires pressing against asphalt, and the free turning undid him because it meant the wheel had been turning freely for years, every night under his hands, and the turning had never moved anything. He tried to reach the door lever. His arm did not move. The command left his mind. He felt it leave, felt the intention travel down through his shoulder, and the arm did not respond. Beyond refusal. Beyond any locked joint. Absence. The total silent non-acknowledgement of a limb that has been in one position so long it has become part of the chair the way a branch becomes part of a fence when the tree grows around the wire. He commanded again and felt the phantom of reaching, the ghost of his arm extending toward the lever, the fingers closing around cold metal, and saw in the thin gray light that was replacing the green glow that his arm had not moved at all. It was on the armrest where it had been. It had always been there. He tried to stand. The same silence. The mind sent its orders to the legs, and the legs were stone. He felt himself rise, felt the effort in his back, the push through his arms, the 2 inches of lift, and the sensation was exquisite and false. A man pulling away from a body the man no longer occupied, and the body did not move. And the chair held him the way a foundation holds a house, and the house does not get up. The sound of his breathing filled the small space, and the space gave it back to him, the way the prospector's walls had given his breathing back, not as echo, but as presence. The sound of a man who is afraid, trapped in the room with the man who is afraid, and the two of them are the same person. The dashboard. The instrument panel was dark. The green glow was gone, and in its place Harlan could see that the gauges were not gauges. They were painted. Brush strokes on a wooden panel. A speedometer, a fuel gauge, a tachometer, an oil pressure dial, all of them rendered with care, with attention, by a hand that had studied real instruments closely enough to get the proportions right, but could not hide the brush marks, the slight waver in the lettering, the places where the paint had run and been wiped and repainted. The needles were lines of white paint. The numbers were hand-lettered. Someone had built this panel for a man who could not tell the difference, and the care in the painting was the most merciless thing Harlan had ever seen, because the care meant love, and the love meant someone had known he would need this. He looked through the pane of glass, set into the wall beyond the dashboard, and the road was gone. There was a wall, cream-colored, cracked, the crack running from the upper right corner to the lower left, the same line as the diner window in Dolly's story. And beyond the wall, a corridor, dim, institutional, stretching away toward a door that was half open and showing nothing but dark. He turned his head, only his head, because the neck still had that much give, and looked at the rows of seats behind them. The seats were there, the geometry of a vehicle built to carry people. But the windows were not windows. They were painted. Gray paint over flat panels, each one brushed with a lighter gray in the center to suggest glass, to suggest the dark, to suggest a desert that was not there and had never been there. And the linoleum under his feet was not the grooved rubber of a bus floor, but the smooth, institutional gray-green of a room in a building that was not a bus and had never been a bus. And the same linoleum from Dolly's story, the prospector's diner floor, the cold surface where a man's shoes stick when they have not moved in a long time. Dolly sat in her seat. In his mind, she had been 4 rows back, a passenger on his route. But as the green light died, the distance collapsed. Her chair was right beside his, a companion seat bolted to the linoleum where the engine shroud should have been. She had not moved. The sequins caught the light, a thin gray light from somewhere above, leaking through a seam in the ceiling that was not a bus ceiling, but a drop ceiling, acoustic tile, water stain, sagging in places where the grid had buckled. The perfume was still there. The face in the dimness was still there. The hands were in her lap. Hands in her lap, knees together, head tilted slightly to the left, the posture of the silhouette on the blank billboard, the shape left behind when the painting stepped out. And she was looking at him with an expression he had seen before but could not place. The expression of a woman who has been waiting for a man to see something, and the man has finally seen it, and the scene is terrible, and the woman knows it is terrible and does not look away. She reached out and took his hand. Her hand was cool, not cold, cool, the temperature of a glass of water that has been sitting on a table all afternoon, room temperature. The temperature of the room, which was not the temperature of a bus crossing the Mojave, but the temperature of a small room in a building that did not move. Her fingers closed around his fingers, and the grip was light and familiar and so gentle it ached. Harlan sat in the therapy cabin with the painted dashboard and the hand-painted instruments in the linoleum floor and the acoustic tile ceiling, and Dolly held his hand, and the perfume came in waves, and the room was what it was. He could see a nurse's station through the gap where the windshield glass met the wall, empty. A counter with a clipboard on it, and a pen on a chain, and a calendar on the wall showing a month he could not read. The calendar had a photograph of a desert sunset, red and orange and purple, the kind of sunset that happens only in photographs and on calendars, and in the memory of a man who has driven through enough of them that they have become a single sunset, permanent and unreachable. He sat there. He sat for a long time, a moment that felt like a month, or a year, or the time it takes for a man to drive from Tonopah to the playa on a road that does not curve. And he let himself believe it. The room, the chair, the painted gauges, Dolly beside him. A facility. A cabin built for a man whose mind had outlived his roots. Bittersweet and manageable. And Dolly's hand was in his hand, and the hand was cool, and the room was what it was. And then the room changed. It changed the way the bus had changed, not gradually and not in stages, but in the way a held breath ends, all at once, the whole body releasing. The light from the ceiling shifted. The gray became thinner, colder. The gray of a place that has not been lit in a very long time. The acoustic tiles above him were no longer sagging. They were gone, several of them, missing from the grid, leaving black rectangles where the crawl space above was open to the room. And through the black rectangles he could see not pipes and wiring, but the undersides of roof joists, weathered gray, bowed with the weight of years. The linoleum under his feet was cracked. Not the cracks of age, the cracks of rupture. Places where the floor had buckled and split, and something had come through, and the something was sand. Desert sand, fine and pale, pushed up through the cracks in small drifts that fanned out across the floor like the fingers of a hand reaching for the walls. The walls. The cream-colored walls were stained now, not with water, but with time. The layered damage of decades of heat and cold and dust, and the slow, patient chemistry of abandonment. Plaster had fallen in sheets, exposing lath beneath, and the lath was dry and splitting, and in places it was gone entirely, leaving gaps through which the night was visible. The actual night, the desert night, black and enormous, pressing through the gaps with a weight that was not metaphor but fact. A weight Harlan could feel against his face like breath. The nurse's station was a ruin. The counter had collapsed on one end and leaned at an angle that made it a ramp rather than a surface. The clipboard was on the floor, half buried in sand. The pen was gone. The calendar was still on the wall, but the photograph of the desert sunset had faded to a pale, uniform pink. And the month and year were visible now, and the year was 1970, and the month was October, and the calendar had not been changed in more than 50 years. Harlan looked at the corridor through the gap where the windshield glass had been. The corridor was dark, not dim, dark, the dark of a place that has not been walked in years, the dark of a place where the ceiling has partially fallen, and the fallen pieces lie on the floor, and the floor is sand, and the sand is undisturbed. At the far end, where the hallway must once have turned toward an exit, the ceiling had come down in a solid mass of timber and plaster, and against the rubble the sand had piled itself into a dune that reached the top of the doorframe. Decades of wind pressing grain after grain into the gap until the building was sealed. And whatever was inside for good. Sand was on his shoes, not tracked there, drifted. The fine, pale sand of the Mojave accumulated grain by grain over years, over decades, a miniature dune forming against his left foot, where the draft from the gap in the wall pushed the grains across the linoleum and piled them against the first obstacle, which was his shoe, which had not moved. The chair under him was not warm where he sat. The vinyl was cracked and dry, and the cracks had the deep, permanent quality of leather left in the sun for years. The metal frame was spotted with rust. The bolts that held the frame to the floor were orange with it, and Dolly sat beside him. She had not changed. This was the thing. Everything else had changed. The room had aged. The walls had crumbled. The floor had split. The ceiling had opened to the desert sky. Sand had invaded the corners and the corridors in the nurse's station, and the cracks in the linoleum. But Dolly had not changed. Her dress caught the light. Her perfume came in waves. Her hand was cool around his hand. Her face was the face it had been at the beginning of the night, and the night before that, and the night before that. However many nights, however many thousands of nights. He looked down at their joined hands. Dolly's hand was the hand he remembered. The fingers tapered, the nails shaped, a ring on the fourth finger that caught whatever light was left and sent it back in a small, determined spark. But the hand had no weight. He could feel the grip, light, certain, the geometry of a hold, practiced 10,000 times. But the substance behind it was not there. The way a voice fills a room but has no weight you could measure on a scale. Her hand was not warm and not cold. It was the exact temperature of the air around it, as if the hand had no heat of its own but borrowed what the room offered, and the room was offering the cool of the desert at night. Precisely that and nothing else. His hand was not. The knowledge arrived the way the sand had arrived, grain by grain, then all at once. He could see it in the gap between her fingers. The skin on the back of his hand was dark. Not the dark of a suntan or the dark of dirt. The dark of leather that has been left in a dry place for a very long time, shrunk, taut. pulled against the bones beneath until the bones were the hand and the skin was only a covering, a wrapper. The thin brown casing of a thing that had been sitting in a chair in a room in the desert for 50 years. And the desert had done what the desert does, which is to take the water out of everything and leave the rest. His knuckles were ridges. His tendons were cords. The veins on the back of his hand. He had known those veins, had watched them surface during the long hot runs between Beatty and Tonopah. When the sun hit the wheel and the wheel hit his hands, the veins were gone. There was nothing left to surface. The flesh between the bones had thinned to the thickness of paper, the brown paper of a grocery bag left in the sun, and the joints of his fingers where they met Dolly's fingers were stiff not with age, but with the stiffness that comes after age, after the last thing age does, which is stop. He understood. Not because Dolly told him. Dolly did not tell him anything. Dolly sat beside him and held his hand, and the hand she held was not a living hand and had not been a living hand for longer than many people live. And she held it the way she had held it on the first night and every night since, with a grip that was light and familiar and careful beyond all reason, and the care was not the care of a nurse or a wife on visiting day. It was the kindness of a woman who had followed a man into the desert and found him in a chair, and could not make him stand, and could not make him walk, and could not carry him out, and so had done the only thing left, which was sit down beside him and hold his hand, and fill the room with stories, so that the silence would not fill it first. 50 years. He did not know how he knew this, but the knowing was in the sand and the rust and the calendar on the wall, and the fine, patient dust on every surface that was not Dolly, and the knowing was in Dolly, too, in the fact that she was here, that she had always been here, that her hand had not let go of his hand in all the time the sand had taken to build its dunes against his shoes, and the roof had taken to open itself to the stars. Harlan looked at the gap in the wall where the plaster had fallen, and the lath had split, and the night came through. The desert was there. The actual desert. Not the painted gray of the bus windows, not the dim corridor of the facility, but the Mojave itself, the real Mojave, black and infinite, and scattered with stars that were the first stars Harlan had seen since the bus had left Tonopah, since the lid had come down on the box, since the dark had become a thing he drove through rather than a thing he looked at. The stars were enormous. They were the stars of a desert that has no light pollution. No cities, no highways, no green glowing instrument panels. Stars the size of dimes, the size of quarters, the kind of stars you see once and carry inside you for the rest of whatever you have instead of a life. The Milky Way was a river across the center of the sky, and the river was so bright it cast shadows, and the shadows fell through the gaps in the walls and lay across the sandy floor in bars of dark and light, and one of the bars lay across Dolly's dress, and the sequins in the bar of light were not green anymore, but silver, true silver, the color of the actual moon. And Harlan saw that Dolly had been beautiful all along. Not the assembled beauty of the billboard woman, not the professional beauty of a lounge singer in a spotlight, but the beauty of a woman who has chosen to sit in a ruin for half a century because the man in the chair beside her needed someone to sit with him, and the choice was hers. And the choice was the most beautiful thing about her. He looked at the desert through the gap. It was very large. It was the largest thing he had ever seen, and the largeness had a quality that was not beautiful and not terrible, but both. The way the open sea is both to a man on a small boat. And Harlan understood that the desert was the thing he had been afraid of all along. Not the dark, not the silence, not the dissolving of the bus or the crumbling of the facility, but the size of what waited outside the ruin, the sheer immensity of the nothing that stretched in every direction from this small room to the edge of the world and beyond, and what it meant to walk into it, and what it meant to leave the room, and what it meant to stop being the man in the chair. Dolly's hand tightened on his. Not much. The lightest increase of pressure, the way a woman's hand tightens when she is about to say something that matters and the saying of it requires the body's support. But she did not say it. She did not say anything. She had never explained anything, and she did not explain anything now because the desert was its own explanation, and the ruin was its own explanation, and the 50 years were their own explanation, and the hand holding his hand was its own explanation, and some things do not need to be said because saying them would make them smaller than they are. He looked at his mummified hand in hers. Her fingers laced through his the way they had always laced through his. Ring finger, middle finger, index. The pattern of a hold that had been practiced so many times it did not need living fingers to remember it. The hold remembered itself. The love was in the pattern, and the pattern did not require flesh. Harlan looked at the desert. He looked at Dolly. He did not stand up. He settled deeper into the cracked vinyl chair. The rust held. The bolts held. The sand was soft against his shoes. The starlight moved across the floor the way starlight does, slowly, imperceptibly. The earth turning under the sky turning over the earth, the light traveling its distance and arriving without announcement, without hurry, on time. Dolly's hand was in his hand, and her hand was cool, and the coolness was the temperature of the room, and the room was the temperature of the desert, and the desert was the temperature of the night, and the night was the temperature of everything that has been still for a very long time and does not intend to move. She began to speak, not loudly, in the same voice she had used on the bus, the lounge voice, the carrying voice, the voice built for rooms where noise and smoke and the clink of ice tried to drown it and failed. The voice that went through obstacles rather than over them and came out the other side cleaned of everything but the story. She was telling him a new one, not the painter, not the prospector, a new one. About a lighthouse keeper, she said, who lived on a rock in the ocean and tended a light that ships no longer needed. And the keeper kept the light burning anyway because the light was company, and company was all he had. And one night, a fog came in that was so thick the light could not get through it. And the keeper climbed the stairs to the lamp and pressed his face against the glass and looked out into the fog and saw. But that is as much as the wind carried, because the wind was there now, the real wind, the night wind that comes across the Mojave after midnight and smells of sage and alkali and the cold breath of mountains you cannot see, and the wind moved through the gaps in the walls and across the sandy floor and through the rows of rusted, bolted-down seats with their cracked vinyl and their painted windows and their steering column that connected to nothing. And the wind carried Dolly's voice the way a river carries a leaf, up and out and across the desert. And if you had been standing on Route 95 at mile marker 31 in the small hours of the morning, if you had pulled your car to the shoulder and turned off the engine and rolled down the window and sat there in the dark with the stars above you and the desert around you and the silence pressing against the glass, you might have heard it. A woman's voice, so faint it might have been the wind itself, rising and falling in the cadences of a story that had been going on for 50 years and was not finished, and would not be finished tonight, and would not be finished until the man in the chair was ready to stand and the woman beside him was ready to walk, and the desert was ready to let them cross, and the desert was patient, and the woman was patient, and the story went on. Mile marker 31. A ruin in the sand, half buried, the roof gone, the walls open to the sky. Inside, rows of empty, rusted frames, and at the front, 2 chairs. rusted, bolted to the floor, facing a panel of painted instruments that no longer measured anything that moved, and the smell of desert rose rising. His hand found her hand in the dark. Not reaching, it was not so purposeful as reaching, but moving through the black air with the slow, exploratory patience of a creature that has nothing left but touch. And there, suddenly, the shape of her fingers, the pad of her thumb settling across his knuckles with a pressure he had known for 11 years, and which was, he understood without language, the pressure of a person holding what they were about to release. He could not see her face. He could not see his own hand. The dark was not an absence, but a substance, thick and faintly granular, as though the collision had pulverized the air itself into particles that would not settle. He gripped her fingers and felt the bones shift under his and the cold, the deep, wet cold of skin that has been in water and then lifted from it, which is not the cold of winter air, but something worse, a cold that has got inside the surface of things and will not come back out. She was alive. He knew this from the grip and from the breathing he could hear close to his right ear, a thin sound with a catch in it. Not the even rhythm of rest, but the staggered rhythm of a person working to hold down the cry in her chest so that she could use her chest for thinking instead. He opened his mouth to speak her name and found that the shape of it had gone from him. The impact had knocked the word loose. He held her hand and waited for it to return. It came back in pieces. The H first, then the whole thing. Helen, not a question. A placing. A verification that the word still connected to the woman whose hand was in his. She answered. Her voice arrived from several directions at once because the space they were in was made of steel, and the steel folded every sound back on itself, but he caught the shape of his own name. Roger. And the word legs, and understood that she was asking about his legs, about why he had not moved, about why she had found him lying on his back in the water instead of standing beside her in the dark. His legs. He had not, until this moment, attended to his legs. The registration of this, the sheer failure of his body to have informed him, was worse, momentarily, than what the attending revealed. Below the pelvis, where the familiar topography of thigh and knee should have been, there was a flat compression, a pressure that was too large and too total to be called pain. Something lay across them. He reached down with his free hand, and his fingers found steel. The sharp folded edge of a locker that had torn from its housing on the far bulkhead when the ship rolled and had come to rest across both his legs just above the knee, pinning them against the deck plates with the full authority of the ship's own weight, channeled into a single line of contact. He tried to move the locker. He tried with one arm, then released Helen's hand and tried with both, his shoulders lifting from the deck, his stomach clenching, his breath held, and his teeth locked, and his whole body directed at the single project of shifting this piece of steel that lay across his thighs. The locker did not shift. It did not acknowledge the effort. It was not heavy in the way a man could negotiate with. It was the weight of the ship itself, concentrated and final. And the ship was finished, negotiating. He told her, not in complete sentences. The dark, compressed language to its essentials, but in fragments delivered to the air between them, the way a damage report comes in over a bridge telephone. Pinned. Both legs, full length of the locker. No, can't shift it. Across the meat of the thigh, he thought. Hard to tell because he could not feel much below the edge. The numbness was already established, had perhaps been there since the collision. the legs existing now only as a theoretical extension of his body, a region he could name but could no longer fully inhabit. Her hand found his again. He felt the grip return, the thumb settling across his knuckles, the same position, the same pressure. Not comfort, but confirmation. The physical receipt of a message received. She was moving. He felt the water shift around his waist. The water, yes, which he now registered for the first time as a separate fact rather than as an ambient condition. He was lying in water. It covered him to the waist. The water was still and black and so cold that his body had ceased to distinguish it from the steel and the dark and the air itself. Everything below the waterline was one temperature, one substance, one undifferentiated field. His legs, the locker, the deck, all the same now. All the ship. Helen's hand left his. He heard her moving. The sounds distinct if he held himself very still and attended. The lap of water against her body as she waited, the tick of a wedding ring against a pipe fitting, the sound of her breathing when she was counting breaths to keep the counting from stopping. She was feeling her way around the space, mapping it. He could follow her progress by the disturbance in the water and the small noises of contact. Her palm flat against the overhead, her knee bumping the base of a stanchion, the whisper of her fingers reading the surface of a bulkhead the way a person reads Braille, the whole hand sliding, the fingertips catching on rivet heads and seam welds and the edges of conduit runs that told her, by touch alone, the shape and size and nature of the place in which they were imprisoned. The circuit was not large. She completed it and returned to him, her hand finding his shoulder, then his face. A quick check. The pads of her fingers on his cheekbone and jaw. And then his hand again. She told him what she had found, and he listened with the concentration of a man assembling a picture from a language he only partly speaks, his eyes open in the dark, though the opening served no purpose. The habit of looking toward a speaker so ingrained that even the complete absence of light could not extinguish it. The space was a storeroom or an auxiliary compartment between the main cargo hold and the engine casing. 3 steel walls and a low overhead. A fourth side, what had been a doorway or a hatch, was now submerged, the upper edge of the frame sitting perhaps 18 inches below the waterline. The water filled the lower third of the compartment and was coming in through that submerged opening slowly, in a seep rather than a pour, which meant the ship had settled into some position that left this pocket partially above whatever waterline now obtained outside. The air was breathable, but it tasted of diesel and something astringent he could not name, a sharpness at the back of the throat. That was not the diesel itself, but something released from it by the water or the impact or the slow corruption of the ship's systems as they failed one by one in the dark below them. The water, she said, had risen since the collision. She could tell because when she first came to, she had been lying on dry steel, and now the dry steel was gone. This was the first time either of them acknowledged what the water meant. It entered the conversation not as a dramatic revelation, but as an engineering fact. The way a navigator observes a shift in current without emotion. Because emotion would require time they did not have to spend on it. Roger said nothing for a while. He was calculating. The water was at his waist. If she was right that it had risen from the deck to this level in whatever time had passed since the collision, a time he could not know, could not even estimate, because the collision had happened, and then there had been a gap that was not time in any useful sense, and now they were here. Then the rate was measurable, and the endpoint was calculable, and the calculation produced a number that was not large. She spoke again. Her voice was different now. Not the assessment voice, not the mapping voice, but a voice he recognized from other contexts. from decisions she had made across the years of their marriage that she had already made before she spoke them. Decisions about houses and crossings and whether to go back to Deal when her father was ill, and whether to come aboard the ship with him for the Channel run, which she had decided in the affirmative on a Wednesday in November while standing at the kitchen window with her back to him, her decision visible in the set of her shoulders before she turned and said it. She told him she could swim the flooded hatch. She delivered this not as a proposal requiring his consent, but as information. She was a strong swimmer. She had always been. He knew this. He had stood on the bank of the Serpentine on summer mornings, watching her stroke out to the middle and turn and come back, her arms long and unhurried, her breath control better than his, her body in water a different thing from her body on land, more certain, more native, as though the medium brought out a competence that dry ground could not quite use. She would go through the hatch and follow whatever passage lay beyond it, holding her breath through the submerged sections, finding air pockets in the spaces above, working her way upward through the ship toward whatever remained of the hull above water, toward the deck, toward the world, toward people. She would find someone. She would bring them back. He said what needed to be said, which was that she should not do this. He said it with his body first. His hand tightened on hers, the grip sudden and hard enough that he felt her knuckles shift. And then with the words he could manage in the dark, which were not persuasive words or rational words, but the blunt, bare words of a man whose wife is about to swim into a flooded wreck and who cannot follow her because a steel locker has made the decision for him. Stay. Wait. Someone will come. The ship would have been missed by now. Vessels in the Channel, the Coast Guard, the harbor at Dover. Someone. I can feel it moving, she said. The water. She meant the water. He could feel it too, now that she had named it. A faint current entering through the hatch, not strong but present. A flow that meant the sea outside was still working on the ship, still finding new ways in, still filling what was not yet filled. The current meant the passages were open. The current meant there was a way through. But the current also meant there was force in the water, force that could carry a swimmer where the swimmer did not want to go, force that the dark would make impossible to anticipate or resist. She did not argue with his objections. She was quiet for a long time, long enough that he began to hope she had reconsidered. And then she moved her hand from his grip to his face and held his jaw in both palms, her thumbs on his cheekbones, the heels of her hands on the hinges of his jaw, and she held his face the way she had held it on the morning they married in the registry office, in Deal with rain on the windows and her father outside smoking because the man could not be still, and she leaned close enough that the sound went directly from her mouth to his ear, private and entire. I'll come back. Then she was doing something with her hands, his hands, and he felt the rope. She had found it somewhere in the compartment during her circuit, a length of nylon line thick as a man's finger, the kind of utility rope that a cargo vessel carries for 100 small purposes and which had been coiled and hung on a hook or stowed in a locker that the collision had opened. She was tying one end around his wrist. He felt her fingers working the knot, quick and sure, the loops pulled tight against his skin, the free end dressed and tuckered so that it would not slip. It was a bowline. He could tell by the shape of it against his wrist, the fixed loop, the standing part, the way the tail came back through. She had tied it correctly. She had tied it the way someone ties a knot that must not come undone. She put the coil in his free hand and closed his fingers around it. Then she took the other end of the line, and he heard her wrapping it around her own wrist. Once, twice, a different arrangement from his, not a fixed knot, but a wrap that she could release and re-grip as she swam. holding the rope in her hand the way a climber holds a belay line, the tension controlled by grip rather than by a knot that could not be adjusted. She was not waiting for his permission. He understood this from the efficiency of her movements, from the way she had stopped speaking, from her breathing, which had shifted from the staggered rhythm of controlled fear to the steady rhythm of a person who has decided and is now only executing. She was already gone. The rope was the last thing she would do in this place, and she was doing it well. He held the coil. He felt the rope run through his fingers as she moved away from him toward the submerged hatch. First the slack loops lifting from his palm, then the line pulling straight. Then a pause in which neither of them breathed and the compartment was so silent he could hear the water entering through the hatch below, a faint, glassy sound. The sound of the sea finding its way into the broken body of the ship. The sound she made entering the water was smaller than he expected, a whisper of displacement, a faint gulp of air that was her last breath above the surface, taken in the quick, efficient way of a woman who had done this in the Serpentine 100 mornings, filling her lungs from the bottom, the diaphragm pushing down, the rib cage expanding against the cold, the air taken in and held with the discipline of a body that knows how to use every particle of oxygen before it must breathe again. Then she was under, and the rope was moving. Not a tug, a drawing. A steady, purposeful tension pulling the line from the coil in his hand, loop after loop, the nylon sliding through his fingers with a faint singing sound as it paid out. He could feel the rhythm of her stroke in the rope, a slight pulse with each arm pull, regular, strong, the rhythm of a body moving through water with intent and direction. She was swimming. The rope was the proof. Each pulse was a stroke, and each stroke was a body length farther from him and a body length closer to whatever lay ahead. He held his hand up, the hand with the coil, and let the rope feed through his grip, counting the loops as they left his fingers. Each loop was roughly an arm span of line. He counted 15, 20, 30, and then lost the count because his hand was too cold to distinguish individual passes of the nylon. The coil got smaller in his palm. He held the diminishing bundle and felt the line go out, and each loop that left was a measure of the distance growing between his body and hers, a distance he could not see and could not cross, measured only by the length of rope remaining. The coil ran out. The last loop left his hand, and the rope went taut from the knot on his wrist into the water and away through the hatch, a straight line of nylon running from him to her through the flooded dark, and the tension held. He could feel her at the other end, not her body, not her shape, but her purpose, the ongoing fact of her swimming, transmitted through the rope the way sound is transmitted through a wire, reduced to vibration, to tension, to the faint and rhythmic proof that the far end of the line was still connected to a living woman moving through water. The tension held. He lay in the dark and felt it. The rope was a thread between them, and the thread was alive with her. Then the tension changed. Not vanished, changed. The steady swimming pulse slowed and then stopped, and the rope went still, and then a different motion came through the line, a series of small movements, irregular, the feel of someone adjusting position, finding purchase on something, stopping. She had reached a place, an air pocket, a compartment, a surface. She had found something, and she had stopped. A long pause. The rope hung still in the water, then a gentle tug, a single, deliberate pull. Not the involuntary pulse of swimming, but a conscious signal, a tug that said, "I am here. I have stopped. I am alive." He tugged back, once, small, hoping she could feel it through however much rope lay between them, through however many turns and corners, of the flooded passages the line had been drawn through. He tugged and held his breath and waited. Nothing. The rope was still. He could not know whether she had felt his answer. He could not know anything. He held the rope and breathed, and the water moved against his waist with the faint, searching pressure of a tide that has not yet decided whether to rise or fall. Then the tension resumed. The swimming pulse again. She was moving, continuing, going farther. The rope hummed with her stroke, and then the humming stopped, and the rope went slack, all the tension leaving it at once, the line drifting in the water around his wrist, with the aimless, spiritless motion of a thing no longer connected to purpose. He waited. He held the slack rope and waited. He held it and felt the water around his waist, and the steel across his legs, and the dark in his eyes, and he waited. Nothing moved. The ship settled a quarter of an inch. He felt this as a tilt in the angle of the deck beneath him, a shift so small that a standing man would not have noticed it, but which a man pinned flat on his back felt in his whole spine, the inclinometer of his body registering what no instrument could have measured at this scale. The water level rose by a thickness he could not quantify. The air moved not at all. He was alone. The rope lay on the surface of the water in loose coils that touched his forearm and drifted with the minute currents of the compartment, going from him to the hatch, and through the hatch into the corridors, connecting him to a woman he could not see and could not hear, and could not reach, and could no longer feel through the line. He wrapped the slack around his fist and held it. He held it because it was the last object in the dark that had been in her hands, and because his own hands needed something to do that was not the work of panic, and because somewhere at the other end of this rope, in the flooded corridors, in the labyrinth of steel and water and darkness, that was now the interior of the ship. Helen was there, and the rope was the proof, the only proof that there was not the same as gone. He held the nylon, and he waited. The blackness waited with him. It did not have qualities of patience or impatience. It was simply the medium in which he now existed, as total and as permanent as water is to a fish. And like a fish, he had stopped noticing it as a condition, and had begun to live inside it as a fact. He was a man in the dark. The dark was not a problem to be solved or a threat to be endured. It was the nature of his world, the element in which everything that would happen to him from this point forward would happen. Time passed. He could not measure it. He had nothing to measure it with. No watch that he could feel ticking against his wrist, because the rope was tied over the place where the watch had been, and no light to see by, and no sound to mark intervals. The ship had stopped making the sounds it had been making. The groaning had subsided, or paused, or reached some intermediate equilibrium. The creaking of strained steel, which had been a constant accompaniment since the collision, had diminished to an occasional tick, irregular and widely spaced, as though the ship were making final minor adjustments to its new position on the bottom and would soon be still entirely. He breathed and felt the rope and waited. These three acts composed the whole of his existence, and they had merged into a single act, a cycle without differentiation. The air entering and leaving his lungs while his hand held a slack line while time produced nothing. The three operations running simultaneously and continuously and without result, a machine performing its functions, the functions circular, the circle the size of his body, and his body the size of the world. The water rose. It rose so slowly that the only way to confirm it had risen was to notice, after a period he could not quantify, that a part of his body that had been above the waterline was now below it. His navel went first. He felt the water find a small depression in his abdomen and settle into it with the specificity of a finger pressing into soft tissue. Then the hollow of his solar plexus, the cold finding the thin skin over the xiphoid process and claiming it, the water entering this concavity with an intimacy that was not violence but was worse than violence, because violence has a duration and this did not. The water came and stayed and would not leave, and the boundary between his body and the water shifted upward with each increment, his body becoming the sea's body 1 inch at a time. He could not move away from it. He could not lift himself. The locker held his legs flat, and his back was against the deck plates, and the water rose into the spaces of him with the same indifferent thoroughness with which it was filling the ship. It did not hurry. It did not pause. It had no interest in him. He was merely a shape in its path, a volume to be incorporated, a set of cavities and surfaces to be covered as the general level rose, his ribs. The water found his lower ribs on the left side first, because the deck was tilted a few degrees to port. He felt the cold cross each rib individually, the 11th, the 10th, the 9th. Each one a line of contact, a frontier, the water advancing rib by rib, the way a tide advances over a corrugated beach, filling each trough before surmounting each ridge. It was systematic. It had the character of a process that would complete itself regardless of his participation, and his participation was not requested. He tried, for the second time, to free his legs, not with the wild, full-body effort of the first attempt, but with a methodical, engineering approach, bracing his shoulders against the deck, placing his palms flat against the underside of the locker, and pushing upward with whatever strength his arms and chest could generate. The steel moved. Not much. A vibration, a suggestion of give, the merest acknowledgement that a force was being applied. But it moved, and this encouraged him, and he pushed harder, and the movement stopped, and he pushed harder still, and the locker dropped back to its original position with a sound that was very small and very final, the sound of something that has tested a challenge and found it insufficient. He rested. The effort had used air. He could feel the deficit in his lungs. The next several breaths went deeper than usual, the diaphragm pulling harder, the body restocking its reserves. The air was not good. It had not been good since the beginning, but now it was specifically not good in a way he could identify. Each inhalation cost more than the one before it, as though the air were thinning, losing whatever property his lungs required, becoming more atmosphere than oxygen, the useful component diminishing as his own exhalation added carbon dioxide to a space that could not refresh itself. He thought about Helen, not in narrative, not the sequence of their life, not the story of them, not the wedding and deal, or the mornings by the Serpentine, or the way she arranged her shoes inside the front door with the heels aligned to the baseboard, which was the smallest and most permanent thing he knew about another human being, and which he now held in his mind with a ferocity that alarmed him, as though the arrangement of shoes were a religious text, and he a man in the last moments of his faith. He thought about her the way a man thinks about air, not as a concept, but as a requirement, the absence of which was a pressure in his chest. That was not the cold and not the water and not the weight of the locker, but something else, something that operated below all of these in the substrate, in the place where the body stores the knowledge that cannot be spoken because it predates speech. She was in the corridors. She had been in the corridors for, he did not know, a long time. The rope had been slack for a long time. The last signal, a single gentle tug, had come a long time ago before the water reached his ribs, before the air thinned to its current state, before the dark had finished eating time. He tugged the rope again, a small, hopeful pull, the same one he had tried before, repeated now not because he expected an answer, but because the act itself was a form of prayer, a physical petition directed at the void at the other end of the line. And a man in the dark needs to pray, even if the prayer has no destination. The rope came toward him with no resistance. Slack. Meters of it. He gathered it in his lap. The wet nylon coiling on the surface of the water that covered his belly, and the gathering produced no tension, no answering pull from the far end, nothing to indicate that the rope was still connected to anything that could pull back. He stopped gathering and held what he had. The coil sat in the water on his chest like a small, cold animal. The rest of the line trailed away into the dark, through the hatch, into the corridors, into whatever world existed on the other side of the bulkhead, a world that included Helen and the sea and the ruined interior of the ship, and all the darkness between these things, and the rope connected him to that world by a thread that no longer moved. He said her name into the dark. Helen. The word hit the steel walls and came back to him from 3 directions. Each return was smaller. The last was barely a breath, and then it was gone, and the silence that replaced it was denser than the silence it had interrupted, as though the sound had consumed something in the air that the air could not regenerate. No answer. He had not expected one. She was beyond the walls, beyond the hatch, beyond the reach of a voice in a steel box. The ship was between them. Not the ship as he had known it, the orderly vessel with its numbered bulkheads and labeled compartments and painted guidelines, but the ship as it was now, a wreck, a flooded mass of steel lying on the bed of the Dover Strait, its interior rearranged by gravity and salt water into something that bore no relation to the plans that had hung in the navigation office, a new architecture, unmapped and unlit and filling. He held the rope. He held the rope and breathed the thinning air and felt the water rise, and he waited, because waiting was the only act available to a man whose legs were underneath a steel locker and whose wife was in the dark. The water found his sternum, and what changed was the sound. Each breath he drew now returned to him differently. The resonance of the air pocket had shifted, the echo tightening, his own inhalation arriving back at his ears a fraction sooner than before, as though the walls had moved closer. They had not. The water had moved higher, and the volume of air between the surface and the overhead had compressed, and the acoustic properties of that diminished volume had changed accordingly. And the change was this: he could hear himself. He could hear the wet click of his throat with each swallow. He could hear the saliva in his mouth when he moved his tongue. The pocket had become a space the size of his own breathing, and every sound his body produced was returned to him with an intimacy that was not company, but surveillance. The room listening to the small machinery of his life with a closeness that made the machinery sound fragile, provisional, a set of functions that were still running, but that the room had taken a detailed interest in. The way a man takes interest in a clock that is about to stop. He began to attend to his body in a way he had not done before. Not the gross facts, the pinned legs, the cold, the water, but the small, specific details of his physical existence in this space, the inventory of a man who has realized that his body is the only territory he still governs, and who wishes to know the exact boundaries of his domain before the boundaries contract further. His right hand, still functional, though the fingers were slow, he could curl them, straighten them, press his thumb to each fingertip in sequence and feel the contact. This hand was above the water, resting on his upper chest. The skin was cold but not numb. The tendons responded. This was the better hand. The hand he would use if he needed to use a hand for anything exact. His left hand? Worse. This was the hand with the rope knotted to the wrist, and the wrist was in the water, and the hand had been in the water since the beginning, and the cold had entered it deeply. He could make the fingers close. He felt the muscles of the forearm contract, but the fingers themselves were distant, imprecise, no longer capable of fine discrimination. He could hold the rope. He could not have tied a knot. His arms, adequate. The cold had penetrated the forearms, but the upper arms, still partly above water, retained some warmth, some function. He could move them. He could lift them. He could, if required, exert a pulling force with his right arm that would be meaningful, though for how long he could sustain it, he did not know. His torso, a divided territory. Above the waterline, currently at the sixth rib, his chest still felt like his chest, the skin responsive, the muscles capable of the work of breathing. Below the waterline, the torso was the waters, as cold and undifferentiated as his legs, as much a part of the ship as the deck beneath him. The boundary between these two zones moved upward with each advance of the rising water, the habitable region of his body shrinking like a country losing coastline to an advancing sea. His head, the last high ground. His face, his jaw, the back of his skull pressed against the deck. These were still entirely his, still warm enough to feel, still sensitive enough to register the air on his skin as it thinned and soured. His ears worked. His nose worked, though the air it processed tasted of diesel and his own exhalation and the flat, mineral tang of the sea that was filling the compartment from below. This inventory took a long time or no time. He could tell which. The dark had consumed time so completely that the question of duration had lost its meaning. The way a question about color loses its meaning to a man who has never seen light. He existed in a continuous present, a now that stretched in both directions without boundary, and within this now he breathed and held the rope and attended to his body and waited. The ship moved again, a slow, grinding shift. Not a sudden lurch, but a progressive change in the angle of the deck, a rotation of perhaps 2 degrees that he felt along the entire length of his spine. The steel beneath him tilting toward port, and with the tilt, the water shifted, sloshing against the left wall with a sound like a palm slapping wet stone, and the level rose on his left side faster than on his right, the water reaching his armpit on the left, while it was still at his fifth rib on the right. Then the ship settled into its new position, and the water equalized, finding its level, as water always does, indifferent to the shape it inhabits. And the new level was higher on both sides than the old level had been. The fifth rib now on the right, where the sixth had been, his left armpit now the permanent waterline on that side. The air pocket was smaller. He could feel this not as a measurement, but as a pressure. The space above the water felt closer, tighter, the overhead nearer to his face, though he knew intellectually that the overhead had not moved, that only the water had moved, that the reduction in the air pocket was a function of the water's rise and not the ceiling's descent. But the body does not reason. The body feels, and what it felt was compression, a closing in, the space in which he could breathe contracting around his face with each degree of the water's rise. He breathed faster. Then he slowed his breathing deliberately, counting each inhale and exhale. 4 counts in, 4 counts out. The way he had been trained to breathe in heavy weather, when the bridge of a ship in a storm becomes a place where a man must ration his body's responses or be overwhelmed by them. The counting steadied him. For a time, he did not know how long. The counting was enough. Then the counting was not enough, and the steadiness left, and what replaced it was not panic, but something older and quieter than panic. A resignation that settled into his chest like a physical weight, pressing down on the mechanism of his breathing from above while the water pressed up on it from below. And between these two pressures, his lungs worked in a diminishing space, drawing in the thin air and expelling it. The cycle continuing because the body continues its cycles long after the mind has withdrawn from the project of living. He thought, Helen has been gone a very long time. He thought, or no time at all. He could not tell the difference. The dark had consumed time the way the water had consumed his body, inch by inch, without announcement, until the thing that remained was so reduced it was no longer the thing it had been. He was not waiting in time. He was waiting in the dark, and the dark did not move, and therefore nothing moved. And therefore Helen had been gone for 5 minutes and 5 hours, and the two propositions occupied the same space because neither could be tested, and neither could be preferred over the other except by an act of faith. He chose 5 hours. Not because the evidence supported it. There was no evidence. But because 5 hours was the worst number, and the worst number was the true number. Because in the dark and the cold and the water, a man learns very quickly that the worst number is always the true number. That optimism is a form of blindness. That the dark does not deal in comfort. 5 hours. Helen had been in the corridors for 5 hours, and the rope was slack, and had been slack since he could not remember when. Since before the water reached his armpits. Since before the second settling of the ship. Since before his hand lost the ability to distinguish one coil of rope from the next. He pulled the rope toward him again, gathering slack, hand over hand, the wet nylon sliding through his grip. He gathered, and the rope came, and there was no resistance at the far end, no tension, no answering presence, and the coil on his chest grew and grew, and he gathered 20 feet of line before the rope went taut and stopped, and he could feel at the very limit of what the line could transmit, something fixed at the other end. Not a pull, not a movement, a fixture. The rope had snagged on something, or had been tied to something, or was simply caught in the flooded passages through which it ran, and the something was not Helen, and was not alive and did not answer when he tugged. He held the taut rope and breathed, and the air thinned, and the water rose, and the compartment got smaller and smaller and smaller. Then the tension eased. He could not say when. The transition happened somewhere in the undifferentiated time between one breath and the next, but the taut line went slack in his grip. Whatever had snagged it in the corridor shifting or releasing as the ship resettled on the bottom, and the rope lay against his chest again, limp. The connection still there, but carrying nothing, a line running from his wrist into the dark, with no answering force at its end. The shivering came and went. It had been present early, a violent, systemic shaking, that it felt like the ship's own trembling conducted through the water into his skeleton. And it had lasted for what might have been an hour, the muscles contracting and releasing in spasms he could not control. The body performing its ancient protocol for generating heat, the protocol that works on land, in air, in conditions the body was designed for, and which is futile in water at 4 degrees, because the water conducts the generated heat away faster than the muscles can produce it, so that the shivering becomes a process of accelerating one's own cooling, the body working against itself, expending its last energy reserves to produce heat, that the water steals before it can be used. Then the shivering stopped. Not gradually, but at once, as though a switch had been thrown. And the stopping was worse than the shivering, because the stopping meant the body had given up the protocol, had moved beyond it to a phase that has no program, no instructions, nothing. A phase in which the cold is simply the medium of existence, and the body stops fighting it the way a drowning man stops struggling, and the water enters without resistance. He was cold in a way he had never been cold. It was not the cold of winter or of wind, or of standing on the bridge of a ship in a January gale with the spray freezing on the windscreen and the watch coat buttoned to the throat. It was a cold that had entered the structure of his body, that had settled into the marrow of his bones and the fluid of his joints and the slow thickening blood that his heart was pushing through vessels that were contracting, narrowing, the peripheral circulation shutting down in the body's last strategic retreat. pulling the remaining warmth inward to protect the vital organs, while the extremities, the hands, the feet, the skin, were surrendered to the sea. His thoughts moved slowly. Each thought arrived like a barge in a narrow canal, occupying the full width of his consciousness, leaving no room for another thought until it had passed through. He could hold one idea at a time. Helen, then the rope, then the water, then the air, then Helen again. The rotation was automatic, a circuit his mind ran without direction. And each time it completed the circuit and returned to Helen, the thought was the same thought. She is in the corridors, the rope is slack, she has not come back. And the thought produced the same response, which was not despair and not hope, but a condition between the two that the dark had invented specifically for him, a condition that could be sustained indefinitely because it had no resolution and required no energy and would continue until the water rose above his face and the breathing stopped and the circuit stopped and everything stopped. He held the rope. It was everything. It was Helen, or the memory of Helen, or the possibility of Helen. And the three were the same in the dark because in the dark, memory and possibility and presence are all conducted through the same medium. Touch, tension, the physical fact of a nylon line connecting one point in space to another. And the line was the only conductor he had. He talked to her. Not aloud. He did not have the air for aloud, and the last time he had spoken her name, the sound had died against the walls, and the silence afterward had been worse than the silence before. He talked to her inside his head, in a voice that was not his speaking voice, but his thinking voice, which was quieter and less certain, and which spoke in fragments rather than sentences. Come back. The water's at my chest. I can still breathe. Come back. You said you would come back. The rope is slack. I am holding the rope. Come back. The prayer did not help. He had not expected it to. A man praying in the dark is not communicating with anyone. He is performing a ritual that keeps the part of the mind that generates prayers from generating something worse. And the ritual is worth performing for this reason alone, even if the prayer has no recipient and no answer and no power to change the water level, or the air quality, or the position of the steel locker on his legs. Something happened in the water near the hatch. Not a dramatic event. A shift in the current, a change in the pattern of flow through the opening, a subtle alteration in the way the water moved against his body. The seat became a pulse. For 3 or 4 seconds, the water entering the compartment pushed harder, as though something outside had displaced the volume, and the displacement had sent a pressure wave through the flooded corridors. And the wave had reached the hatch, and had entered his compartment, and had moved the water against his body, and had passed. He waited for it to repeat. It did not. The seep returned to its steady, quiet inflow, and the water rose again, and his body recorded the change, and he lay in the dark and breathed and held the rope, and the rope was slack and had been slack for... He did not try to calculate how long. The air was worse. Each breath now required a deliberate decision. Not because his lungs could not draw the air in, but because the air, once drawn in, no longer produced the satisfaction that breathing should produce, the sense of replenishment, the small reward that the body gives itself for completing each respiratory cycle. The reward was gone. The breathing continued, but it was work now, a task he performed, because the alternative to performing it was to stop, and to stop was to die. And he was not yet at the stopping point, though he could feel the stopping point out there in the dark, ahead of him, not far, a place he was approaching at the rate the water was rising, which was slow and steady and patient and sure. He thought, I am going to die in this place. The thought arrived without drama. It arrived the way the water had arrived, by increment, by accretion, by the slow accumulation of small facts that had been adding up in a part of his mind he had not been attending to, and which had now finished their sum and presented the total with the quiet finality of a balance sheet. He was going to die. The water was going to rise until it filled the pocket, and then he was going to breathe water instead of air, and then he was going to stop. The arithmetic was simple. The arithmetic was the only simple thing left. He loosened his grip on the rope. Not a decision, a failure of the muscles to sustain the grip. The fingers opening of their own accord, the nylon sliding from his palm, not because he chose to release it, but because the cold had taken from his hand the capacity to hold. The rope lay against his chest in the water, drifting, purposeless. The knot on his wrist held. The knot was the only thing that still held. He lay in the water with the water at his upper chest and the dark in his eyes and the diesel in his lungs and the rope on his chest and the locker on his legs, and he felt the distance between himself and the world above. The gray channel, the shipping lanes, the white cliffs, the harbor at Dover, the streets of Dio where Helen's father had stood outside the registry office smoking in the rain. And the distance was not measured in feet or fathoms, but in the thickness of the steel above him and the weight of the water on the steel, and the absolute silence that the steel and the water made between them, a silence that sealed him off from the living world as completely as earth seals a coffin. And in this silence he waited for the water to finish what it had begun, and the waiting was a kind of consent, a lowering of the hands, a turning away from the fight that had never been a fight because the water was not his opponent and had never been his opponent and did not know he existed. He breathed. He stopped holding the rope. The slack end drifted away from his fingers and lay against his neck in the water, a meaningless length of nylon, growing from his wrist to somewhere in the flooded dark, connecting him to nothing that answered. He closed his eyes. The closing made no difference. The dark behind his eyelids was the same dark as the dark in front of them, but it was the act of a man who is finished looking, and he made it because the body requires certain ceremonies at certain moments, the small rites that mark the passage from one state to the next, and the state he was entering was the state of having given up. Then the rope moved. Not the slack drift of current, not the faint oscillation that the ship's settling produced in everything that floated. The rope went taut with a single violent jerk, a hard pull that ran through the nylon with the force and speed of an electrical discharge, and the jerk hit his wrist and straightened his arm and drove the knot into the tendons below his palm with a pain that was the first real pain he had felt in he did not know how long. The pain was bright and specific, and it reached through the anesthesia of the cold and the resignation and the closing of his eyes, and it seized him by the wrist, and it pulled. His eyes opened. His body woke. The lethargy, the consent, the turning away, all of it was gone in a single instant, overridden by something that lived below the surface of his conscious mind, below the resignation, below the prayer, in the root of the brainstem, where the oldest instructions are written. And what woke was the thing that wakes when something touches a sleeping animal. Not thought, not hope, not interpretation, but the pure electric fact of stimulus. Something moved. He gasped. The gasp used air he could not afford. His hand closed around the rope. The right hand, the better hand. And he held it, and felt the tension and waited. Nothing for a count of 3 breaths, 4, 5. The rope was taut, trembling faintly. The nylon vibrating with the tension that came from the far end, from the hatch, from the corridors, from wherever the rope led in the flooded dark. Then another pull, harder. Not a tug, but a wrench. A sudden lateral force that dragged his arm sideways in the water and twisted the rope against his wrist, so that the knot bit into the tendons, and he felt through the cold, through the numbness, through the damaged circuitry of his frozen nerves, a sensation that was unambiguously pain. Then 3 pulls in rapid succession, violent and arrhythmic, as though something on the other end of the rope were thrashing. Helen? He said her name into the dark, and the dark gave it back to him and gave him nothing else. Then a long pause. The rope trembled in his grip. He held it with both hands now, and the right hand gripping, the left hand pressing the line against his forearm. And he stared into the dark and saw nothing and heard nothing, and the silence stretched and the rope trembled, and the trembling was the only thing in the world that was not still. Water moved in the compartment, not the flat, incremental rise he had grown accustomed to, but a new disturbance, a pressure pulse, traveling through the flooded corridors and entering through the hatch, as a surge that lifted the waterline against his chest and then subsided. Then another. Then a third, stronger. The water in the compartment responding to a force being applied somewhere deep in the ship's interior. The corridor system transmitting the pressure the way a hydraulic line transmits a pump stroke. The pulse arriving attenuated but unmistakable. He held the rope and felt. The rope told him more than the water. Each pulse in the water was vague, directionless, a pressure that could have come from the ship's own settling or from the tidal shift of the channel outside the hull. But the rope's vibrations were specific. A rapid, mechanical trembling sharper with each passing minute. The tugging interspersed with this new rhythm now, as though whatever was producing the movement was also producing the pulls. The two transmitted simultaneously through the same taut line to his wrist, and the intensity of both was increasing, and the increase meant the source was getting closer. Something was coming through the flooded corridor toward the hatch. Something was following the rope. Then the rope jerked again. 5, 6, 7 pulls, fast and hard. The kind of pulling that has no rhythm and no purpose beyond the generation of force. And with each pull, his arm was dragged toward the hatch, and the knot cut deeper into his wrist, and the rope sang with the tension, a high, thin sound that the steel walls caught and amplified. And he could feel through the rope, through the tension, through the singing nylon, something at the other end that was not swimming, but was moving, not gliding, but lurching. Something making its way through the water with a motion that was powerful and irregular and close. Then the clicking. He felt it before he heard it. A vibration in the rope, fine, rapid, rhythmic, traveling up the taut nylon from whatever was on the other end, and arriving at his wrist with the directness of a pulse, a rapid, fitted tick that entered through the knot and passed through the bones of his hand and into his forearm. Click, hiss, click, hiss, click, hiss. Then the steel of the deck conducted it, and the bulkheads conducted it, and the ship's skeleton carried the vibration the way a tuning fork carries a struck note, and the sound was everywhere. In the water, in the walls, in the overhead, in his wrist. A wet, rhythmic, mechanical sound, regular as a metronome, with a regularity that was not biological, not the snap of a jaw or the click of teeth, but something fitted, something that operated on a cycle of intake and release. But the rope brought it first, and the rope brought it closest, the vibration intimate against his wrist, the rhythm entering his body through the nylon with the directness of a thing counting his bones. But the mind of a man lying in the dark in 4 feet of water in the hull of a sunken ship does not distinguish between the source of a sound and the sound itself. The mind of such a man feels a clicking through the rope, and the mind says, teeth. The mind says, jaws. The mind says, something that feeds, something that hunts, something that has found the rope in the flooded corridors and is following it the way a predator follows a blood trail, using the line the way a spider uses a webbed thread, the vibration traveling from the thing to him, because the thing is on the rope and the rope is on his wrist, and the thing is coming closer with each click. Closer, closer. The rope a path laid through the dark water leading from the open sea to the exact point where a man lies pinned and cannot move and cannot flee and cannot do anything except feel the approach conducted through the nylon into the bones of his hand. The surging stopped. The clicking continued. The rope vibrated with it, the nylon humming against his wrist, the sound so close it seemed to originate inside his own body, in his wrist, in his forearm, in the marrow of his bones where the vibration had settled and was resonating. He could not tell whether the source was 10 feet away or 100. The rope made everything intimate. The rope made everything close. Roger held his breath. He held everything. He lay in the water with his face above the surface and his arm extended toward the hatch, and the rope taut in his hand, and he felt the clicking vibrating through the nylon, and the clicking was the only sensation in the world. Click hiss, click hiss, click hiss. The water surged. A displacement wave came through the hatch. He felt it as a swell that lifted the water level against his chin, the cold finding the underside of his jaw, and then the wave passed, and the water dropped, and the rope jerked hard, and the clicking intensified, the vibration in the nylon becoming a tremor, a shaking, as though whatever produced the sound had increased its effort, and with it, a new pattern in the pulls, a grinding, sustained tension, the rope being hauled sideways through the water, the feel of something straining against an obstruction. And the whole apparatus of this breathing was there at the hatch, in the corridor beyond the hatch, the sound channeled through the taut rope and amplified by the ship's steel skeleton, so that it arrived at his wrist with a directness and a volume that made it seem closer than it was, close enough to be inside the compartment, close enough to be beside him, though the dark showed him nothing and no light penetrated the space. Something was pulling the rope from the hatch, not the distant swimming pulls he had felt before, but a close, grinding tension, as though whatever was on the other side of the opening had gripped the line and was hauling itself toward the hatch frame. And the rope transmitted this effort directly to his wrist, the nylon vibrating with a force that was not rhythmic, but labored, the effort of something large working against a constriction, struggling to pass through a space that would not quite admit it. And the clicking accompanied the struggle, each click hiss punctuating a burst of exertion, each pause between clicks a recalculation. And the thing was not through the hatch, but it was at the hatch, and it was trying. The rope jerked again, hard, twice, and he understood with a clarity that the cold hours had burned clean of everything except the essential. Something had come through the flooded corridors following the rope, and it had reached the hatch, and the hatch was partly blocked. Collapsed framing, shifted stores, the rearranged interior of the wrecked ship. And the thing was forcing its way through the obstruction, and every pull on the rope was the pull of a body hauling itself closer, and the rope went from the thing to his wrist, and when the thing got through the hatch, it would follow the rope to him. He held still. The clicking continued at the hatch, steady, patient, inhuman, and the water in the compartment pulsed with each effort from the other side, small displacement waves entering through the submerged opening, lapping against his chest, and each wave was a measure of the force being applied on the far side of the wall, and the force was considerable, and the obstruction was not holding. Panic is not a decision. He understood this now. Panic is not a failure of will or a collapse of reason. It is a program, older than language, older than thought, written into the body before the body had a mind to consult, a series of instructions that the nerves execute at a speed the conscious mind cannot match, And by the time Roger's mind registered what was happening, his body had already begun. His right hand, the better hand, the hand that still worked, was already moving, reaching down under the surface, past his hip, into the pocket of his trousers where the knife was, and his fingers were closing on the handle with a strength that had not been there before, a strength the fear had unlocked from wherever the body stores its final reserves, the last energy, the emergency supply that is released only when the organism faces extinction and must perform one more act before it can stop. The knife came out of the pocket. He felt the handle in his palm, the familiar shape, the brass bolster, the roughened bone scales that he had held 1,000 times in the light, on the deck, in the galley, for 1,000 ordinary purposes that were all of them a world away from this. And his thumb found the nail nick and pulled, and the blade opened against the spring with a sound that was very small and very clean. He brought the knife to the rope, his left hand, the frozen hand, the useless hand, found the section of nylon between the knot on his wrist and the point where the rope entered the water, and he held it as well as he could, pinching it between the heel of his palm and his forearm, pressing it against his own skin so that the rope was immobilized. And with his right hand, he set the blade against the nylon and began to cut. The nylon was wet and thick, and the blade was a pocket knife blade, not a rigger's knife, and the cutting was not quick. He sawed. The blade moved back and forth across the rope in a desperate, ragged rhythm, each stroke separating a few strands, each stroke thinning the line, and with each stroke he could feel the structure of the rope degrading, the tension changing as the intact fibers took the load of the severed ones, the nylon stretching and thinning, the rope becoming less rope, and more a collection of threads that were individually too weak to hold and were only holding because they held together. The clicking was louder. Whatever was at the hatch had shifted the obstruction. He felt the change as a surge of water through the opening, a pulse that lifted the level against his chin and then subsided. And with the surge, the clicking sound was suddenly less muffled, less filtered by the corridor's geometry. The steel that had been dampening the sound now admitting it more directly, and the click hiss was clear and intimate and close, not in the compartment but at the threshold, at the edge, filling the flooded opening the way a voice fills a doorway. He cut harder. The blade caught and skipped and caught again, and the fibers parted, strand by strand, and the rope thinned, and the tension in the remaining fibers increased with each strand cut, the load concentrating on fewer and fewer threads, and the threads were singing now, the sound of nylon under extreme tension, a high, thin whine that he could feel in the blade and in his wrist and in the bones of his forearm. The last fibers held for a moment, a single moment, in which the rope was no longer a rope, but a thread, a filament, the thinnest possible connection between his wrist and whatever was at the hatch. And then the thread broke. The release was immediate and total. The tension vanished. The two ends of the rope fell apart, the short length still tied to his wrist, springing back and slapping the water, the long length disappearing into the dark, sinking through the hatch. The connection that had been made in this compartment by Helen's hand severed now by his. The clicking stopped, not receded, not diminished, stopped, as instantly and as totally as a voice stops when a telephone wire is cut. One moment the click hiss was there, vibrating through the taut nylon into his wrist, conducted through the rope with the intimacy of a sound transmitted bone to bone, and the next moment the rope was slack, and the vibration was gone, and the sound was gone, and the silence that replaced it was so sudden and so complete that for a long moment Roger could not identify it as silence. His ears continued to hear the ghost of the rhythm, the neural echo, the pattern his brain had locked onto and could not immediately release. Then the echo faded, and the silence was real, and the silence was total, and the water settled to its flat, dead surface. And the only sound in the compartment was his own breathing, ragged and fast, and using air he could not afford. Whatever had been producing the clicking was still out there, still in the corridor, still breathing, still alive. But the rope had been the conductor, and the conductor was cut, and the sound had nowhere to travel. He lay in the water. He breathed. The air was thin, and the cold was total, and the fear was draining from his body like water from a bathtub, leaving behind a hollowness, a vacancy, a space where the panic had been that was now occupied by nothing. And the nothing was almost peaceful. He was alive. The thing had lost its guide. He had cut the rope, and the thing had retreated, and the logic of this was simple and animal and complete. He had severed the connection between himself and the predator had gone. He closed the knife and let it rest on his chest above the water. He held the severed end of the rope, the short length, a foot of frayed nylon still knotted to his wrist, and he breathed, and the breathing was easier, not because the air was better, but because the fear was spent, and in its wake, the body was doing what the body does after extreme exertion. It was shutting down, conserving, reducing operations to the bare minimum. The autonomic functions running on reserve while the voluntary systems went dark one by one. He lay in the dark, and the water, and the nothing, and he waited, and the waiting was different now. Before, he had been waiting for Helen. Now he was waiting for whatever came next, and whatever came next did not include the rope, and did not include the clicking, and did not include the thing in the water, because the path was gone, and the connection was gone, and he was alone, truly alone, alone in a way that the slack rope had never made him, because the slack rope had still been a line between 2 points, and the cut rope was a line between 1 point and nothing. The water continued to rise. It found his collarbone, settling into the hollows above the bone with the precision of water poured into a mold. It found the base of his throat. He tilted his head back and pressed his skull against the deck and breathed through his nose, and the air pocket was measured in inches now. A thin layer between the surface and the overhead, the last volume of breathable air in the compartment. And he breathed it, and it was not enough, and it was all there was. He thought, I am going to die here. The thought was the same thought he had had before, but it was different now because before it had been a calculation, and now it was a fact. And the difference between a calculation and a fact was the difference between looking at the sea from a ship and being in the sea. He was in the sea. The water was taking the last of the air, and there was nothing to be done about it, except to breathe what remained and to keep breathing until the breathing produced nothing, and then to stop. The water touched his chin. He pressed his head back as far as it would go, the base of his skull hard against the steel, his face the last island in a rising sea, and he breathed through his nose in quick, shallow cycles, the air entering and leaving with a whistle that he could hear, the whistle of a man breathing through a diminishing aperture. And each breath was smaller than the last because each breath was drawn from a pocket that was smaller than the pocket the previous breath had been drawn from. The dark was complete. The water was almost complete. The air was a membrane. Then, light. Not light as he understood it. Not daylight, not electric light, not the warm spectrum of a known source. A beam, thin, white, cutting through the water beneath him and sweeping across the submerged bulkhead with a controlled, searching motion. The beam passed across his chest, and the water turned green in its path, green and filled with particles. Diesel, rust, fiber, suspended in the illuminated column like dust in a shaft of sunlight. And then the beam moved away, and the dark returned. And then the beam came back and found his face and held. He screamed, not because the light hurt, though it did, his pupils contracting so violently after the hours of dark that the pain was a blade behind his eyes, but because the light was the most unexpected thing that had happened to him since the collision. The scream used air, the last air. The sound went out of him and into the compartment, and hit the walls and came back, and went out through the hatch into the flooded corridors, and the water carried it farther than any sound should carry in a wrecked ship. Hands on his shoulders. Hands finding his face, his jaw, his airway. Hands unlike Helen's, larger, gloved in neoprene, operating with a drilled competence that was not tenderness, but training. The efficient touch of men executing a procedure they had rehearsed until the procedure was indistinguishable from instinct. The hands assessed him. Airway clear, responsive, legs pinned. And then the hands went to work on the locker. He could not see the men. His eyes would not open against the light, or would not open at all. The hours of dark had done something to the mechanism of his eyelids, the muscles cramped or frozen, and the light was too strong, and the transition was too sudden, and his mind had stopped processing input in the way that a machine stops when its capacity is exceeded, going still, holding the last frame. But he heard the clicking. He heard it, and every muscle that could still respond locked at once. His shoulders lifting from the deck, his neck rigid, the scream rising again in his throat. And the clicking was right beside his head, immediate and intimate. Click hiss, click hiss, click hiss. And his hands came up to ward it off, to push it away, the hands of a man in the dark, fighting off what has come for him. The gloved hands caught his wrists, held them, firmly without violence, the grip of a man who has restrained panicking survivors before, and who knows that the restraint must be absolute and brief and calm. His hands were held, and his wrists were held, and the clicking continued beside his head, and it did not stop, and it would not stop, and he forced his eyes open against the light and saw a face behind glass, black rubber framing the mask, a mouthpiece gripped between teeth, and on the left side of the mouthpiece a valve, chrome, small, moving with each breath, opening to admit air from the tank on the man's back, closing to expel the used air into the water around them, a mechanical cycle that produced, with each repetition, a sound. Click hiss. Roger looked at the valve. The valve opened. Air entered the mouthpiece. The valve closed. Air was expelled. Click hiss. The sound was wet because the valve operated at the interface of air and water. The sound was rhythmic because breathing is rhythmic. The sound was exactly, precisely, identically, without variation. The sound he had heard in the dark. The diver's eyes behind the glass looked at him. They were steady and human and calm, and they looked at him, and he looked at the valve, and between the eyes and the valve, a fact assembled itself with a slowness that was not the slowness of the cold or the dark, but the slowness of a mind that is constructing something it does not wish to construct, laying each piece in place with the reluctance of a man building his own scaffold, each piece fitting perfectly into the piece before it, each piece making the structure more complete and more terrible. They brought him through the corridors. He could not swim. His legs trailed behind him, dead, unresponsive. And the divers carried him, one on each side, pulling him through the flooded passages with a professional efficiency that required no communication, their lights cutting through the murk, the beams catching the shapes of the ship's interior, buckled frames, shifted cargo, a fire extinguisher still clipped to a bulkhead, a coat hanging from a hook with its arms spread as though the person wearing it had been lifted out of it by the shoulders and the coat had remained, And the corridors were not corridors, but tunnels, blocked and rerouted and narrowed by the collapse, and the divers navigated them with the confidence of men who had already mapped the way in. The rope had been their map. He understood this without anyone saying it. Helen had held the rope and swum through the hatch and followed the corridors and found the way up and found the surface and found the search boats and found the divers and had led them back, the rope in her hand, the other end tied to his wrist, the line between them, the thread through the labyrinth, the path that made the unmappable navigable, and he had cut it. They surfaced in a space above the ship. The air hit his face, and the light was gray, and the sky was there, the actual sky, the sky of the world. And it was January in the Channel, and the light was the colorless light of a winter morning over water, and the color of the sky was the color of the sea, and the two were nearly indistinguishable. Gray above and gray below, the horizon a smudge, and a rescue launch was alongside, and men were leaning over the gunwale with their hands extended. They lifted him aboard. They wrapped him in blankets. They cut his trouser legs open and examined what the locker had done. They put a needle in his arm. They spoke to him in voices that he could hear but could not assemble into meaning, the words arriving individually. Sir, breathe, still, cold. But refusing to connect into sentences, the syntax broken, the grammar of communication destroyed by whatever had happened to the part of his mind that processed language, which was the same part that had held Helen's name and which was now holding something else, something that occupied the full capacity of that part and left no room for anything else. He asked. The stripped, saltwater sound that came out of his mouth did not resemble language, but the men understood it because the men had been on rescue boats before, and they knew the sound a man makes when he is asking the question that cannot be answered quickly and cannot be answered well. The men looked at each other, then at him. Their faces composed themselves into an expression he recognized, the expression of men holding back information they are not yet certain they should deliver, the expression that is itself the delivery, the held-back face that tells the story before the story is told. He did not need them to tell him. The knowledge was already assembling itself inside his chest, had been assembling itself since the diver's mask, since the valve, since the click-hiss that was the same click-hiss, each piece connecting to the next with the slow, annihilating clarity of a fracture propagating through glass. The tugs, the violent, arrhythmic jerking that had woke him from his dying. He held this memory up to the new knowledge the way a man holds a document up to a light and sees the watermark he missed on first reading. The tugs had not been violent. They had been urgent. They had been a woman pulling a rope in the dark, pulling with both hands, pulling with the desperate, rhythmic insistence of a person who cannot shout and cannot be seen and has only one instrument left, one way to send a message through the flooded steel labyrinth to the man at the other end. Pull, I found them. They are with me. Hold on. We are coming. And the thrashing, the erratic, powerful jerking he had felt, just before the clicking grew loud at the hatch. Not a predator lunging. A diver in full equipment, forcing his way through collapsed framing in the corridor. The bulky tanks catching on shifted steel. The rope going taut and slack and taut. As the man struggled through the constriction, Helen braced on the other side, pulling the line to keep it clear. Her grip the anchor, the rope the thread. The thread held taut between her hand and his wrist, while the diver worked through the narrowed passage toward the hatch. He had understood this much in the corridors. He had understood it when the diver's lights swept over the collapsed framing and the scuffed steel where something large had forced its way through. The rope had been their map. Helen had held one end, and his wrist had held the other, and the line between them was the path through the labyrinth. But it was not until he heard the crew talking, low, near the stern, not to him, 2 voices, one asking, one answering, and he caught only a fragment, lost the guide rope. Current took her into the forward hold, that the last piece fell and the fracture completed itself. The rope that was her purchase in the current, her fixed point in the zero-visibility water. She had tied a bowline on his wrist, a knot designed to hold under any load, a knot that would not slip, a knot that made his wrist the anchor point of the entire system. And she had wrapped her own end around her hand, a grip she could adjust, a grip she could release and retake as she swam, a grip that depended, for its purchase, on the tension in the line, on the fact that the other end was fixed. His wrist held the bowline, her hand held the wrap. The whole architecture of their connection, the rope, the knot, the grip, the current, the dark, rested on his wrist, being there, being fixed, being the point that did not move, and he had cut it, strand by strand, fiber by fiber, while she pulled from the other side, the last desperate tugs he had felt before the blade went through, while she pulled not to attack him, but to hold on, to maintain the tension that kept the wrap tight around her hand, to keep herself anchored in the dark against the force of the water that was waiting to take her the moment the tension failed. And the tension had failed because he had put a blade through it. Her grip had been holding the line taut, and the line had been holding her position, and the position had been holding her life. And when the tension disappeared, when the fibers parted under his blade and the resistance ceased and the cut end sank through the hatch, she had nothing. The current took her the way a river takes a thing that is no longer held, without effort, without pause, without the possibility of return. And the divers could not follow because the rope that would have told them where the current went was gone, was cut, was lying on the bottom of the corridor in 2 useless lengths. And Helen was in the water, and the water was in the ship, and the ship was on the bottom of the channel, and that was where she was. Roger lay on the deck of the rescue launch, and he looked at the sky. The sky was gray. The channel was gray. The ship beneath them, the hull visible as a dark interruption in the water's surface 50 yards to starboard, a mass of steel lying on the bottom in 40 feet of water, was gray. Everything was the same color and the same temperature and the same substance, and his hands were on his chest, and they were empty, and they were his hands, and they had done everything they had done. Someone had cut the knot from his wrist. He did not remember this happening. The medic had done it while working on his arms, cutting the nylon loop with a pair of shears and discarding it without comment. And his wrist was bare now, the skin exposed to the gray air for the first time since Helen had tied the bowline in the dark. The skin where the rope had been was marked. A groove ran around the full circumference of his wrist, pressed into the flesh by hours of tension and immersion. A line of compressed tissue, red against the white of his waterlogged skin, as precise and as legible as a line drawn with a pen. The weave of the nylon had imprinted itself into the groove, a pattern of crossed fibers stamped into his wrist like a text in a language he could now read, each fiber mark a word, each word a part of the sentence that the rope had been writing on his skin since Helen tied it there. The sentence that said, "I am the connection between you and the woman who loved you, and the connection was here, and the connection is gone." He held his wrist up to the gray light. He held it and looked at it, and the groove was there, and the groove was all there was. His hand hung open above his face, the fingers curled loosely, the palm turned up toward the sky. A hand that could grip, that could hold, that could close a knife and cut a rope. A hand that was warm now, warming in the blankets, the circulation returning, the color coming back. A hand that was capable of everything, and that had, in the dark, been capable of the one thing, and the one thing was enough. And the gray light held it, and the gray light held everything. And below the launch, the channel moved. And the channel was the color of the rope, and the rope was gone, and the mark remained. The telegram had reached Hollis Brennan on a Thursday, and by Saturday he was standing in the marble entrance hall of the Fifth Avenue mansion, listening to Lydia Graylock explain why her father had locked himself inside a house 30 miles north and allowed the pipes to freeze. She stood by the window in a traveling dress of charcoal wool, her gloved hands folded with the stillness women cultivate when gesture reveals too much. The winter light from the street made her face appear carved rather than living. She told him the facts in the order they had occurred. Her father had dismissed the entire household staff on the 15th of January. 12 servants, most in service to the family for 2 decades, released without references, without severance beyond their wages. The housekeeper had written to express concern about leaving him alone in the great house. Brennan had brought his notebook but did not open it. His questions were brief. She answered each carefully, her voice never rising, never faltering. She had last seen her father at Christmas. He had been preoccupied but not visibly ill. He had spoken of spending the winter months at the estate, attending to personal matters. She had assumed he meant his collections, the paintings, the first editions, the Chinese porcelains that filled entire rooms of the Fifth Avenue house. The house around them was silent in the way only houses maintained by invisible labor could be silent. In the service regions below, staff moved through tasks that kept the organism alive. Silence maintained by people who had learned to be blood rather than body. You never saw them, but the house stayed warm, stayed ordered, stayed perfect. When Brennan asked what sort of personal matters, she turned from the window, and the movement had the quality of deliberate effort, as if she were a statue choosing to animate. Her father, she explained, was a man of intense focus. When he had acquired the Pennsylvania rail rights, he had worked for 3 months without sleeping more than 4 hours a night. When he had decided to corner the anthracite market in '87, he had not left his study for a week. She paused, and her fingers worked against each other with the first sign of agitation he had seen from her. He spoke of an emptiness. After the fires in '91, he said something had started then. A hunger. She met his eyes. I thought this was another of his campaigns. I did not think it was madness. Brennan had read the file his agency kept on Augustus Graylock. The coal holdings alone would have made him notable. The rail investments made him formidable. The slum properties in 5 Points and the Lower East Side made him something else entirely. The tenement fires of '91 had burned through buildings Graylock owned, structures where fire escapes had been deemed an unnecessary expense. 43 dead, most of them children. The inquests had gone nowhere. Men like Graylock did not testify before municipal boards. They sent lawyers who cited property rights and market forces, who transformed questions of morality into questions of contract law. What changed her mind, Brennan asked, and she produced a letter from her traveling bag. The stationery was heavy, watermarked, the handwriting educated, but increasingly irregular as it descended the page. Lydia, do not attempt to visit. The house is not safe. I have made arrangements with Huddleston to manage affairs until this matter is resolved. The coal is not what you think. It comes from within. The creature is real. It has always been real. I feel it in my bones now, the emptiness, the hunger. Nothing fills it. Nothing ever has. Your loving father. The signature was barely legible, the letters collapsing into each other, as if the hand that wrote them had been shaking. The letter had arrived 4 days ago. She had sent 2 telegrams. Both were returned. She had sent a man from her father's office to investigate. He had reported that the gate was locked, the grounds deserted, no smoke from any chimney despite temperatures well below freezing. He had knocked for 20 minutes. No one came. The man had walked the perimeter of the house and found every window shuttered, every door sealed. It was as if the building had been prepared for a siege. Brennan asked if she believed her father was still inside. She met his eyes for the first time since he had arrived. "I believe something is inside," she said. "Whether it is still my father, I cannot say." Brennan studied her face for tells. She was not lying, but she was also not telling him everything. The wealthy never did. They hired men like him to discover what they already suspected, so that when the ugliness surfaced, they could claim ignorance. It was a form of insurance, moral rather than financial. And it was as common among the upper classes as theft was among the poor. He told her he would leave for the estate in the morning. She nodded once and rang for the butler to show him out. As Brennan descended the front steps to the street, he glanced back and saw her still standing at the window, a dark figure in a bright room, perfectly still. She did not watch him leave. She was looking at something else, something internal, something that did not require external vision to see. The estate was called Ironwood, which Brennan found grimly appropriate given its owner's fortune. It occupied 200 acres of the Hudson Valley, positioned where the river bent and the Catskills rose in their perpetual blue haze. The architect had been given instructions to build something that would look ancient, and had succeeded. The house appeared to have grown from the landscape through some geological process. All gray stone and narrow windows, built to outlast empires. Brennan arrived by hired coach on Sunday afternoon, the driver unwilling to approach closer than the outer gate. The man was local, familiar with the valley and its histories, and when he learned their destination, his expression had shifted from professional courtesy to something more guarded. He accepted his fee and departed with visible relief, leaving Brennan alone on a road where snow had drifted and frozen into sculptural forms that suggested bodies in various attitudes of supplication. The gate stood open. Fresh snow had fallen since it was last closed, but no tracks led in or out. Only the swept depressions where wind had worked the powder into patterns that resembled writing in an alphabet Brennan did not know. The metal of the gate itself was ornate, worked with designs that might have been ivy or might have been something more deliberate, a pattern that repeated without quite resolving into recognizable form. He walked the quarter-mile approach through grounds that had been designed to impress and now served only to oppress. The ornamental plantings had gone wild or died. The prospect walks were buried. The statuary stood wrapped in canvas that had torn and flapped in the wind, revealing fragments of marble anatomy, a stone nymph's arm, a satyr's leering face, the goddess Diana with her bow, her expression eroded by weather into something that might have been ecstasy or agony. The sculptures had been imported from Italy at great expense, arranged according to some aesthetic principle that Brennan did not understand and that seemed now to have been a waste of both money and marble. The house rose before him like a rebuke. It was larger than he had imagined. 3 stories of granite and slate, with a tower at the eastern corner that suggested baronial pretension. The windows were dark, all of them. Not curtained, but dark in a way that suggested nothing living moved behind them. The architecture was meant to evoke strength, permanence, the kind of building that would stand for centuries. But there was something wrong in the proportions, something that made the eye slide away rather than rest comfortably. The windows were too narrow for the walls that contained them, the doors too heavy for the frames, It was as if the house had been built to keep things in rather than out. Brennan had been a private investigator for 8 years, long enough to develop instincts about buildings that couldn't be named but could be trusted. This one felt wrong, not haunted. He did not believe in ghosts, but wrong the way a body is wrong when the heart has stopped, but rigor hasn't set in yet. There was a quality to the stillness that suggested not peace but cessation, the moment after ending but before decay. The front door was locked. He knocked, knowing it was futile, and the sound died instantly, swallowed by the house or the snow or the sharp, bone-dry winter air. He walked the perimeter, testing windows, looking for signs of forced entry or exit. Nothing. The place was sealed, every shutter latched, every door barred. Whoever was inside had made certain that no one could enter easily, and perhaps that no one could leave. At the rear of the house, he found the servants' entrance. The door here was unlocked, hanging slightly ajar, ice crusted around the hinges. Brennan pushed it open and stepped into darkness. The cold hit him immediately. Not the cold of a building in winter, but something deeper. A cold that came from the stones themselves, from the earth beneath the foundation. His breath clouded white. The hallway stretched before him, narrow and utilitarian, designed for staff to move unseen through the house. His eyes adjusted slowly. The floor was slate. The walls were bare plaster, water-stained where pipes had frozen and burst. Icicles hung from the ceiling where the leaking water had refrozen, creating a forest of translucent spikes that caught what little light penetrated the gloom. He moved forward, boots crunching on ice that had formed from the leaking pipes. The corridor opened into a scullery, then a vast kitchen. Pots hung from iron hooks. A scarred work table dominated the center of the room. On it sat a loaf of bread, frozen solid, covered in a delicate frost that made it look like something from a fairy tale. Beside it, a teacup. The liquid inside transformed into brown ice. A knife lay next to the bread, positioned as if someone had been interrupted mid-slice. From the master suite, directly overhead, came a sound, a creak of weight on boards. Brennan froze, listening. The sound came again, deliberate, moving. Then silence. He waited a full minute before continuing, every sense alert. The house settled around him with its own sounds, and he could not be certain what he had heard. But the sensation of being alone had shifted into something less definite. Brennan touched nothing. He had learned early in his career that the arrangement of objects could tell a story, and disturbing them was a form of erasure. The kitchen told him that whoever had been here last had left suddenly, or had simply stopped in the middle of ordinary tasks. The bread suggested breakfast or lunch. The tea suggested the same. Someone had been eating, or preparing to eat, and then had abandoned the meal without clearing it away. The kitchen led to a pantry, and the pantry to a servant's staircase that rose into the main body of the house. He climbed. The stairs creaked under his weight, the sound sharp in the silence. At the top, he emerged into a hall that spoke of money in every detail. The Turkish runner down the center, the William Morris wallpaper, the gasoliers that would have flooded the space with light when lit, but now hung dormant and faintly sinister, their glass shades coated with dust. The cold was worse here. Brennan could see his breath, could feel the frost forming on his mustache. His ears rang with the pressure change, sinuses aching as if he'd descended into a mine shaft. The house wasn't merely unheated. Something was drinking warmth from the air itself. He began his search systematically, room by room. The library first, shelves to the ceiling, leather spines with gold stamping, a globe the size of a carriage wheel. The chairs were positioned as if someone had just left them, a book open on a side table. Brennan looked at the title, The Jesuit Relations, an account of French missionaries among the indigenous peoples of New France. The page was turned to a section on winter survival, and someone, Greylock presumably, had underlined a passage in a pencil. The savages speak of a spirit they call the Wendigo, which possesses men who have known starvation and drives them to unnatural hungers. Those afflicted are said to feel an emptiness that can never be filled, no matter how much they consume. The spirit grows larger with each feeding, so that the afflicted are always starving regardless of how much they eat. In the worst cases, the possessed lose all humanity and become the Wendigo themselves, walking hunger in human form. Brennan read the passage twice. He was not a superstitious man, but he understood obsession, and this had the shape of it. The underlining was heavy, deliberate. The pencil pressed hard enough into the paper that it had left impressions on the pages beneath. Greylock had not merely read this passage, he had studied it, returned to it, found in it something that resonated with his own experience. As he turned from the book, movement caught his eye, a flicker in the tall mirror above the mantelpiece. He spun, but the room was empty, just the reflection of swaying chandelier crystals catching the dim light, or perhaps his own silhouette, distorted by the wavering glass. He stood very still, watching the mirror, but nothing moved again. The coal made the air shimmer strangely. That was all. The drawing room, furniture shrouded in white sheets, paintings on the walls depicting pastoral fantasies, shepherds in eternal summer, harvests in golden abundance, that never existed in actual countryside where people struggled and failed and died. The contrast between the painted warmth and the actual cold was so severe it approached mockery. The dining room, a table that could seat 20, place settings for a dinner party that would never occur, crystal glasses catching the thin gray light from the windows. The china was Meissen, the silver Georgian, the linens Irish. Each element had been chosen to communicate status, taste, discernment. But the communication required an audience, and the audience had departed, leaving only the objects in their mute arrangement. He found the Baron's study on the second floor. The desk was mahogany, massive, its surface covered with papers that had been disturbed by no hand but their owners. Brennan examined them carefully. Financial records, mostly. Coal production reports from mines in Pennsylvania. Shipping manifests for anthracite transported up the Hudson. Eviction notices for tenants in arrears, stamped and dated, ready to be delivered. A letter from a reverend in 5 Points begging for relief for families turned out in the dead of winter, children among them, with nowhere to go and no means of staying warm. The letter had been crumpled, then smoothed flat again, as if the Baron had struggled with it. In the margin, in Greylock's hand, a single notation. Business is business. Brennan felt something shift in his understanding of the man. Not sympathy. He had seen too many victims of men like Greylock to manage sympathy, but a kind of recognition. The Baron was not merely wealthy. He was wealthy in the vigilant way, the kind that required constant watchfulness. And somewhere in that process, the original purpose of wealth, to provide security, comfort, freedom, had been lost entirely, replaced by acquisition as its own end. He continued upstairs. The bedrooms were numerous, each decorated with museum exactness. Impersonal as stage sets, perfect as rooms no one was meant to live in. Egyptian cotton sheets that no one slept on. Persian rugs that no one walked across. Wardrobes filled with clothes that no one wore. It was a museum of domesticity. All the trappings of life with none of the living. In what was clearly the master suite, he found the Baron's wardrobe standing open, suits hanging in neat rows, each one tailored to a body that no longer matched the measurements. On the floor, scattered like evidence of struggle, were 3 overcoats, each heavier than the last. A wool topcoat, a fur-lined greatcoat, a bearskin that must have weighed 20 pounds. The Baron had tried to dress against the cold, and then at some point he had stopped. Brennan could reconstruct the progression, the recognition of cold, the attempt to combat it through clothing, the failure of clothing to provide warmth, and finally the abandonment of the attempt. What came after that abandonment, Brennan did not yet know. He returned to the main staircase and descended to the entrance hall. The staircase was grand, designed to make an impression, and it succeeded even now in its abandonment. The newel posts were carved with acanthus leaves. The banister was rosewood, polished to a deep glow that not even weeks of cold could entirely diminish. At the base of the stairs hung a portrait of Augustus Greylock in his prime, 50 years old perhaps, his face unlined, his eyes direct, his posture suggesting a man who had never questioned his right to occupy space. Brennan stood looking at the portrait for a long moment. The man depicted there bore little resemblance to what Brennan expected to find. The painted Greylock radiated confidence, control, the certainty of a man who had mastered his world. Whatever had happened in the weeks since the servants were dismissed had transformed that man into something else. At the base of the stairs, Brennan stopped. He had been hearing something for several minutes without consciously acknowledging it. A sound so faint it might have been the settling of the house, or water dripping somewhere in the frozen pipes, or his own pulse in his ears. He listened. The sound came again, a rhythmic scraping, metal on stone from somewhere below, and beneath it, or perhaps as part of it, something else, a soft grinding, fleshy and wet, like teeth working against something hard. The sound stopped, started again, followed him as he moved toward the basement door, always at the same distance, always below. The house had a basement, and of course it did. A house this size would need extensive cellars for storage, for the furnace, for the mechanisms that kept the upper floors habitable. Brennan had not yet found the way down. He searched and found it behind a door he had taken for a closet. A steep staircase descending into darkness thick enough he could taste coal dust before he'd gone 3 steps, feel stone-cold air settle in his lungs like water. The scraping sound came from below, intermittent, purposeful. Someone was down there. Someone was moving. Brennan had brought matches and a small lantern. He lit it now, the flame guttering in a draft he could not identify. The light pushed back the darkness by perhaps 6 feet. Beyond that, nothing. He descended. The stairs were stone, worn smooth in the centers by generations of servants carrying supplies. The walls were close, the ceiling low. The temperature dropped with each step until Brennan felt the cold as a physical pressure against his chest, forcing him to work for each breath. His lantern created a small sphere of yellow light that moved with him through the dark, illuminating stone and shadow and nothing else. Behind him he heard it again, that soft, grinding sound, closer now, echoing strangely in the stone passage. He turned, but his light revealed only the stairs he had just descended. When he moved forward again, the sound moved with him. The basement opened into a maze of rooms, storage chambers mostly, their purposes obscure. A wine cellar with empty racks, the bottles long since consumed or removed. A room containing nothing but broken furniture, legs of chairs pointing upward like the limbs of overturned insects. Another room filled with steamer trunks, their contents unknown and unknowable. The leather straps that bound them cracked and brittle with age. The scraping sound was louder now. Brennan followed it through the maze, his sense of direction failing in the identical stone corridors. The lantern light caught movement ahead, a flicker of shadow that might have been a rat, or might have been something larger, something that moved with deliberation rather than instinct. And beneath the scraping, that other sound continued, grinding, patient, rhythmic. Something being worked between teeth. He turned a corner and found a door standing open. Light spilled through. Not lamplight, but the gray wash of daylight from a window set high in the wall. The sounds came from within. Brennan stepped through the doorway and saw him. Augustus Greylock sat on the stone floor with his back against a barrel. He was skeletal, his flesh withdrawn from his bones, his clothes hanging on him like drapes on furniture. His skin had gone translucent the way starvation makes it. Blue veins visible at the temples and wrists. His eyes, sunken deep in their sockets, tracked Brennan's approach with the slow, deliberate movement of a man conserving energy. The face bore little resemblance to the portrait in the entrance hall. This was a face that had been consumed from within, hollowed out, reduced to its essential architecture. In his hands he held a piece of coal. He was scraping it across the floor, back and forth, creating a mark that resembled writing but resolved into nothing when Brennan tried to read it. But that was not all. As Brennan watched, the Baron lifted the coal to his mouth. The grinding sound came again, his teeth working against the anthracite, not biting through, but worrying at it, tasting it, as if trying to extract some essence from the stone. Black dust collected at the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Greylock," Brennan said. The Baron's head turned. The movement took several seconds, as if his neck were frozen and had to be manually rotated. When he spoke, his voice was a whisper, but it carried perfectly in the stone room. "You should not have come." His eyes drifted past Brennan to the darkness behind him. "It's hungry. It smells the warmth on you." Brennan set the lantern on the floor and crouched, keeping his distance, assessing. The Baron was dying. That was obvious. Hypothermia, probably, combined with starvation and dehydration. How long had he been down here? Days? Weeks? The body before him suggested the latter. This degree of deterioration required time. The Baron's tongue emerged, black with coal dust, and ran across his cracked lips. "Lydia sent me," Brennan said, keeping his voice steady. "She's concerned." Something that might have been a smile pulled at the Baron's mouth. Black spittle gathered at the corner. Lydia. Sweet Lydia. She should let it finish. He lifted the coal again, and for a horrifying moment, Brennan thought he would bite down hard to try to consume it whole. Instead, he just held it near his face, inhaling as if it had a scent. "Tastes like emptiness," he whispered. "The only thing that feels real." "Let what finish?" The Baron's eyes drifted past Brennan to the shadows behind him. "The Wendigo. It's here. It's been here all along. I thought I could. I tried to." His hand tightened on the coal, and it crumbled to dust between his fingers. "Nothing fills it. Do you understand? Nothing I eat. But I am empty. I acquire, but I am empty. I build, and I am still empty." Brennan had interviewed madmen before. The trick was to meet them where they lived, to move through their delusion, until you found the door back to the world. "Where's the Wendigo now?" he asked. The Baron's hand lifted, trembling, and pointed toward the darkness at the far end of the room. There. Always there. Waiting. Brennan rose and lifted his lantern. The light swept across the room, revealing what he had not seen in the dimness. The space extended far beyond where he stood, opening into a cavern that must run the length of the entire house. And it was full. Coal. Tons of it. Mountains of anthracite piled to the ceiling, black and gleaming in the lamplight. Between the coal pile, stacked with geometric exactness, were cords of wood, oak and maple and ash, cut and split and arranged in walls that stretched into the darkness, and beyond that, barely visible, the curved tops of barrels, dozens of them, hundreds. Brennan walked forward slowly, the lantern extended before him. The cavern was not natural. It had been excavated, enlarged, transformed into a storage facility of staggering capacity. The coal alone represented a fortune, the wood another. The barrels, when he reached them and read the stenciling on their sides, proved to contain heating oil. He turned back to where the Baron sat, a tiny figure in the vastness of his hoard. "All this," Brennan said, and his voice echoed strangely in the space. "All this, and you're freezing to death." The Baron's head moved in what might have been a nod. "Can't burn it. Can't use it. It's mine. Mine." Brennan walked back and crouched again, studying the man's face. The madness there was real, but it was not the madness of delusion. It was the madness of seeing clearly what one truly was. "There's no when to go," Brennan said. "Yes," the Baron whispered. "Yes, there is." The Baron died while Brennan was upstairs searching for blankets. When Brennan returned to the basement with an armful of quilts taken from a second-floor linen closet, he found the old man slumped sideways, his hand still resting on the pile of coal beside him, fingers spread as if guarding it even in death. The piece of coal he had been scraping across the floor lay near his knee. Brennan picked it up and examined it in the lamplight. It was anthracite, the highest grade, the kind that burned hottest and longest, the kind men froze to death trying to afford. Brennan covered the body with two of the quilts and stood looking down at it for a long moment. He had seen death many times, bodies pulled from the Hudson, victims of violence in the Bowery, the aftermath of industrial accidents where men were reduced to component parts by machinery that did not distinguish between wood and flesh. But this was different. This was a man who had killed himself through the simple act of refusing to consume what he owned. The thing that disturbed Brennan most was not the death itself, but the expression on the Baron's face. In the final moment, Greylock had looked almost peaceful, as if the struggle had finally ended and the emptiness had won, and that, at least, was a kind of resolution. The tension that had marked his features in life, the perpetual vigilance, the constant calculation, had smoothed away, leaving something that resembled rest. Brennan began his systematic investigation of the basement proper. He was systematic by nature and training, and the scene demanded systematic work. He started at the perimeter and worked inward, documenting what he found with the small notebook he carried. The pages filled quickly with observations that would mean nothing to anyone who had not seen the space itself, but which Brennan knew from experience would serve as anchors for memory when the immediate horror had faded. The coal occupied the largest portion of the space, hundreds of tons of it, sorted by grade and stacked with obsessive care. Anthracite in one section, bituminous in another, smaller piles of specialty grades Brennan could not identify. Between the piles, narrow aisles had been left, wide enough for a single person to walk, but no wider. The Baron had created a maze of his own fuel, a labyrinth where every path led deeper into abundance that could not be used. Brennan walked these aisles, his lantern casting wild shadows on the stone walls. The coal had been down here for years. That was clear from the fine dust that coated every surface, the settled quality of the piles. This was not a recent acquisition. It was the accumulation of a lifetime, or at least of the portion of a lifetime when accumulation had become the governing principle. In one corner, he found a workspace, a rough table, a chair, ledgers stacked in neat piles. Brennan opened the topmost ledger and read by lamplight. It was an inventory maintained in the Baron's own hand, recording every delivery of coal, every cord of wood, every barrel of oil. The entries went back to 1882, 12 years of accumulation, documented with the obsessive care of a man for whom the record mattered more than the substance. Each entry included not only the quantity and type of fuel, but also its cost, its source, the date of delivery, and the location within the basement where it had been stored. The Baron had maintained this record with the meticulous attention of a man for whom the record mattered more than the substance. The handwriting was consistent throughout the early years, controlled and elegant. But as the entries progressed toward the present, the hand deteriorated. Letters became erratic, lines wandered, whole passages had been crossed out and rewritten. The final entry was dated January 14, 1894. The day before the servants were dismissed. 2 tons anthracite, delivered by rail to Hudson Depot, transported by wagon to estate. Total holdings now 851 tons coal, 2,340 cords wood, 890 barrels oil, sufficient for 140 years normal consumption. Sufficient for 140 years. Brennan closed the ledger and stood in the cold darkness, trying to comprehend the mind that had performed this calculation and found it wanting. What did it mean to store fuel for 140 years? What fantasy of the future did such an act presume? The Baron was 63 years old when he died. He could not have expected to live another century. The fuel was not for him. It was not for anyone. It existed purely as potential, as the promise of warmth that would never be converted into actual heat. He moved to the wood next. The cords were stacked against the eastern wall in a construction so exact it resembled masonry. Each piece of wood had been chosen for size and quality. No rotted pieces, no bark-shedding logs, nothing that would not burn clean and hot. The wood varied by type, suggesting deliberate selection. Oak for long burning, maple for quick heat, ash for steady warmth. The Baron had been selective even in his hoarding, applying the same standards of quality he would have applied to any purchase. Brennan pulled a piece of oak from the middle of one stack, expecting the pile to collapse. It did not. The logs had been fitted together with such care that removing one made no difference to the structural integrity of the whole. It was as if each piece of wood had been assigned a place and would tolerate no rearrangement. The engineering of it was impressive. The purpose of it was incomprehensible. The barrels filled the remaining space. Oil for lamps and furnaces, enough to heat the mansion through decades of winters. Brennan pried the lid from one barrel and smelled the contents. Fresh. The oil had not degraded. The Baron had maintained his hoard with the same obsessive care he had brought to its accumulation, ensuring that nothing spoiled, nothing deteriorated, nothing lost its utility, even though that utility would never be realized. At the far end of the basement, partially hidden behind a wall of coal, Brennan found something that stopped him. A furnace. Massive, modern, designed to heat the entire house through a system of pipes and radiators. It was cold, of course. Cold as everything else in this place. But when Brennan opened the furnace door and peered inside, he saw that it was clean, ready to be lit. Someone had prepared it, had laid kindling and coal in the proper arrangement, had done everything necessary except strike the match. The Baron, he realized. The Baron had come down here intending to light the furnace, and then something had stopped him. Brennan found the evidence nearby, a box of matches, spilled across the floor as if dropped. He picked one up, struck it. The match flared bright in the darkness, and for a moment the furnace interior was visible. The careful arrangement of fuel waiting to become heat. Then the match burned down to Brennan's fingers and he dropped it, and the darkness returned, more complete than before for having been briefly interrupted. He stood there for a long time, trying to understand. The Baron had been freezing. The house had been freezing. He had come down to the basement to light the furnace, had prepared everything, had held the matches in his hand. And then he had dropped them and walked away and let the cold take him, rather than burn a single piece of what he owned. This was insanity, yes, but it was also something more. It was the logical conclusion of a life lived according to a particular set of principles. The Baron had spent his entire existence acquiring and never releasing, building wealth through extraction and never distribution. He had owned slums where children froze and had considered it a natural consequence of their parents' failure to pay rent. He had cornered markets and driven up prices and watched men choose between heating and eating and felt no responsibility for their choices. The principles that governed his business had, over time, become the principles that governed his soul, until the distinction between the two had ceased to exist. And now, at the end, he had been unable to break his own rules, even to save his own life, even surrounded by enough fuel to heat a city. The habit of acquisition without use had become so deeply embedded that reversing it, even once, even in extremity, had proven impossible. Brennan walked back to where the body lay and stood looking down at it. He should feel something, he thought. Pity, perhaps, or anger, or the grim satisfaction of watching a monster receive its punishment. But what he felt instead was a kind of terrible understanding. The Baron had not been cursed by any spirit. He had not been possessed by any Wendigo. He had simply become what he had always been, refined to its purest essence. The greed that had built the fortune had, in the end, consumed the man. The Wendigo was real. It existed. But it was not a creature from indigenous legend, visiting itself upon an innocent victim. It was a spirit that the Baron had cultivated within himself year by year, choice by choice, transaction by transaction, until it had grown large enough to consume him entirely. The emptiness he spoke of was not inflicted. It was earned. Brennan climbed the stairs and emerged into the entrance hall. The house felt different now that he understood it. Not haunted, but historical, a monument to one strain of American ambition. He walked through the rooms again, seeing them differently. The paintings, the furniture, the collections. All of it was fuel of another sort, accumulated and never used, meant to be looked at but never touched, appreciated but never loved. Every object in the house served the same function as the coal in the basement. It existed to be owned, not used. The Meissen china would never be eaten from. The Irish linens would never be slept upon. The first editions would never be read. They were inventory, entries in a ledger, proof of wealth rather than instruments of living. And the Baron had surrounded himself with these objects until they had crowded out everything else. Relationships, pleasure, comfort, warmth, life itself. In the study he found stationery and wrote a brief report for Lydia Greylock. He kept it factual. Her father had locked himself in the house. He had died of exposure and starvation. There had been no external cause, no intruder, no violence, no accident. Just a man alone with his possessions, unable to choose between them and his own survival. He mentioned that the body would need to be retrieved, that arrangements would need to be made. He did not mention the basement. He did not mention the fuel. Some truths were too grotesque to speak plainly, and Brennan suspected that Lydia already knew the essential fact. Her father had been a man incapable of letting go. He sealed the letter and left it on the desk where it would be found. Then he walked through the house one final time, memorizing details. The way light fell through the narrow windows. The silence that filled the rooms like held breath. The sense of a place that had been built to impress, but had succeeded only in oppressing. This would be his last case for men like Greylock, he decided. There were other kinds of work for investigators, missing persons, insurance fraud, small mysteries that did not require him to witness the moral rot of the accumulator class. As he left through the servants' entrance, he glanced back at the house. It looked the same as when he had arrived, gray and massive and cold. But now he knew what it contained, and the knowledge changed everything. This was not a house. It was a tomb, and the Baron had built it himself, piece by piece, purchase by purchase, over a lifetime of acquiring without using. The walk back to the gate seemed shorter than the approach. The winter sun was setting, turning the snow pink and gold. Brennan's hired coach was waiting where he had arranged for it to wait, the driver huddled on his seat, breath steaming. The man looked relieved to see Brennan emerge. Whether this was professional courtesy or superstition, Brennan could not say and did not ask. The drive back to the city took 3 hours. Brennan did not speak. The driver, sensing his mood, asked no questions. They traveled through a landscape of small farms and villages, places where smoke rose from chimneys and lamplight glowed in windows. Ordinary places where ordinary people burned what they needed to survive the winter. The contrast with what Brennan had just witnessed was so severe it approached absurdity. Here were people with too little staying warm through ingenuity and sacrifice. There had been a man with too much freezing to death through choice. The following weeks brought their own complications. Lydia Greylock read Brennan's report in silence, then burned it in the fireplace of the Fifth Avenue mansion, while Brennan watched. She hired a crew to retrieve her father's body and arrange for a private burial. The official cause of death was listed as heart failure, which was not entirely untrue. The heart had failed, just not in the way the physician meant. Hearts could fail from exhaustion, from cold, from the simple cessation of will. The Barons had done all three. The funeral was small, attended only by business associates who came out of professional obligation rather than grief. Brennan was not invited, which he took as a form of respect. He had seen what the family preferred to keep hidden. Acknowledging his presence at the burial would have been an admission that the official story was incomplete. The estate itself became a problem that required careful management. Lydia could not simply abandon it, and she could not sell it without revealing what the basement contained. The solution she arrived at was characteristically practical. She hired a caretaker to maintain the grounds, had the main floor rooms shuttered and sealed, and instructed that the basement remain locked. The fuel could stay where it was. Let it sit there for another 100 years for all she cared. It had killed her father. She would not touch it. But the house demanded attention in ways she had not anticipated. The frozen pipes had burst throughout the building, causing damage that could not be ignored if the structure was to remain standing. Water had seeped into walls, warping plaster and rotting joists. The roof had developed leaks where ice dams had formed and melted. The house was dying in the same way its owner had died, slowly, through the absence of care. She authorized repairs, sending crews from the city with specific instructions about what they could and could not access. The basement remained forbidden, but workmen are curious by nature, and walls do not keep secrets as effectively as their builders imagine. She authorized repairs, and the workmen who came to fix the plumbing returned with stories that spread through the valley like smoke. They spoke of the basement they were not allowed to enter, though they had glimpsed it when the caretaker opened the door to check the furnace. They spoke of the quantities of fuel stored below, the coal piled to the ceiling, the forests of wood, the barrels of oil, and they spoke, with the cruelty men reserve for the fallen wealthy, about the rich man who had frozen to death sitting on top of a fortune in fuel. The story had everything required for transmission: irony, injustice, the spectacle of wealth turning upon itself. The story reached the newspapers by spring. A reporter from the Hudson Valley Register wrote a piece titled "The Miser's Death," which was picked up by papers in Albany and New York. The details were garbled. Some accounts claimed the Baron had been protecting the fuel from thieves. Others suggested he had gone mad from isolation. But the essential fact remained. Augustus Greylock had died of cold in a house heated by enough fuel to warm the entire county. The story resonated in ways Lydia had not predicted. In the tenements of 5 Points in the Lower East Side, where memories of the Baron's evictions were still fresh, people read about his death and found in it a kind of justice. The man who had charged so much for so little, who had watched tenants freeze rather than reduce rents or provide adequate heating, had himself frozen to death while sitting on mountains of coal. The symmetry was too perfect to ignore. It suggested, if not divine intervention, then at least a moral order in which certain crimes carried their own punishments. By summer, the story had taken on mythic qualities. In certain circles, it was told as a ghost story, with the Wendigo spirit appearing as a literal monster that stalked the Baron through his mansion. In others, it was told as a moral fable about the dangers of greed, a cautionary tale for children and adults alike. The details varied with each telling, but the core remained constant. A man had possessed the means to save himself and had been psychologically incapable of using them. Brennan, who heard several variations while working other cases, recognized that the truth was more disturbing than any of the embellishments. The Baron had not been visited by a spirit. He had become one. The Wendigo was not an external force, but an internal transformation, the logical endpoint of a lifetime spent cultivating hunger as a virtue. Lydia managed the estate from a distance, never visiting, never speaking of her father except in the most general terms. She sold off his business interests methodically, piece by piece, and donated substantial sums to charities serving the poor. Whether this was guilt or calculation, Brennan could not say. The wealthy were capable of both, sometimes simultaneously. It was possible she was trying to atone for her father's choices. It was equally possible she was protecting the family name through strategic generosity. The two motives were not mutually exclusive. He saw her one final time, on a Thursday in late autumn. She had requested a meeting at his office, a walk-up on Pearl Street, that smelled of tobacco and old paper. She arrived precisely on time, dressed in black, her face as composed as it had been the first time he met her. The morning dress was not mere convention. She wore it with the conviction of someone who understood loss, even if the loss was complicated by relief. She had come to pay his final invoice, she said, and to thank him for his discretion. The money she placed on his desk was more than they had agreed upon, substantially more. Brennan counted it and looked up at her. "This is too much," he said. "Consider it a retainer," she replied, "in case I need your services again." But her tone suggested otherwise. This was payment for silence, he understood. Not a bribe, nothing so crude, but an acknowledgement that what he had witnessed in the basement of Ironwood was a family secret of the most damaging kind. The official story of the Baron's death was acceptable. The true story would destroy what remained of the family's reputation. He accepted the money because he needed it and because refusing would have been pointless. She was going to pay him regardless. Better to let her feel she had purchased something than to pretend otherwise. Besides, he had no intention of speaking about what he had seen. The story was hers to tell or bury as she chose. As she rose to leave, she paused at the door and looked back at him. For the first time since they had met, her composure cracked slightly. Not breaking, but showing the hairline fractures beneath. "Did he say anything?" she asked. At the end, Brennan considered lying. But he had learned over the years that the truth, properly delivered, could be kinder than comfortable fiction. And she was asking not for comfort, but for knowledge. He said it was never enough, Brennan replied, that nothing filled it. She absorbed this in silence. Then she nodded once, a gesture that managed to convey both acceptance and resignation, and left. Her footsteps receded down the stairs, each one distinct, measured, control. Brennan did not expect to see her again, and he did not. The case stayed with him, though, in ways his other cases did not. He would be walking through the financial district and see men in their fine suits, carrying their leather cases, and wonder which of them were building their own basements, filling them with things they would never use. He would read about strikes and lockouts and wage cuts and think about the Baron's ledger, the exact accounting of every piece of coal while the tenants froze. 3 months after Ironwood, a banker named Van Dorn hired him to investigate a business partner suspected of embezzlement. The consultation took place in Van Dorn's private study, a room that reminded Brennan uncomfortably of the Baron's. The same mahogany desk, the same leather chairs, the same sense of accumulated wealth on display. As Van Dorn explained the case, Brennan found himself not listening but cataloging. The books on the shelves unread, their spines uncracked. The paintings on the walls chosen for investment value rather than beauty. The Persian rug that no one walked on because visitors were directed to chairs positioned off its surface. Van Dorn was explaining the amounts involved, tens of thousands, enough to matter even to a man of his means, when Brennan interrupted him. "Do you heat all the rooms in your house?" he asked. Van Dorn stopped mid-sentence. "I beg your pardon, your house. Do you heat the rooms you don't use?" Yes, of course. The staff maintain..." "Why?" Brennan stood, gathering his hat. "You've got rooms you don't occupy, kept warm for no one, fuel burning for empty space, while people freeze 6 blocks south of here." He walked to the door. "Find another investigator, Mr. Van Dorn. I don't work for men who heat empty rooms." It was not rational. Van Dorn was not Greylock. The two situations had nothing to do with each other except in Brennan's mind, where the connection had been forged in a freezing basement and could not be broken. He knew this. He took the case anyway. Or rather, he refused it, and the refusal felt like the first clean breath he had taken since leaving Ironwood. Word spread. Brennan had become difficult, choosy. He turned down paying work for reasons clients could not fathom. His business suffered. His reputation shifted from reliable to unreliable. But he found he could sleep again. Winter came again, as it always did. Brennan rented a small apartment in a building with adequate heat, and on the coldest nights, he would stand at the window watching snow fall on the city. The steam radiator beside him hissed and clanked, providing warmth he had paid for and could therefore use without guilt. It was a privilege he had not fully appreciated until he had seen what happened when the ability to use what one owned was severed from the act of ownership itself. He thought often about the furnace in the basement, prepared but never lit, about the matches scattered on the floor, about the moment when the Baron had stood there with fire in his hand and had chosen, in the end, to remain cold. What had gone through his mind in that moment? Had he understood what he was choosing? Or had the choice been so automatic, so deeply embedded in his character, that it had not registered as a choice at all? There was a philosophical question embedded in that moment, Brennan recognized. What did it mean to own something if you could never use it? At what point did possession become indistinguishable from imprisonment? The Baron had owned enough fuel to last 140 years, but he had not owned the ability to strike a match. The first was wealth, the second was freedom. And in the end, only the second mattered. He began to notice the distinction everywhere. The society pages were full of women who owned jewels they wore once and then locked away. The business sections reported on men who owned factories they never visited, housing they never occupied, land they never walked upon. Ownership had become abstracted from use, and in that abstraction, something essential had been lost. The rich owned things the way dragons in fairy tales guarded treasure, possessively, jealously, uselessly. The treasure sat in the cave growing dusty, while the dragon grew old and mean. And when the dragon died, the treasure remained, serving no one, warming nothing, a monument to accumulation without purpose. Brennan was not a religious man, but he understood the concept of damnation. Hell was not a place of fire and torment. It was a basement full of fuel you could not burn, a fortune you could not spend, a life you could not live because the mechanism of living had been replaced by the mechanism of accumulation. The Baron had built his own hell, brick by brick, purchase by purchase, until the structure was complete and he was locked inside it. The Baron had understood this at the inn. That was what Brennan found most disturbing. The old man's final words suggested he had seen clearly what he had become. The Wendigo was real, not as a spirit external to himself, but as the thing he had cultivated within himself. For so long, it had consumed his humanity. He had recognized it. He had named it. And he had been unable to stop it. In the Jesuit accounts the Baron had been reading, the Wendigo was described as a spirit of insatiable hunger that grew larger the more it consumed, so that it was always starving no matter how much it ate. The metaphor fit exactly. The Baron had spent his life consuming businesses, properties, resources, lives, and with each acquisition, the need had doubled, until there was nothing left of the man except the hunger itself. This was the true horror of the story, Brennan thought. Not that greed existed. Greed was as old as humanity, as universal as hunger. But that greed could transform the soul so completely that self-preservation itself became impossible. That the mechanism of accumulation could override the instinct for survival. That a man could freeze to death rather than burn what he owned. Brennan's work continued through the seasons and years. He took cases involving missing daughters, stolen bonds, adultery investigations, the usual business of a private investigator in a city where privacy was a commodity and secrets were currency. But he found himself drawn increasingly to cases involving the poor, the kind of work that paid little and mattered much. A widow in the Tenderloin hired him to find proof her husband had not died of drink, as the company claimed, but of injuries sustained in a factory accident. Brennan found the proof. Medical records showing crushed ribs, internal bleeding, injuries inconsistent with simple intoxication. The widow received her death benefit. The money was not much, but it meant the difference between keeping her room and losing it, between surviving the winter and not surviving it. A group of garment workers hired him to document conditions in a sweatshop on Hester Street. He spent a week photographing the workspace, the locked exits, the single fire escape that led nowhere. The oil lamps hung too close to piles of fabric. The photographs were stark, undeniable. When they appeared in the world, the factory was shuttered and the owner fined. The fine was negligible, barely more than a day's profit. But the workers felt they had been seen, and sometimes being seen was victory enough. These cases did not pay well. Sometimes they did not pay at all. Brennan found himself extending credit, reducing fees, working on contingency in situations where contingency meant working for nothing. But they allowed him to sleep at night in a way that investigating the wealthy had not. He was not saving the world. He understood the limitations of individual effort in the face of structural injustice. But he was making small corrections to the balance, and that seemed to matter. He thought of this as the anti-Greylock principle. Use what you have, do not hoard it, and recognize that ownership without responsibility was simply theft with better paperwork. The Baron had owned 851 tons of coal, while tenants froze in buildings he controlled. The relationship between these two facts was not coincidental. The accumulation and the deprivation were two sides of the same transaction. The years passed. 1895 became 1896. The city grew larger, denser, more itself. Fortunes were made and lost. Buildings rose and fell. Men like Greylock continued to exist, of course. They always would. Their existence was structural rather than aberrational. But Brennan had learned to identify them by certain signs. The ones who kept exact inventories of their possessions, who could tell you the specific count of paintings they owned, but not the subjects depicted in them. The ones who calculated the monetary value of everything they touched, who spoke of their homes in terms of square footage and purchase price rather than comfort or beauty. The ones who spoke of their holdings the way parents spoke of children, with a possessive pride that bordered on obsession. He avoided them when he could. When he could not, he conducted his investigations quickly and departed, taking care not to see too much, not to understand too deeply. Some kinds of knowledge were corrosive, and the knowledge of how wealth twisted the soul was among them. He had seen it once in its purest form in the basement of Ironwood. He had no desire to see it again. In the spring of 1897, Brennan received a letter from the caretaker of Ironwood. The house had been vandalized, the man wrote. Someone had broken in through a cellar window and attempted to steal coal from the basement. They had managed to remove perhaps half a ton before fleeing. Whether from guilt or fear, the caretaker could not say. The coal had been found scattered along the drive, as if the thieves had realized mid-theft that they could not possibly transport the amount they were trying to take. Or perhaps they had been frightened by something in the basement. The caretaker did not speculate, but the implication was clear. The letter asked what Brennan thought should be done. He wrote back with a suggestion. Leave the cellar window broken. Leave the basement unlocked. Let the local people take what they needed. The coal was doing no one any good sitting there, and the Baron was past caring. If the fuel was going to exist, let it at least serve some purpose. Let it warm someone. He did not know if the caretaker followed this advice. He never received a response, but he liked to imagine that the great hoard was slowly being depleted, piece by people who needed heat and could not afford to buy it. It seemed a fitting end to the Baron's accumulation. Not dramatic, not just, but at least useful. The fuel entering circulation, being burned in stoves and fireplaces, converted from potential into actual warmth. Brennan himself moved through the years with the steady accumulation of skills and scars that marked a life of work. He married briefly, divorced amicably, and found that he preferred living alone. He developed a reputation as an investigator who could be trusted with difficult cases, work that required discretion and moral flexibility without crossing into corruption. He was not wealthy, but he was comfortable. He used what he had. He did not hoard. The distinction mattered to him more than it might have before the Greylock case. Every purchase now carried a question. Would he use this? If not, why buy it? Every possession faced periodic assessment. Was he still using it? If not, why keep it? He gave away books he had finished reading. He donated clothes that no longer fit. He kept nothing that did not serve an active purpose in his life. Some of his colleagues thought this odd. Why not keep the books? Build a library. Why not save the money? Build wealth for retirement. Brennan could not explain without telling them about the Baron in the basement, and that story was not his to tell. So he simply said he preferred traveling light, and left it at that. On winter nights, when the temperature dropped and the wind howled through the streets, he would sometimes think of the Baron in the basement, surrounded by fuel, freezing to death through choice rather than circumstance. And he would light his own stove or adjust his own radiator and feel grateful for the simple ability to convert possession into use. The gratitude was not abstract. It was concrete, visceral. The recognition that he had escaped a trap that had claimed other men, The city forgot about Augustus Greylock eventually. His name appeared occasionally in legal documents related to the dissolution of his estate, but the man himself faded from memory. Lydia never married, never had children, never spoke publicly about her father. The Fifth Avenue mansion was sold to a banker from Philadelphia who tore out the old furnishings and installed modern ones, erasing the Baron's presence room by room. Within 5 years, nothing remained to suggest that Augustus Greylock had ever occupied the space. But the story persisted in certain circles, not as fact, but as myth. The tale of the rich man who froze to death on top of a mountain of coal became an urban legend, told and retold with the variations. In some versions, he was driven mad by grief over a lost love. In others, he was punished by God for his cruelty to the poor. In the version Brennan heard most often, the Wendigo was real, a physical creature that haunted the basement, growing larger with each piece of fuel the Baron hoarded until it filled the entire space and there was no room left for the man himself. The last version was not true, but Brennan thought it was not entirely wrong either. The Wendigo had been real. It had grown with each acquisition, and in the end there had been no room left for the man. The metaphor and the reality had merged so completely that the distinction no longer mattered. By the time the new public library opened on Fifth Avenue, Brennan was 43 and considering retirement. He had saved enough to live modestly for another 20 years if he was careful. He had seen enough of human nature to last several lifetimes. And he had learned through bitter experience that some problems could not be solved by investigation or exposure or even documentation. Some problems were structural, built into the architecture of society itself, and would persist regardless of individual effort. But he continued working because stopping felt like surrender, and surrender felt like complicity. He took cases no one else wanted: immigrants, the desperate, people the city had already written off. He documented abuses. He found evidence. He testified when called. And if his efforts changed little in the grand scheme, they changed everything for the individuals involved, and that had to be enough. He never returned to the Hudson Valley. He had no reason to. The case was closed, the client satisfied, the invoice paid. What remained at Ironwood was not his concern, but he carried the image with him always. The Baron's skeletal hand resting on the coal pile, fingers spread in a gesture that was both possessive and protective, guarding something that could have saved him but that he could not bring himself to use. It was the perfect symbol of a life lived according to principles that served no one, not even the man who held them. And it served as a reminder, constant and undeniable, of what happened when the logic of ownership severed completely from the logic of living. Brennan thought of that hand whenever he was tempted to save rather than spend, to hoard rather than use, to protect his resources against an imagined future scarcity. And he would remember that the Baron had prepared for 140 years of winters and had not survived a single season. The logic of accumulation, Brennan had learned, was inverted. The more you kept, the less you had. The tighter you held, the emptier you became. And in the end, the only things that mattered were the things you had used, the meals you had eaten, the warmth you had felt, the help you had given, the moments you had lived rather than prepared for. These were not revolutionary insights. They were not even original. But they were hard-won, earned through witnessing what happened when the opposite principles were applied with absolute consistency. And they shaped the remainder of Brennan's life in ways both subtle and profound. He never spoke of the Greylock case to anyone except in the most general terms. The specifics were too grotesque, too revealing of what wealth could do to a soul. But the lesson stayed with him, a quiet touchstone against which he measured his own choices. Use what you have. Give what you can. Let go before the holding crushes you. Simple principles, difficult to live by in a city that rewarded accumulation above all else. But possible, Brennan had found, if you kept the Baron's frozen hand in your mind as a reminder of what happened when the logic of ownership severed completely from the logic of living. Years collapsed into each other the way they do when a life settles into pattern. Brennan worked his cases, maintained his modest apartment, and watched the new century arrive with the fanfare and optimism that cities generated when they chose not to remember their own histories. The 20th century was going to be different, the newspapers declared. Cleaner, fairer, more rational. The problems of the Gilded Age would be solved through progress, technology, enlightened governance. Brennan had his doubts. The tenements still burned. The factories still maimed. The wealthy still accumulated while the poor still froze. These were constants, like weather, like the turning of seasons. Individual actors changed. New barons replaced old ones. New victims filled the spaces left by those who had died or fled. But the structure remained. The machinery of extraction and concentration continued its operation, indifferent to the human cost. Brennan was 50 when he finally retired from investigative work. His knees had gone bad from years of following people through the city, climbing stairs in buildings without elevators, crouching in alleys waiting for photographs. His eyes troubled him in dim light, and he had lost the cynicism that let him witness cruelty and move to the next case without carrying the weight. He moved to a small town in Connecticut, where a cousin owned a boarding house and needed help with repairs and accounting. The work was simple. The town was quiet. He slept through the night for the first time in decades. The change was profound. In the city, he had trained himself to wake at every sound, every shift in the ambient noise. Here, silence was normal rather than ominous, but he could not entirely escape what he had seen. In his dreams, he returned often to the basement at Ironwood, walking through the maze of coal and wood and oil, searching for something he could never name. Sometimes he found the Baron there, still alive, still scraping his piece of coal across the floor in patterns that meant nothing. Sometimes the basement was empty, the fuel gone, nothing remaining but the bare stone walls and the echo of his own footsteps. The worst dreams were the ones where he found himself sitting where the Baron had sat, surrounded by resources he could not use, feeling frost form in the hollows of his collarbones while his hands moved to protect the hoard. In those dreams he understood with terrible clarity that the Baron's curse was not unique to him. It was the curse of anyone who confused having with being, who built identity on possession rather than action. He woke from these dreams gasping, his shirt soaked through, and would go downstairs to the kitchen and light the stove just to feel the heat, to remind himself that he was different, that he could still choose use over preservation. The ritual became necessary, a way of proving to himself that he retained agency, that the Baron's fate was not inevitable. The town had its own poor, of course. Every town did. The forms of poverty varied, rural rather than urban, agricultural rather than industrial. But the essential fact remained. Some people had too little while others had more than enough. Brennan found himself drawn to them in the same way he had been drawn to them in the city. The widow who could not afford coal. The farmer whose barn had burned and who had no money to rebuild. The young couple with a sick child and no funds for a doctor. He helped where he could quietly, using the savings he had accumulated over decades of careful living. His cousin noticed and commented on it one evening over dinner. The observation was delivered without judgment, simply noting a pattern she had observed. "You'll die poor if you keep giving it away," she said. "Then I'll die poor," Brennan replied. "Better that than die surrounded by things I never used." He did not explain further, and she did not press. But the conversation stayed with him. He had been shaped by what he had witnessed at Ironwood in ways he was still discovering. The Baron's death had taught him something that could not be taught any other way. That the ultimate poverty was not lack of resources, but inability to use them. He thought about this often as the years continued their collapse. How many people lived as the Baron had lived? Not in literal basements surrounded by literal fuel, but in figurative ones, hoarding time or love or potential, saving it all for some future moment that never arrived. How many died with their best efforts unspent, their deepest feelings unexpressed, their greatest capacities unused? Same mathematics, different scale. Hold tighter, have less. Save more, die poorer. And in the end, the only wealth that mattered was the wealth you had converted into living. Everything else? Just inventory in a ledger, numbers in an account. Potential that would die unrealized. Brennan was 60 when he received word that Ironwood had burned. The fire started in the kitchen, apparently. A fault in the wiring that had been installed during the post-freeze repairs. It spread quickly through the dried wood of the floors and walls, and by the time the volunteer brigade arrived from Hudson, the building was past saving. The flames were visible for miles, turning the night sky orange, creating a spectacle that drew observers from across the valley. The caretaker had escaped. No one else was inside. The house burned through the night, and in the morning all that remained was the stone shell and the chimney rising from the ruins like a monument. The sight was both terrible and strangely beautiful, witnesses reported. The stone walls still stood, blackened but intact, framing nothing but sky. The basement survived, being stone and earth. When the wreckage cooled enough to investigate, officials found the fuel still there, charred on the exposed surfaces, but mostly intact. Tons of coal and wood, damaged but usable. The barrels of oil had ruptured in the heat and drained into the earth, creating a stain that would persist for decades. But the solid fuel remained. The county took possession of it and distributed it to families who could not afford to buy their own. Brennan read about this in a letter from a former client who still lived in the valley. The distribution had been done quietly, without ceremony, but the effect had been substantial. For one winter, at least, no one in the valley went cold. The Baron's hoard, which had served no one during his life, finally fulfilled its purpose in death. Brennan found himself crying when he read this, which surprised him. He had witnessed too much death, too much cruelty to maintain emotional openness that allowed for easy tears. But the image of the Baron's hoard finally being used, burned in stoves and fireplaces across the valley, warming homes and bodies it had been kept from for decades. It felt like justice of a kind. Not perfect justice. Not even adequate justice. The Baron's victims, the children who had frozen in his tenements, the workers who had died in his mines, the families who had starved when he cornered the coal market, could not be brought back. Their suffering could not be undone. But the closing of the circle, the conversion of hoarded potential into actual warmth, represented a kind of resolution. He wrote back to his former client with a question. Had the house's destruction revealed anything else of note? The response arrived 3 weeks later. Nothing significant, the client wrote, except that workers cleaning the basement had found, near where the Baron's body had been discovered, a piece of coal with strange markings scratched into its surface. The marks were not words exactly, but they resembled writing, some kind of private notation perhaps, or the product of a mind that had finally broken under its own weight. No one could decipher them. The coal had been thrown into a furnace with the rest. Whatever message it carried had gone up in smoke, converted into heat that warmed someone's home. The irony was not lost on Brennan. He spent an evening thinking about those marks, trying to remember what he had seen when he found the Baron scraping his coal across the floor. Had there been meaning in it? Or had it been simple madness, the physical expression of a mind that had finally collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions? He decided it did not matter. Meaning or madness, the result had been the same. A man had died defending resources from himself, and now those resources were warming the living. The story had its symmetry, if not its justice. He lived another 8 years, dying in his sleep at 68 of heart failure. That surprised no one who knew him. His health had been declining for years. The accumulated damage from decades of difficult work, from too many cold nights on surveillance, from the stress of witnessing what people did to each other when they thought no one was watching. His cousin handled the modest estate, distributing what little money remained to the people and causes Brennan had specified in his will. The local poor, mostly. A fund for widows. A scholarship for the children of factory workers. Nothing extravagant. Nothing that would create institutions or monuments. Just small amounts that would make immediate differences in specific lives. Nothing was left to accumulate. He had used it all, or arranged for its use. And if his own death lacked the dramatic irony of the Baron's, it also lacked the grotesque waste. He had burned his fuel as he went. He had died with nothing left over. This was, he had come to believe, the only way to die with dignity. The cousin found among his papers a single document related to the Greylock case, a copy of the report he had written for Lydia on the day he discovered the Baron's body. She read it once, recognized its significance to no one but herself, and burned it. Some secrets deserved to die with the men who kept them. The official story of the Baron's death, heart failure, alone in his estate, was adequate for history. The truth was too strange, too specific in its horror, to serve any useful purpose. But the story itself persisted, as stories do. The Wendigo in the basement. The rich man who froze to death on his hoard. The curse of insatiable hunger. It was told in bars and factories, in boarding houses and tenements, wherever people gathered who knew what it was to be cold, and to understand that somewhere, someone had enough fuel to share but chose not to. The details shifted with each telling. The Baron became more monstrous or more pitiable, depending on the teller. The basement grew larger, the hoard more extravagant. The Wendigo became literal or metaphorical as the audience required. But the essential truth remained unchanged. A man had possessed the means to save himself and had been unable to use them, because the very act of accumulation had destroyed the capacity for release. This was the horror at the center of the story. Not the supernatural, not the dramatic, but the perfectly logical conclusion of a life lived according to principles that served acquisition above all else. The Baron had not been cursed by an external force. He had cultivated his own curse, year by year, choice by choice, until it consumed him entirely. And if the story spread and persisted and took on mythic weight, it was because people recognized in it something true about the world they lived in. The Wendigo was not merely the Baron's monster. It was the spirit of the age, the hunger that grew with feeding, the emptiness that expanded with filling, the cold that intensified in the presence of unused warmth. Ironwood itself became a landmark of sorts. The ruins were never cleared. The stone shell remained standing, visible from the river, a reminder of what had stood there and what had burned. People avoided it, mostly. It had a reputation for being cursed, which was not entirely wrong. The curse was not supernatural, but it was real. The curse of witnessing what wealth could do when it lost all connection to human need. The basement, still containing remnants of the fuel that had not been distributed, was eventually sealed with an iron gate. Whether this was to prevent theft or to prevent people from seeing what remained, no one could say. But the gate stayed locked, and the basement stayed dark, and whatever coal and wood still lay in its depths stayed there, unusable and unused, a monument to the principle that had killed its owner. Years passed. Decades. The story of Augustus Greylock faded from living memory and entered the realm of legend. New fortunes were made. New men built new houses. New forms of fuel replaced coal and wood, oil, then gas, then electricity. The mechanics changed, but the underlying pattern remained. The capacity for accumulation without use persisted. The ability to hoard warmth while others froze continued. And if the Wendigo was no longer spoken of by name, its presence could still be felt in the structures that shaped American life. In the landlord who would not heat his buildings, in the factory owner who would not pay living wages, in the financier who would not release capital even as businesses failed and families starved. The spirit of insatiable hunger, growing larger with each consumption, never satisfied, never full. Cold radiating from bodies wrapped in summer cloth, hunger in mouths that had just eaten. The curse that turned men into hollow vessels incapable of use, capable only of endless futile acquisition. This was the real horror of the Greylock case, the thing that Brennan had understood in the basement, and that had shaped the remainder of his life. Not that the Baron was a monster. Monsters were simple, easily identified and avoided, but that he was ordinary, that his principles were the same principles that drove the entire economic order, that his death was not an aberration, but a revelation of what lay beneath the surface of Gilded Age prosperity. The Baron had frozen to death surrounded by fuel, but in a larger sense, the entire society was freezing while sitting on abundance. The resources existed to warm every home, feed every family, heal every sick child. They existed in quantities that exceeded need by orders of magnitude. But the mechanism that connected having to using had been broken, deliberately, systematically, in service of an economic logic that prioritized accumulation above all else. And if the Baron's death was grotesque, it was only because it made visible what was normally kept hidden, the absurdity of a system that produced starvation amid plenty, cold amid fuel, death amid the means of life. The basement at Ironwood was not an exception. It was a microcosm, a perfect miniature of the larger structure. This was what Brennan had seen in the basement, and this was what he could not forget. The Baron's skeletal hand on the coal pile, protecting it even in death. The furnace prepared but never lit. The matches scattered on the floor. The vast hoard accumulating dust, while its owner accumulated frost. The image contained everything that needed to be understood about wealth in America, that it was hoarded rather than used, that it defended itself against distribution, that it would rather die than circulate. And this was what the story meant when it was told and retold in the decades that followed. Not merely that one man had gone mad, but that the madness was systemic, built into the foundations, operating according to its own inexorable logic. The Wendigo was real. It had always been real. It was the spirit of a civilization that valued having overbeing, that measured worth in accumulation rather than use, that starved itself spiritually even as it gorged materially. The story lived because it named something that people recognized but rarely spoke aloud. And it would continue to live as long as the condition it described persisted. As long as basements filled with hoarded fuel while people froze above, as long as wealth accumulated in the hands of those who could not use it, while those who needed it went without. The stone shell of Ironwood stands still, visible from the river when the trees are bare. The basement remains sealed behind its iron gate, and somewhere in the depths, in the darkness beneath the ruins, coal and wood still rest in their careful piles, guarded by nothing now except the weight of their own history, fuel that warmed no one, wealth that served nothing, a monument to the principle that having is not the same as living, and that the hunger which grows with feeding can never, ever be filled. The Baron's hand, long since turned to dust, no longer guards the hoard, but the image remains, frozen in the memory of those who heard the story and understood its meaning. Fingers spread across black coal, frost forming on the knuckles. A man choosing possession over life and receiving exactly what he chose. Nothing more, nothing less, and nothing ever that could fill the emptiness he had spent a lifetime cultivating within himself. Puckett was 61 years old and $4,300 behind on his mortgage when Landry called and offered him the Frightener job. This was late December 2019, 2 days after Christmas, and Puckett had spent the holiday alone in his rented efficiency above the shuttered hardware store in Welch, eating canned chili and watching the snow pile up on the empty storefronts across the street. The building still had heat, but the landlord kept it low to save money, so Puckett wore his coat indoors and slept under 2 blankets and an old sleeping bag he'd bought at Goodwill 3 years ago. The sleeping bag smelled like mildew and someone else's sweat, but it was warm enough. He'd been a sheriff's deputy for 18 years in McDowell County before they found out about the cash he'd been skimming from evidence lockup. It wasn't much. 100 here, couple hundred there. Always from drug seizures, where the bills were loose and uncounted, where nobody tracked things too close. 15,000, give or take. He'd stopped counting after the first year. When Internal Affairs finally caught him, they gave him the choice: resign quiet or face charges. He took the resignation. That was 4 years ago. Since then, he'd worked security at the Walmart in Bluefield until they caught him sleeping on shift, and before that, he'd driven a bread truck until the company folded. Now he did odd jobs for Landry, who owned half the dying real estate in southern West Virginia, and needed men willing to work cheap and keep their mouths shut. The phone call came at 9 in the morning. Puckett was eating instant oatmeal at the card table he used for a kitchen when his cell phone buzzed. Landry didn't bother with pleasantries. The job was simple, Landry said. There was a condemned building on Virginia Avenue, the old Elkhorn Hotel, scheduled for demolition on January 2nd. But squatters kept breaking in, setting up camp in the empty apartments. Every time the police cleared the building, new ones showed up. Landry needed them gone for good before the bulldozers arrived. That's where Puckett came in. Make the building too scary to stay in. Stage some hauntings, loud noises in the middle of the night, doors slamming, shadows moving behind walls, voices calling out names. The kind of thing that made desperate people decide the cold streets were safer than whatever was inside. $800 cash if the building was empty by New Year's Day. Puckett said yes before Landry finished talking. He needed the money more than he needed dignity, and dignity didn't keep the heat on anyway. He spent the afternoon at Walmart buying supplies. A battery-powered megaphone, $40 on clearance. A portable Bluetooth speaker, $23, fresh batteries, zip ties, work gloves. He already had most of the tools he needed: crowbar, hammer, flashlight. And he had the Glock 19 he'd bought off a guy in Princeton 3 years ago. He'd test-fired it once in a gravel pit and never cleaned it. The slide was stiff and the trigger pull was heavy, but it worked. Landry had warned him some of the squatters were unpredictable. Tweakers, mostly. Puckett had dealt with tweakers before, back when he was a deputy. They didn't scare him then, and they didn't scare him now. He loaded his phone with sound files he found online. Chains dragging across concrete, children crying, footsteps pacing back and forth, women screaming. The recordings were low quality, compressed and tinny, but they'd sound real enough in the dark. The Elkhorn Hotel stood 4 stories tall at the dead end of Virginia Avenue, a brick tenement built in 1923 for coal miners and their families. Back then, Welch had been a railroad hub, 20,000 people, money flowing through from the mines. Now it was down to maybe 2,000, and most of those were too old or too poor to leave. The Elkhorn had been condemned in 2015 after the pipes froze and burst, flooding the second floor and collapsing part of the ceiling. The county had ordered it demolished, but demolition cost money the town didn't have, so it just sat there like a rotten tooth. Windows broken, bricks streaked black with water damage and soot. Puckett drove out there late on a Wednesday night, close to midnight. The snow had stopped, but the temperature was dropping, somewhere around 15 degrees. His truck, a rusted-out Dodge Dakota with 200,000 miles on it, rattles up Virginia Avenue past boarded windows and empty lots where houses used to be. The streetlights were out. The only light came from his headlights, cutting through the dark and the faint glow of a meth house 2 blocks over. Blue light flickering in the windows like a television left on all night. He parked across the street from the Elkhorn and sat there for a while, engine running, heat blowing, looking at the building. It was worse than he remembered. The bricks were streaked black with soot and water damage. Most of the windows on the first floor were boarded up, but the upper floors still had glass, jagged and broken, reflecting the moonlight. The front entrance was a double door set back in a shallow alcove, the wood warped and split. Someone had spray-painted "Eat the Poor" across the second-story brickwork, in white letters 3 feet tall. A chain-link fence surrounded the property, but it had been cut open in a dozen places. Snowdrifts piled against the foundation, and icicles hung from the gutters like teeth. Puckett killed the engine and grabbed the duffel bag from the passenger seat. Inside, the megaphone, the speaker, the flashlight, the crowbar, the hammer, the zip ties, and the Glock. He wasn't expecting trouble, but $800 was $800, and he'd learned a long time ago that desperation made people dangerous. He pulled on his work gloves and a black knit cap and stepped out into the cold. His breath steamed. The snow crunched under his boots. He crossed the street and ducked through one of the cuts in the fence, slinging the duffel over his shoulder. The front doors were chained shut from the outside, but he'd been in the building before during a welfare check 2 years ago when he was still a deputy. He knew the back entrance by the loading dock was easier. He walked around the side of the building, past a dumpster overflowing with frozen trash bags and a pile of old mattresses someone had dragged out and left to rot. The mattresses were covered in snow now, their striped ticking visible in patches, stained dark with things Puckett didn't want to think about. The loading dock was a concrete platform about waist high. The metal roll-up door rusted shut, but there was a regular door next to it with the lock broken. Someone had jimmied it open with a crowbar months ago, judging by the rust on the exposed metal. Puckett climbed up onto the platform and pushed the door open. It scraped against the concrete floor inside, the sound echoing through the empty building. He switched on the flashlight and stepped through. The smell hit him first. Piss. Mildew. Something sharper underneath. Industrial, rotten. Old ammonia from meth cooking. Or just the accumulated stink of people living without plumbing. The loading dock opened into a maintenance corridor that ran the length of the ground floor. Bare cinder block walls, cracked concrete floor. Water had pooled in the low spots and frozen solid, patches of ice gleaming in the flashlight beam. His breath clouded in front of him. Colder inside than outside, The building like a refrigerator with the door left open. The corridor was littered with trash. Old paint cans, their labels peeling and faded. A shopping cart on its side, one wheel missing. Bundled clothes that might have been a person at first glance, but were just rags frozen stiff. A sleeping bag crusted with filth, the fabric so stiff it stood up on its own like a cocoon. Someone had been sleeping here recently, but they were gone now. Puckett walked slow, keeping the light low, listening. The building was quiet, but not empty quiet. Somewhere above him, something creaked. Wind, maybe, or weight shifting on old floorboards, or something else. He reached the main hallway that ran from the back entrance to the front lobby. The ceiling here was higher, the walls plaster and horsehair, cracked and peeling. In some places the plaster had fallen away entirely, exposing the wooden lath underneath like ribs. Doorways opened off both sides into what used to be ground-floor apartments, most of them stripped bare. He checked each one as he passed. Empty rooms with broken fixtures, graffiti on the walls layered so thick you couldn't read the individual messages anymore, burn marks where squatters had tried to make fires in the corners. One room had a dead pigeon frozen on the windowsill, its feathers roughed up, eyes filmed over with ice. Another had a pile of syringes in the corner, orange caps scattered across the floor like confetti. The needles all pointed in the same direction, like iron filings around a magnet. No people. Not yet. The stairwell was at the far end of the hall, near the front entrance. Puckett stood at the base of the stairs and shone the flashlight up. The steps were wood, sagging in the middle from decades of use. Some of them cracked straight through. The handrail had been torn off years ago, probably sold for scrap metal. He could see 2 flights up before the stairwell turned and disappeared into darkness. The walls here were covered in graffiti. Names, dates, crude drawings of dicks and skulls, declarations of love and hate spray-painted over each other in layers so thick the wall looked textured. Someone had written, "Help me in what looked like blood," but it was probably just rust from the pipes. He started climbing, one hand on the wall for balance, the other holding the flashlight. The stairs groaned under his weight, the sound echoing up the shaft. On the second step, his boot punched through a rotten board, and he had to catch himself against the wall to keep from falling through. Splinters dug into his palm, even through the glove. He pulled his foot free and tested each step after that before putting his weight down, moving slow, listening to the way the building responded to his presence. The second floor smelled worse than the first. The burst pipes had left black mold blooming across the ceiling and walls in wide, sprawling patterns that looked almost deliberate, like someone had painted them there on purpose. Fractals of decay. The plaster had fallen away in chunks, exposing the wooden lath underneath, and in some places the lath had rotted through too, leaving holes where you could see straight into the apartments beyond, or down into the apartments below, like looking through layers of rotten tissue. Some of the floorboards were soft and spongy underfoot, the wood saturated with years of water damage. Puckett kept close to the walls where the joists were, moving slow, testing the floor before each step, listening to the way it complained under him. He checked each apartment as he went. More empty rooms, more trash, more evidence of people trying to survive in a place that was trying to kill them. One room had a camping stove set up on the floor, the kind that ran on propane canisters. But the canister was empty and the stove was tipped over. The rubber hose connecting them had rotted through, split open like dead skin. Another had blankets piled in the corner, arranged into a kind of nest. But the blankets were frozen stiff, and whoever had been sleeping there was gone. The blankets were arranged in a very specific way, though, folded and layered with care, like someone had been trying to build something that felt like home. He was starting to think maybe Landry's information was wrong, that the building really was empty. When he reached the third floor and heard breathing, it was coming from one of the apartments near the middle of the hall, the door hanging crooked on one hinge. Puckett stopped outside and listened. Slow, wet breathing, nasal congestion. The sound of someone deep asleep or passed out. He unzipped the duffel and pulled out the megaphone, flipped it on, held it up to his mouth. He pressed the trigger and let out a low moan, distorted and electronic, echoing through the empty hallways. The breathing stopped. Puckett moaned again, longer this time, then added a rattling sound by tapping the megaphone with his knuckles. The sound bounced off the walls, multiplied, came back at him from different directions. He heard movement inside the apartment. Someone scrambling to their feet, stumbling, knocking something over, metal clattering on the floor, a voice muffled, saying something that might have been a prayer or a curse. A man appeared in the doorway, maybe 40 years old, gaunt, wearing a stained hoodie and jeans with holes in the knees. His face was shadowed, but Puckett could see his eyes were wide, pupils dilated, tweaker eyes. The man swayed slightly, like he was trying to remember how to stand, like gravity was a concept he'd forgotten. Puckett hit the megaphone trigger again and hissed into it. The sound amplified into something inhuman and wrong, something that shouldn't exist. The man bolted. He ran down the hall toward the stairwell, arms flailing, not looking back, his boots slipping on the wet floor. Puckett heard him take the stairs 2 at a time, heard the crack of wood breaking under his weight, heard the crash as he slammed through the back door and out into the night. Then silence. One down. Puckett checked the apartment the man had been sleeping in. A nest of blankets in the corner, some empty cans, Chef Boyardee ravioli, Dinty Moore beef stew. The labels faded and peeling, a lighter with a cartoon character on it, the image worn away by years of thumbing. A spoon with burn marks on the underside, the metal discolored and warped. A glass pipe on the windowsill, the bowl blackened and cracked, residue crusted around the opening. Nothing worth taking. He moved on. The hallway stretched ahead of him, doors hanging open on both sides like mouths. Most of the apartments were empty, but in one he found a makeshift altar. Candles arranged in a circle around a photograph of a woman, rosary beads draped over the frame. The candles were burned down to nubs, wax pooled on the floor in frozen white puddles. The photograph was water damage, the woman's face blurred and faded, her features melting into abstraction. She could have been anyone. Could have been everyone. Puckett stepped over the candles and kept moving, his boots leaving prints in the dust. At the end of the hall, he found another occupied apartment. He could tell because the door was closed, and when he pressed his ear against it, he heard movement inside, shuffling footsteps. Someone coughing, trying to muffle the sound. At least 2 people, maybe more. He pulled the Bluetooth speaker from the duffel and set it on the floor outside the door. He scrolled through the sound files on his phone, selected one, a woman screaming, high and desperate. The kind of scream that cut straight through you like a blade, and hit play. The speaker crackled to life. The scream echoed through the hallway, impossibly loud in the enclosed space, bouncing off the walls and ceiling and floor. Inside the apartment, someone yelled. Then another voice, panicked, higher-pitched. The door flew open, and a woman stumbled out. Maybe 30 years old, her hair tangled, eyes red-rimmed from crying or exhaustion, or both. She was clutching a backpack to her chest, like it was the only thing keeping her alive, her knuckles white from gripping the straps. Behind her came a younger man, 25 at most, pulling a second woman by the arm, trying to keep her upright. They didn't see Puckett in the dark. They ran straight for the stairwell and disappeared, their footsteps echoing down the shaft, fading gone. Puckett waited until the sound faded completely, then turned off the speaker. He walked into the apartment they'd abandoned, his flashlight beam cutting through the dark. 3 sleeping bags on the floor, a camp stove, some canned food stacked against the wall in a careful pyramid. A plastic tarp hung over the broken window to block the wind, but the wind was coming through anyway, lifting the edges of the tarp, making it snap and flutter like a trapped bird. The temperature in the room was maybe 10 degrees. Puckett didn't know how anyone could sleep in this, how anyone could wake up in this and decide it was worth doing again tomorrow. He checked the other rooms, empty. 4 people gone. 1 or 2 more in the building. Tops. Maybe. Landry had said there were at least 6 squatters, but maybe some had already left on their own, spooked by the cold or the stories people told about the Elkhorn. There were stories. Puckett had heard them back when he was a deputy. People said the building was haunted, that you could hear voices in the walls at night, that shadows moved in the empty rooms even when there was no light to cast them. He'd never believed any of it, but he understood why people did. A building like this, abandoned and rotting, it felt wrong even when you knew there was nothing supernatural about it. Physics and decay. That's what he told himself. Didn't help. The 4th floor was colder than the others. The heat had never worked up here, even when the building was occupied, and now with the broken windows and the wind coming through, it felt like the inside of a freezer. Puckett's fingers were numb even inside the gloves. He flexed them as he walked, trying to keep the circulation going, feeling the joints crack and pop. His breath came out in white clouds that hung in the air for a moment before dissipating. He could see the moisture freezing in his beard, tiny crystals of ice forming on the individual hairs. Most of the apartments up here were empty, doors missing entirely, torn off for firewood years ago. But at the far end of the hall, he saw candlelight flickering through a doorway, warm and orange against the darkness, impossibly inviting. He approached slow, the duffel slung over one shoulder and the megaphone in his left hand. The Glock was in the duffel, but he didn't reach for it yet. He stopped just outside the door and listened. Voices inside, young, maybe teenagers. The strike of a match. Someone laughing nervously. He pressed the megaphone trigger. The moan was louder this time, distorted into something almost animal, echoing through the empty building like a voice from the bottom of a well. The voices stopped. Puckett moaned again, then switched to the Bluetooth speaker. Pulling it from the duffel and setting it on the floor, he scrolled through the sound files and selected one. Chains dragging across concrete, slow and rhythmic. Metal scraping stone. The sound of something being dragged somewhere didn't want to go. He hit play, and the speaker crackled to life, the sound filling the hallway, seeming to come from everywhere at once. Someone inside the apartment screamed. Puckett stepped back into the shadows and waited. A woman ran out first, wild-eyed, clutching a backpack to her chest. She couldn't have been more than 19, her face pale, lips cracked and bleeding from the cold. Behind her came a man, younger, maybe 17, stumbling, nearly falling, catching himself on the doorframe. They didn't see Puckett in the dark. They ran straight for the stairwell and disappeared, the sound of their footsteps echoing down into the building's depths. Puckett picked up the speaker and turned it off. He walked into the apartment they'd abandoned, the candlelight casting his shadow long and distorted across the walls, making him look taller than he was, thinner, like something that had been stretched on a rack. A single sleeping bag on the floor, unzipped and spread flat like someone had been using it as a blanket. 2 dirty comforters piled on top. A small hibachi grill near the window, the kind people used for camping. Charcoal still in it, but never lit. Cardboard and duct tape covering the broken window, doing a better job blocking the wind than the tarp downstairs. In the corner, someone had arranged a pile of books, paperback romance novels, their covers curled and faded, the pages swollen with moisture. Next to the books was a stuffed animal, a bear with one eye missing, its fur matted and dirty, loved to pieces. He checked the other rooms. Empty. 6 people gone. The building should be clear now. Puckett stood in the empty apartment, listening to the wind rattle the windows, and allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. $800 for a few hours of work. Not bad. He'd scared off desperate people before, back when he was a deputy, evicting families who couldn't pay rent, clearing out homeless camps under the overpass. This wasn't any different. People needed to be somewhere, and sometimes you had to make them understand they couldn't be here. He was halfway back to the stairwell when he heard it. His own voice. It was coming from somewhere below him, echoing up through the stairwell shaft. His voice calling out, "Puckett." Just his name. Nothing else. But it was his voice. Exactly his voice. Same flat affect. Same Eastern Kentucky drawl he'd never fully lost even after 18 years in West Virginia. The cadence was right. The timbre was right. Even the slight rasp from 2 decades of smoking Marlboro Reds was right. He froze. He stood at the top of the stairs and shone his flashlight down to the shaft. Nothing. Just the empty stairwell and the dark, the graffiti on the walls, the broken steps, the way down disappearing into blackness. The voice came again. "Puckett, you up there?" Fainter now, like it was moving away. Like whatever was making the sound was walking deeper into the building, away from the stairwell, calling back over its shoulder. He didn't move. His hand drifted to the duffel, fingers closing around the grip of the Glock. He pulled it out, flicked off the safety, held it low. The gun felt heavy and cold in his hand, the metal sucking the heat out of his palm even through the glove. It couldn't be a recording. He hadn't recorded himself saying his own name. And none of the squatters knew who he was. He'd never spoken to any of them, never identified himself. He'd just made noise and watched them run. The voice came again, but this time it wasn't from the stairwell. It was behind him, inside the walls. "Puckett, I know you're up there." The voice was muffled but clear, coming from somewhere inside the plaster and lath, somewhere in the wall cavity right there beside him. Puckett spun around, flashlight beam sweeping the hallway. Nothing. Just the cracked plaster and the open doorways and the sound of wind rattling the broken windows. But the voice had been close, right there, on the other side of the wall, maybe 6 inches away from where he stood. Then he heard footsteps. Not on the floorboards, inside the walls, moving fast, parallel to where he stood, heading toward the far end of the hall. The footsteps weren't trying to be quiet. They were deliberate, purposeful. Like whatever was making them wanted to be heard. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Puckett stood there in the dark, listening, barely breathing. The cold pressed against him, seeping through his coat, through his gloves, settling into his bones like an infection. His flashlight beam wavered. His hand holding the Glock was shaking, but not from the cold. Then from somewhere inside the walls near the stairwell, his own voice again. "Puckett, I've been watching you all night. Watching you scare those people, making them run. You're good at it." The voice paused. "You've done it before, haven't you? Back when you wore that badge. Made people leave. Made them understand they weren't welcome. You're real good at making people scared." His voice came out rough when he found it. "Who are you?" For a long moment, nothing. Just the wind and the creak of old wood and the sound of his own breathing. Then his own voice again, coming from a different spot now, closer to the middle of the hall. "Who are you?" Perfect mimicry. Not just the words, but the rough whisper, the fear underneath it. The way his voice had cracked slightly on the second word. Puckett wanted to leave. Every instinct told him to turn around, walk back down the stairs, get in his truck, and drive away. $800 wasn't worth this. Nothing was worth this. But his legs wouldn't move. He stood frozen, the Glock aimed at the wall, waiting for something to happen. The wall bulged. Just slightly, just for a second, right there at eye level. Like someone had pressed against it from the other side, testing it, seeing how much pressure it would take to break through. The plaster cracked, a thin vertical line appearing in the surface, dust sifting down like snow. Puckett fired. The shot was deafening in the enclosed space. The muzzle flash lit up the hallway like lightning, freezing everything in stark white and black. The bullet punched through the plaster and into the wall cavity beyond, embedding in the wooden framework with a solid thunk. The footsteps started again, faster now, moving away. Puckett tracked them with the gun, firing twice more, the bullets punching holes in the wall. Plaster exploding in white clouds that hung in the air, made the flashlight beam visible like a solid thing. Then nothing. Silence. He waited, breathing hard and the gun still raised. His ears were ringing from the shots. Smoke drifted from the barrel, acrid and sharp, mixing with the smell of mold and decay. He'd fired 3 rounds. That left 12 in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. The footsteps came again, but this time from below. On the 3rd floor, moving toward the stairwell, moving toward the way out, Puckett ran. He sprinted down the hall to the stairwell and took the stairs 2 at a time, his boots pounding on the wood. The stairs groaned and swayed under him. 1 step splintered and his foot punched through, but he caught himself on the wall and kept going, yanking his leg free, ignoring the splinters that dug through his jeans into his shin. He reached the 3rd floor and swept the flashlight across the hallway, empty, nothing moving. But he could hear breathing now, close, somewhere in the walls, slow and steady, like whoever was in there wasn't even trying to hide anymore, like they wanted him to know they were there. He walked toward the sound, the Glock held in both hands now, aimed straight ahead. His flashlight beam swept across the walls, looking for movement, for any sign of where the sound was coming from, for any indication of what was doing this. He found it near the middle of the hall, in one of the gutted apartments. A section of wall where the plaster had been pulled away deliberately, exposing the wooden studs underneath. The opening was maybe 2 feet wide and 4 feet tall, low to the floor, like a crawlspace entrance, like a door into somewhere people weren't supposed to go. He crouched down and shone the flashlight inside. The beam illuminated a narrow vertical shaft between the studs, descending into darkness. He could see scratches in the wood, deep gouges made by something hard, maybe a knife or a screwdriver. Handprints in the dust, worn smooth from repeated use. The passage was tight, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, but someone had been using it, moving through the walls, watching. Puckett holstered the Glock in his waistband and set the duffel bag on the floor. He pulled out the crowbar, gripped it in one hand, and squeezed through the opening, the flashlight gripped between his teeth, the beam bouncing with each movement. The space was tighter than he'd expected. His shoulders scraped against the studs on both sides, the wood rough even through his coat. He had to move sideways, inching forward, the flashlight beam jerking with each shuffle. The air inside the wall was stale and thick with dust. Insulation hung in torn strips from the framework above him, ancient pink fiberglass that crumbled at the touch, releasing particles that made his eyes water and his throat close up. He tried not to breathe too deep, tried to keep moving. He moved slowly, following the scratches in the wood. The passage turned and descended at an angle, following the slope of the floor joists. He could hear his own breathing amplified in the confined space, ragged and too fast, and something else. A faint rustling ahead of him, like fabric moving, like someone shifting position, waiting. The passage opened into a wider space where 2 walls intersected, forming a small cavity maybe 4 feet across and 5 feet tall, just barely enough room to crouch, to turn around, to exist. Puckett emerged into it and swept the flashlight around. The cavity was full of stuff, not trash, belongings. There were blankets bundled in the corner, old wool blankets stained dark with God knows what, folded with care despite the filth, a kerosene lantern, the glass chimney blackened with soot but intact. A plastic jug of water, half full, the water cloudy but probably drinkable. A metal toolbox rusted shut, the latch broken. A stack of magazines, the pages yellowed and brittle, the dates on the covers from the late 80s and early 90s. Newspapers, too, carefully folded, headlines about the bank robbery, about the investigation, about the manhunt that never found anyone. And stacked against one wall, wrapped in layers of plastic sheeting, tied with rope that had been retied many times, bundles of cash. Puckett stared at them. Even through the plastic, he could see they were old bills, faded, bundled with rubber bands that had rotted and snapped and been replaced with string. There were dozens of bundles, maybe more, stuffed into the wall cavity like insulation, like they were keeping something warm. More money than Puckett had ever seen in his life. More money than he'd ever imagined having. He reached out and pulled one bundle free. The plastic crinkled, loud in the confined space. He tore it open and held the bills up to the flashlight. 20s and 50s, dated 1987, 1988, 1989. The bills smelled like mildew and old paper and something else, something biological and rotten, like they'd been stored next to meat that had gone bad. He dropped the bundle and turned, sweeping the flashlight across the cavity. That's when he saw the man. He was pressed into the far corner, crouched low, his body wedged between the studs, in a space that didn't look big enough to fit a human being. He was old, 70, maybe older, his face gaunt and bearded, skin hanging loose on his skull like it belonged to someone bigger. His eyes reflected the flashlight beam like an animal's, yellow-green and unblinking. No humanity in them at all. He wore layers of clothing, all of it filthy, crusted with dirt and grease and things Puckett didn't want to think about. His hands were wrapped in strips of cloth, the cloth stained dark, wrapped and rewrapped so many times it was impossible to tell what was cloth and what was skin. He didn't move. He just stared at Puckett, watching, waiting, barely breathing. Puckett pulled the Glock from his waistband and aimed it at the man. His hands were shaking. He steadied the gun with both hands, took a breath. His voice came out rough when he found it. "Who the hell are you?" The old man tilted his head slightly like he was considering the question. Like he'd forgotten how to answer questions, forgotten how language worked, forgotten what it meant to be human. Then he opened his mouth and spoke, and the voice that came out was Puckett's voice, perfect and flat and identical. "Who the hell are you?" Puckett tightened his grip on the gun, finger on the trigger, ready to fire. But he didn't fire. He needed to understand what he was looking at, what he'd walked into. The old man smiled. His teeth were brown and broken, some missing entirely, the gums black and receded. When he smiled, you could see the skull underneath, see what he'd looked like dead. Puckett knew who he was. He didn't know the name, but he knew the story. Everyone in McDowell County over the age of 40 knew the story. In August 1989, the First National Bank in Welch was robbed by a single man in a ski mask. He'd walked in 10 minutes before closing, held a revolver on the tellers, and walked out with 2 duffel bags containing close to $3 million in cash. Deposits from the coal company payrolls, insurance settlements, savings accounts from families who'd spent their whole lives saving, who'd never see that money again. The FBI investigated for months. They interviewed everyone in town, searched every abandoned building and mine shaft within 50 miles, offered a reward that got bigger each year. But the man was never caught. The money was never recovered. The case went cold. 30 years ago. The old man in the wall was the bank robber. He'd been living inside the Elkhorn Hotel for 3 decades, hiding with the money, moving through the walls, surviving in the crawl spaces and cavities of a condemned building. watching the world outside change, watching the town die, watching people come and go, waiting. Puckett lowered the gun slightly, his mind racing. Then he understood. Landry knew. Landry had to know. That's why he'd hired Puckett to clear out squatters from a building already scheduled for demolition. That's why $800 to scare off a few homeless people. That's why tonight, 3 days before the bulldozers came, this wasn't a frightener job. This was a trap. He sent you, Puckett said. Not a question. A statement. The old man didn't respond with Puckett's voice this time. He tilted his head the other way, studying Puckett like an insect under glass. Then he reached into the pile of belongings beside him and pulled out something. A newspaper clipping, old and yellow, creased from being folded and unfolded many times. He held it up. The headline read, "Property Developer Acquires Condemned Buildings." The article was from 6 months ago. Landry's face smiled from the grainy photograph. The article mentioned the Elkhorn specifically. Scheduled for demolition January 2nd, 2020. Lot to be cleared and sold. The old man lowered the clipping and pointed at Puckett, then at himself. Then he drew his cloth-wrapped finger across his throat in a slow, deliberate line. Both dead. And that was the plan. Puckett backed toward the opening he'd crawled through, keeping the gun aimed at the old man. His shoulders scraped the studs. Dust filled his mouth. He reached the opening and squeezed out into the apartment. Stumbling, catching himself against the wall, he had to get out. Had to get out now. He ran down the hallway, down the stairs, his boots pounding on the wood, the sound echoing through the empty building like gunshots. The stairwell swayed under him. He reached the second floor, kept going, reached the first. He sprinted down the main hallway toward the back entrance, toward the loading dock where he'd come in, toward escape. He grabbed the door handle and pulled. Locked. The door wouldn't budge. He pulled harder, putting his weight into it. Nothing. He shone the flashlight at the mechanism and saw why. Someone had driven a steel wedge between the door and the frame from the outside, jamming it shut. The wedge was industrial, the kind used to secure shipping containers. It would take tools and time to remove. He turned and ran to the front entrance. The main doors had heavy drop bars across them on the outside. He'd seen them when he drove up. Old security hardware from when the building was abandoned. Someone had lowered the bars while he was inside. He pushed against the doors anyway, throwing his shoulder into them. They didn't move. Solid, sealed. Both exits blocked. Not bricked up. That would take hours. But blocked. Wedged shut. Secured from the outside. Quick. Quiet. Efficient. While he'd been upstairs making noise, someone had locked him in. Puckett stood in the lobby, bent forward slightly, hands braced on his knees, waiting for his breathing to even out. He pulled out his phone. No signal. The building's thick brick walls had always made cell reception spotty, but now there was nothing. Not even one bar. He tried anyway, dialing Landry's number with shaking fingers. The call didn't go through. He tried 911. Same thing. The screen showed the number, showed the call timer starting, but there was no connection. No help coming. From somewhere above him, deep inside the building, his own voice called out again. "You ain't leaving." The voice echoed down through the stairwell, bouncing off the walls, multiplying. Puckett couldn't tell where it was coming from anymore. It seemed to be everywhere at once. "Nobody's coming for you, Puckett. Nobody knows you're here. Nobody's gonna miss you for days, maybe weeks. And by then you'll be frozen solid, just another body in the rubble." Puckett backed away from the front entrance, the gun raised, sweeping it across the dark hallway. His flashlight beam couldn't reach the shadows in the corners, couldn't penetrate the darkness of the open doorways. Anything could be in there. Anything could be watching. Puckett tried to swallow. Couldn't get past the constriction. "You think you're the first one he sent?" the voice continued, still using Puckett's exact inflection, his cadence, his accent. "You think you're special? There was someone before you. Last year, a man named Tucker. Landry sent him in to do the same thing. Clear out the squatters. Make the building scary. Easy money. Tucker didn't make it out, Puckett. He's still here. Up on the 4th floor. Been there for 13 months now. Froze to death trying to dig through that wedged door with his bare hands. You'll find him if you look. Or maybe you won't. Maybe you'll be too busy trying not to end up the same way." The voice paused. Puckett could hear his own breathing, ragged and too fast, echoing back at him from the empty building. "But you will. End up the same way, I mean. Because there's no way out. The doors are locked. The windows are too high to jump from without breaking your legs. And even if you did jump, even if you made it to the ground, where would you go? Back to that efficiency apartment? Back to owing money you can't pay? Back to working bottom-dollar jobs for nothing money until you die? At least here it'll be quick. Cold's not a bad way to go once you stop fighting it. You just get tired, then you sleep. Then you don't wake up. Peaceful, almost." Puckett forced himself to think. Stop listening to his own voice telling him he was going to die. There had to be a way out. Had to be. The building had a basement. He'd seen the stairs leading down when he'd checked the ground floor earlier, but he hadn't gone down there. Basements in old buildings like this usually had coal chutes, delivery entrances, ways to bring fuel in from the street without going through the building. If the old man had been living here for 30 years, he'd need access to the basement. Need it for water, maybe, or for another way in and out. If Puckett could find it, he could escape. He went back through the main hallway, moving fast but careful, checking each shadow before passing it. The basement stairs were near the back of the building, in a small alcove off the main corridor. The door was missing, just an empty frame, and beyond it a wooden staircase descending into blackness. He shone the flashlight down. The stairs were intact. The walls on either side bare stone, slick with moisture. He could see maybe 10 steps before the beam disappeared into dark. He started down 1 step at a time, testing each board before putting his weight on it. The air got colder as he descended, and damper, the smell of water and mold stronger, mixed with something else. Earth, maybe, or stone that had been wet for so long it had started to decompose. His breath fogged in front of him, thick white clouds that hung in the stillness. The basement was larger than he'd expected. A single open space that extended under the entire footprint of the building. The ceiling was low, maybe 7 feet, supported by brick pillars spaced every 15 feet. The floor was concrete, cracked and uneven, with water pooled in the low spots. The water was frozen solid now. Sheets of ice that reflected the flashlight beam made the space seem bigger than it was, made it seem like the floor went down forever. Puckett swept the light around, looking for exits, for windows, for anything that might lead outside. The walls were stone, original construction, from when the building was first erected in 1923. No windows, no doors visible, just stone and mortar and darkness and the sound of water dripping somewhere, the steady plip, plip, plip of moisture falling from the ceiling into puddles. But at the far end of the basement, near what he figured was the front of the building, he saw something. A wooden door set into the stone wall, held shut, with a heavy iron bar across the frame. Old hardware, old construction, the kind they didn't make anymore. He walked toward it, his boots crunching on the ice, each step echoing off the stone walls. When he reached the door, he grabbed the iron bar and tried to lift it. It didn't move. The bar was frozen in place, ice welding it to the metal brackets, fusing it solid. He set the flashlight on the floor, aimed at the door, and pulled with both hands. The bar groaned but didn't budge. He grabbed the crowbar from his belt and wedged it under the bar, using it as a lever. He pulled down hard, putting his weight into it, ignoring the pain in his cold, stiffened fingers. The ice cracked. The bar shifted, lifting slightly, the ancient metal screaming. He pulled again, harder, and the bar came free with a screech that echoed through the basement like a siren. He lifted the bar out of the brackets and let it drop to the floor with a heavy clang that made his ears ring. Then he grabbed the door handle and pulled. The door opened inward, swinging on rusted hinges that squealed. Cold air poured through the opening, colder even than the basement, carrying the smell of earth and stone and something else, something old. Beyond the door was another space, smaller, maybe 10 feet square. The walls were stone, the ceiling low. It looked like a coal room, a place where they used to store fuel for the building's furnace back when coal was cheap and plentiful and the town was alive. But there was no coal now, just empty space and stone walls and the smell of age. And another opening. Not a door this time, a passage, maybe 3 feet high and 4 feet wide, carved through the stone foundation. The walls were rough, hand-chiseled, and the floor was dirt and rock, packed hard from years of use. The tunnel extended into darkness, sloping slightly upward, heading toward the street. Puckett crouched down and shone the flashlight inside. He could see maybe 20 feet before the beam disappeared. The tunnel looked old, maybe as old as the building itself. Coal chute. Had to be. The walls were hand-chiseled, the kind of work they did in the 20s when labor was cheap, and coal kept the town alive. If the tunnel connected to the street, it might not be blocked. It might still be open. It might be his way out. He got down on his hands and knees and crawled inside, pushing the flashlight ahead of him, the gun still tucked in his waistband. The tunnel was tight, the ceiling scraping his back, pressing down on him. The walls pressed in on both sides. He moved forward inch by inch, his breath echoing in the confined space, his knees aching on the hard-packed dirt. After maybe 30 feet, the tunnel turned and started climbing more steeply. Dirt floor gave way to stone steps, narrow, uneven, carved directly into the rock, worn smooth in the middle from decades of use. He climbed, knees protesting, hands numb from cold and rough stone. The tunnel narrowed. His shoulders scraped the walls with every movement. Then he saw a light. Not much. Just a faint gray glow ahead, filtering down from above. Daylight. Or street light. Something from outside. Something that meant escape. He crawled faster, ignoring the pain in his knees, ignoring the way the walls scraped his shoulders and back, ignoring everything except the light ahead. The light grew brighter. He could see the end of the tunnel now, maybe 10 feet ahead, opening into a grate. The tunnel ended at a metal grate set into the sidewalk, the kind they used for basement ventilation. The grate was maybe 2 feet square, heavy iron bars spaced 4 inches apart. Through the gaps, Puckett could see the street outside, covered in snow, pristine and untouched. He could see the bottom of a streetlight pole. He could see his truck parked across the street, exactly where he'd left it. So close. He grabbed the grate and pushed. It didn't move. He pushed harder, putting his shoulder into it. The grate shifted slightly, scraping against the concrete frame, but it didn't lift. It was secured somehow from the outside. He couldn't see how. Bolts, maybe, or a locking mechanism. He pulled the crowbar from his belt and wedged it between the grate and the frame, trying to pry it loose. The crowbar slipped. He tried again, finding better purchase, and pulled down hard. Something gave. Metal scraping metal, a bolt shearing. He repositioned the crowbar and pulled again. Another sound of breaking metal. The grate shifted. He grabbed it with both hands and pushed. It lifted an inch, then 2 inches. Cold air rushing through the gap, carrying the smell of snow and exhaust and freedom. He could see the street now, could see the sky pale gray with dawn coming. He pushed harder. The grate lifted higher. He got one arm through the gap, then his head, then his shoulders. He was halfway out when he heard it. Footsteps behind him. In the tunnel, coming fast. He pulled himself up, kicking his legs, trying to get out before whatever was behind him reached him. His chest scraped against the concrete frame, the metal rough and cold. His coat snagged on something. He yanked it free and pulled himself up onto the sidewalk, rolling onto his back in the snow. He looked down at the grate. The old man was there, pressed against the grate from below, his face pushed up against the iron bars. His eyes were wide, his mouth open, his teeth bared. He was making a sound, low and continuous, somewhere between a growl and a moan, something that didn't sound human. Then he spoke, and the voice was Puckett's voice again, perfect and identical. "You ain't getting out that easy." Puckett scrambled backward in the snow, away from the grate, his boots slipping on the ice. He pulled the Glock from his waistband and aimed it at the old man's face, his hands shaking so hard he could barely hold the gun steady. The old man smiled up at him through the bars, his broken teeth catching the streetlight. Then he reached up with both hands, those cloth-wrapped hands, those hands that had held a gun in a bank 30 years ago, those hands that had lived in walls, and grabbed the grate. He pulled it down from inside, the metal scraping concrete. Sealing himself back inside the tunnel, Puckett heard the sound of something heavy being dragged across the grate from below, blocking it, making sure it couldn't be opened again from inside or out. He stood up, breathing hard, and looked around. The street was empty. No cars, no people. Just snow and darkness and the faint glow of dawn on the horizon, turning the sky from black to gray. His truck was still there, parked where he'd left it hours ago, covered now in a thin layer of fresh snow. He ran toward it, slipping on the ice, catching himself, running again. He reached the truck and yanked the door open, climbed inside. His hands were shaking so hard, he could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine turned over, rough and reluctant in the cold, coughing, sputtering. It died. He tried again. The starter ground. The engine caught. He threw the truck into gear and floored it. The tires spun in the snow and then caught. The truck lurched forward, fishtailing, straightening, finding traction. He didn't look back. He just drove, following the empty streets out of Welch, heading east toward Bluefield, toward anywhere that wasn't here. He drove for hours, not really paying attention to where he was going, just following the roads east through the mountains. The sun came up behind him, pale and weak through the clouds. The snow kept falling. By the time he crossed into Virginia, he was exhausted, running on nothing but adrenaline and fear. He pulled into a rest stop outside of Bluefield and parked in the far corner of the lot, away from the other cars. He left the engine running, the heat on, and sat there staring at the dashboard, trying to process what had happened, trying to understand. Landry had tried to have him killed, had hired him to walk into a trap, had locked him inside a building with a man who'd been living in walls for 30 years, had expected them both to die so he could bulldoze the building and take the money. Simple, clean, no witnesses. Except Puckett had gotten out, had found the tunnel, had broken through the grate, had escaped. And now Landry didn't know if Puckett was alive or dead. Didn't know what Puckett knew. Didn't know if Puckett would talk. That made Puckett dangerous. That made him a problem. Puckett sat there for a long time, the engine idling, the snow falling outside. Then he put the truck in gear and pulled back onto the highway, heading south this time, away from West Virginia entirely, toward Tennessee maybe, or North Carolina, somewhere far enough away that Landry couldn't reach him, somewhere he could disappear. He didn't know what he was going to do when he got there. Didn't know how he was going to survive with no money and no job and no references. But he knew he couldn't stay here. Couldn't stay anywhere near Welch or Landry or that building. The Elkhorn would burn eventually. Maybe not from the old man setting fire to it. Maybe just from time and decay and the fact that condemned buildings in towns like Welch had a way of catching fire right before they were supposed to be demolished. The old man would get out before that happened. Had 30 years of practice living in walls, moving through buildings, surviving in places that should have killed him. And the money would burn with the building, or Landry would find it in the rubble, or the FBI would find it eventually when they investigated whatever fire consumed the Elkhorn. Puckett would never know, would never see any of it, would just have the memory of that night, of being trapped, of hearing his own voice calling to him from inside the walls. 3 weeks passed. Puckett stayed at a motel in Princeton for 5 days, barely sleeping, barely eating, just lying on the bed with all the lights on and the television playing. On the 6th day, he forced himself to get up, to shower, to think about what came next. He couldn't stay at the motel forever. $40 a night added up fast, and he had maybe $300 left in his wallet. No income, no job prospects, no plan. He needed work. Something that paid cash. Something that didn't require references or background checks. Something that let him keep his head down. He found a lumber yard on the south side of Princeton that was hiring day laborers. The work was hard, loading trucks, stacking pallets, moving heavy loads in the cold. But the pay was cash at the end of each day, $10 an hour, no questions asked. He started the next morning. The work was mindless and exhausting, which was exactly what he needed. By the end of each day, he was too tired to think, too tired to remember, too tired to do anything but walk back to the motel and collapse. He moved to a cheaper motel after the first week, $35 a night, even smaller, even more depressing, but it saved him money. He kept to himself. Didn't make friends at the lumberyard. Didn't talk more than necessary. Just showed up, did the work, took the cash, left. The other workers got the message. They stopped trying to make conversation, stopped inviting him to go get beers after work, and just let him be. On his 14th day in Princeton, he walked past a newspaper box on his way back to the motel and saw the headline. Historic Welch Hotel destroyed in fire. He stopped and stared at it through the scratched plastic window of the newspaper box. Then he fed quarters into the slot and pulled out a copy. The Elkhorn Hotel had burned down 3 nights ago, according to the article. The fire had started around 2 in the morning, cause unknown but suspected to be squatters using open flames for heat. The building had been completely destroyed. The fire department had let it burn in a controlled manner rather than risk sending firefighters into the unstable structure. No injuries reported. The lot would be cleared and sold as planned. The article included a quote from Landry, the property owner. He expressed sadness at the loss of a historic building, but noted that the demolition had been scheduled anyway, so the fire had simply accelerated the timeline. The investigation was ongoing. No mention of bodies found in the rubble. No mention of money. No mention of anyone being trapped inside. Puckett read the article 3 times, standing there on the sidewalk, the cold wind cutting through his coat. Then he folded the paper and shoved it in his pocket and kept walking. The old man had gotten out. Had to have gotten out. The article would have mentioned if they'd found remains, unless the fire had been hot enough to destroy everything, to burn bone to ash, to leave nothing to find. But Puckett didn't think so. He thought the old man had gotten out the same way he always got out, through whatever secret passage he used, whatever route through the walls only he knew about. And the money had burned. $3 million, gone, turned to ash. Or maybe Landry had gotten to it first, had sent someone in before the fire, had recovered what he could. Puckett would never know. He went back to work the next day like nothing had changed. Loaded trucks, stacked pallets, took his cash. The routine was comforting, predictable, safe. On his 21st day in Princeton, he found the envelope. He was walking back to the motel after work, exhausted and sore, thinking about nothing except getting horizontal and maybe sleeping for more than 3 hours, when he noticed his motel room door was slightly ajar. Just a crack, maybe an inch, but enough to see that the latch hadn't caught. He stopped 10 feet away and stared at it. He always locked the door. Always checked it twice before leaving. Always. He pulled the Glock from his waistband. He started carrying it everywhere now, and always loaded, always ready, and approached slowly. He pushed the door open with his foot, gun raised, sweeping the room. Empty. Nobody in the bathroom. Nobody in the closet. Nobody under the bed. Just the room exactly as he'd left it. The television off, the lights off, the bed made, everything normal. Except for the envelope on the bed. It was white, letter-sized, thick. His name was written on it in neat handwriting. Puckett. He picked it up, his hand starting to shake. The envelope wasn't sealed. He opened it. Inside was cash. $100 bills, rubber banded together. He pulled them out and counted. $5,000, and underneath the cash, a photograph. Puckett pulled it out and looked at it. The photograph showed him walking into his motel room. This motel room. Taken from across the parking lot, probably earlier that same day. Maybe that morning when he'd left for work. The image was clear, sharp. His face was visible. The room number on the door was visible. There was nothing written on the photograph. No message, no explanation. Just the image and the money. Puckett stared at it for a long time. Then he walked to the window and looked out across the parking lot. Nothing. No cars that looked suspicious. No people watching. Just the usual collection of beat-up vehicles and travelers passing through. He went back to the bed and looked at the envelope again. The handwriting, the way his name was written, careful and deliberate. He knew what it meant. The old man had survived, had gotten out of the Elkhorn before it burned, and somehow, impossibly, he'd found Puckett. Had followed him to Princeton, had watched him, had learned where he was staying, had broken into his room, or just walked in. The locks on these doors were garbage, and left the money, a message, or a payment, or both. Puckett sat on the edge of the bed, the photograph in one hand, the cash in the other, trying to understand. $5,000. More money than he'd make at the lumber yard in months, maybe 6 months. Money he desperately needed. Money that could get him out of this dump motel, could get him somewhere safer, somewhere better. But it was the old man's money, the bank robbery money. The money that had been hidden in the walls for 30 years, the money that was supposed to have burned. And accepting it meant what? That he was connected to it now, that he was part of it, that he owed something. He looked at the photograph again, looked at himself, captured walking into the room, unaware he was being watched. The message was clear. I can find you. I can reach you. I know where you are. Puckett put the cash and the photograph back in the envelope and shoved it under the mattress. Then he packed his duffel bag. It didn't take long. He barely had anything. And checked out of the motel. Told the clerk he was leaving early, forfeiting the rest of the week he'd paid for. The clerk didn't care. He drove south, deeper into Tennessee, putting distance between himself and Princeton. He didn't know if it would help. Didn't know if you could run from something that had already found you once. but he had to try. He ended up in Crossville, a small town off Interstate 50. Big enough to get lost in, but small enough that work was available if you knew where to look. He found a job at a storage facility, night shift, doing maintenance and cleaning, and basically just sitting in an office making sure nobody broke in. The pay was nothing, $9 an hour, but it was steady and they didn't ask questions. He rented a room in a boarding house run by a woman who didn't care who you were as long as the rent came on time. $80 a week, shared bathroom, no kitchen, but it had a lock on the door and nobody bothered him. The money from the envelope, the $5,000, he kept hidden. Didn't spend it, didn't touch it. Just kept it under the floorboard in his room, wrapped in plastic, along with the photograph. He told himself he'd spend it when he had to, when things got desperate, when he had no other choice. But he didn't need to. The storage facility job was enough to cover rent and food, barely, but enough. The days turned into weeks. The weeks turned into months. Puckett fell into a routine, work at night, sleep during the day, keep his head down, avoid people. The fear started to fade, or at least dull. He stopped checking over his shoulder constantly, stopped jumping at every sound in the walls of the boarding house, stopped sleeping with the gun under his pillow, started to feel like maybe he'd gotten away. And then in March, the second envelope arrived. He found it on his doorstep one morning when he got home from work. Same white envelope, same neat handwriting. His name, Puckett. Inside, $10,000 in hundreds, and another photograph. This photograph showed him at work, at the storage facility, standing in the office, visible through the window, his face illuminated by the desk lamp. Taken from outside the fence, probably at night. No message, just the image and the money. Puckett stood there in the hallway of the boarding house, staring at the photograph, feeling the fear come flooding back. It wasn't safe, had never been safe. The old man had found him again. He took the envelope inside and hid it with the first one, under the floorboard. $15,000 total now. More than he'd ever had saved. Money that felt like poison, like a curse, like something he should throw away but couldn't. Because he needed it. Because he might need it more later. Because refusing it wouldn't change anything. The old man would still know where he was, would still be watching. Puckett stayed in Crossville. What else could he do? Running hadn't helped the first time. Wouldn't help now. So he stayed, and he worked, and he waited for the next envelope. It came in May. $15,000 this time, and a photograph of him sleeping. Taken from inside his room somehow, through the window maybe, or through a crack in the door. His face visible on the pillow, eyes closed, vulnerable. The old man had been inside his room, or right outside it. Close enough to take the photograph. Close enough to kill him if he'd wanted to. But he hadn't. Puckett added the money to the stash under the floorboard. $30,000 now. A fortune. A prison. On a Sunday morning in late June, Puckett woke up to find the fourth envelope. It had been slipped under his door during the night. He almost stepped on it. Inside, no money this time. Just a photograph. The photograph showed a grate in a sidewalk. The same grate Puckett had crawled through that night in December. The grate above the tunnel. The grate that led out of the Elkhorn's basement. And pressed against the grate from below, looking up at the camera, was a face. The old man's face. But it looked different now. The beard was trimmed shorter. The skin looked cleaner. The eyes were clearer, more focused. He looked almost normal, almost human. Almost like someone you might pass on the street and never notice. He was smiling in the photograph, that same broken-tooth smile. But the smile looked different now, not threatening. Not predatory, almost friendly. On the back of the photograph, written in that same neat handwriting, was a single sentence. You were never there. Puckett stared at the words for a long time. Then he turned the photograph over and looked at the old man's face again. At that smile, at those eyes. You were never there. What did that mean? That Puckett should forget what happened? That he should pretend that night never occurred? That the old man had given him a gift? Survival, escape, freedom. And now Puckett just needed to accept it and move on? Or was it a threat? A reminder that no one knew Puckett had been in the Elkhorn that night, that no one would believe him if he told them, that any attempt to talk about it would just make him look crazy or guilty or both. He didn't know. He put the photograph with the others under the floorboard. The envelope stopped after that. No more money, no more photographs, just silence. Summer turned to fall. Fall turned to winter. A year passed. Puckett kept working at the storage facility and kept living in the boarding house, kept waiting for the next envelope, the next sign that the old man was still watching. But nothing came. He used some of the money eventually. Had to. The boarding house raised the rent, and then his truck needed repairs he couldn't afford on storage facility wages. He pulled out a few $1,000s, told himself it was temporary, told himself he'd replace it somehow. But he never did. And slowly over months, the stack of cash under the floorboard got smaller as life bled it away. Rent, food, repairs, medical bills when he twisted his ankle at work. All the small disasters that poverty attracts. By the time spring came around again, he'd spend most of it. $27,000 gone. He still had maybe $3,000 left. Not much, but more than he'd ever had before that night in the Elkhorn. And the photographs. He kept those. All 4 of them. Looked at them sometimes, late at night, trying to understand what they meant. What the old man wanted. Why he'd done any of it. But the answers never came. One evening in early May, almost 18 months after he'd left Welch, Puckett was walking back to the boarding house from the corner store, carrying a bag of groceries, when he heard it. His own voice. Puckett. He stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, and the bag of groceries frozen in his hands. The voice had come from somewhere close. Maybe across the street. Maybe behind him. He couldn't tell. He turned slowly, looking. The street was empty. No cars, no people. Just the late afternoon light slanting through the trees, making long shadows on the pavement. Puckett, the voice said again. Closer this time. Right behind him. He spun around. Nobody. Just the empty sidewalk and the houses and the sound of a dog barking somewhere in the distance. He stood there for a long moment, pulse thumping in his ears, the groceries forgotten in his hands. He scanned every shadow, every doorway, every tree, looking for movement, looking for eyes, looking for any sign. Nothing. Just his imagination. Just paranoia, just the voice in his head that he'd never been able to fully silence. He started walking again, faster now, the bag of groceries clutched against his chest. He didn't look back. Just kept moving, kept his head down, kept counting the steps, until he reached the boarding house. He unlocked his door, stepped inside, locked it behind him. Put the groceries on the small table. Checked the window, checked the closet, checked under the bed. Nobody. Nothing. Just him and the room and the photographs hidden under the floorboard. He sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the wall. His hands were shaking. Not much, but enough to notice. You were never there. But he had been there. In that building, in those walls, in that tunnel. He'd been there, and he'd seen things, and he'd escaped, and now he was here. In this room, in this town, still waiting. Always waiting. For the next envelope. For the next photograph. For the sound of his own voice calling to him from somewhere he couldn't see. For the moment when the old man decided he was done playing whatever game this was and finally came to collect whatever debt Puckett didn't know he owed. He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes And in the darkness behind his eyelids, he saw the old man's face, that smile, those eyes. And he knew with absolute certainty that he would never be free, that the old man was still out there, still watching, still waiting. And that one day, maybe tomorrow, maybe years from now, Puckett would find another envelope. Or he wouldn't find anything at all. He'd just hear his own voice calling to him from inside the walls, and he'd know it was time.